Hello, everybody. Before we start this week's show, let me remind everyone that next week's show will be a Patreon-only show. It is Annuals Week. That's a 5th week of comics at DC. They usually put out a bunch of annuals, and they will be. But every time that pops up, we end up having the show exclusive to the Patreon. And we have a no limitation show, as we call it, where we go through all the books and have a lot of fun, as we try to do in each and every show. And the way to go and listen to this episode and a lot more is to go over to our Patreon, patreon.com/Weird Science. And hopefully we're doing enough for you to at least go check it out. And if you haven't before, you can even sign up for a 7-day free trial. And, if you time it right, you can then listen to the Patreon-only episode. I guess it's episode 587 it will be. And there are some pretty big things going on. Detective Comics Annual, that is an Al Ewing story. You have Batman Superman World's Finest Annual, which will continue the We Are Tomorrow story and things like Batman The Long Halloween, The Question All Along the Watchtower, Power Company Recharged, and maybe even go through some of the free comic book day stuff. So we're going to have a show, and usually that show, there's less books. We try to have fun, and maybe I'll get a bunch of people involved to do maybe a do or die pull list, talk about our favorite books and things like that. So hopefully you'll check that out. If not, you can have fun listening to this week's show. Pretend that next week is not anything, and then we'll see you in a couple weeks. But I hope that more people end up going out and checking our Patreon out, because we do have a bunch of things as we talk about usually when the podcast starts. So we're going to get to that right now. Thanks for listening to that little bit of a commercial, but we'll get to the show right about now.
You want comic talk, you know who to call. Weird Science. Jim is short and he also can't see at all. Weird Science. When there's comics to review, you can count on the Get Fresh crew. Beep boop, it's the Weird Science DC comic show. Let's go! It's the Weird Science DC comic show. Let's go! Let's go!
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Weird Science DC Comics Podcast, episode 586. And I am joined for the intro by, are you drunk, Simon, or are you just regular Simon?
I've had a couple.
You've
but
had
I'm
a
not
couple?
necessarily drunk. Like, after reading Power Girl, I felt like she would
Well, you're
more.
punch drunk,
Yeah.
right? Yeah, actually, yeah. Everybody who reads
It's
that
going
book,
to
they
drive
should
me to
end up drinking.
alcoholism. Yeah.
Probably. And that is something that me and you will be talking to. We're going to start off here with you joining me for the intro. Something that I got an email that we might end up hearing from later by Wayne, who said that he thinks it'd be a good idea as in the intro, outro, news, all that.
Wayne's concerned about your mental health, Jim.
He is.
It's probably best if there's someone recording with you at all
Maybe
times.
you need it at all times. Is it like I need that life preserver? He actually did say something that is very odd that he says in this email. He says that even if you have somebody on that doesn't say anything, just you having somebody there, and I legit at one point said to my wife, I think that I need somebody there, and actually said to her, if they don't even have to say anything, it's just the idea of them there, then I don't seem to make a mistake. It's almost like I'm like, I don't want to waste their time. I don't know what it is. If I have to do it myself, legit, I go through, I should send you like the list of things. It's like, here
do you
comes,
go into like an overly scripted mode and you're just like trying to, and you don't riff and go down a natural route?
I don't
Is that
do
the
that.
problem?
What happens is I should write things out and then riff off of that. I don't. So I start. By the 17th time, there are legit times where I'm in the middle and I don't remember what I've said and think I repeat it myself and then stop and realize
Whereas
I didn't.
if you're recording with someone else, you can't stop and restart, so you just have to roll with
So you
whatever
just go
shitty
and make
punches you've
fun of
laid
it.
out.
Exactly. If I say some stupid joke, that's how it goes. And again, though, I'm going in the 17th time, I start going and I'm like, oh, and then I'm like, did I just say that? It was before. It's worse. It is the worst. So I did say to her at one point, legit, I think even if I had somebody there, that even muted their mic the whole time. I would still do better, but I'd probably get them involved anyway. But I ended up sending back a deal and said, I 100% agree with you. And I'm going to do that this week. Now, in it, he also mentions that he wants you to be on the Absolute show. And this is something that we talked about before and kind of wanted to, but
we'll try and sort it out one week.
Yeah. It's not going to be all the time. It's a Friday night. You're in England. That's the time difference. It's good for Gray because when we do it, it's actually Saturday morning. So he actually gets up early. First thing he does, he can, makes whatever toast with tuna fish and egg or whatever the hell he has.
Some weird
Japanese deal, and then he records and then goes about his day. But it's pretty late for you. It's a Friday night. There's a lot
Friday
involved.
Night. It'll be midnight when it starts. Yeah.
There's a lot involved, and certainly wouldn't be sticking around for the 4.5 hour live stream after. That's the nuts. I shouldn't be sticking around
straight
for that.
to bed rather than participate in the Q&A.
So crazy. I think I should as well, but. Here we are. It is 586, and we have a bunch of books. We have me and Simon doing Power Girl, I think that's the biggest one. Mainly because it freezes.
It's the last issue in the series. It's setting up all sorts of future storylines.
Oh, yeah.
It's an exciting time. Just like Challengers was last week, Jim. Like that. We're going to have so many lead-offs from that.
Simon,
book.
You said when Eric left, you said, I'm fine, just give me the shit, and I took you for your word. Yeah. I went right with it. I did it.
You've not held back on that front.
So when we end up getting to that book, and we have some big books. We have Hush 2, Part 2. We end up having Superman number 25, because, that's a milestone.
It's an anniversary issue.
Yeah. I said legit anymore, and especially I made a joke when we get to it. At Marvel, 25 is a milestone. They never get to that.
They never get that far, do they?
A lot of books nowadays don't get that far. So it's starting to make more sense, the anniversary milestone type deal, but we have that, Green Lantern. We have a bunch of books, including Justice League, which is odd because when I think of the books, I should think Justice League first, and I still don't. So we'll be going through a bunch of those. But before we get to that, please check out a bunch of things. One of the things you can check out is our website, WeirdScienceDCComics.com, and that's where Gabe usually does the reviews on his own. But lo and behold, now you're going to think I did anything. I'm too lazy.
You didn't do anything.
Gray actually asked if he could do some reviews. So he has done some reviews. And in fact, it's going to be a triumphant return to the podcast. I forgot about this too. Gray actually recorded a solo Flash review. He bit the bullet. He took it for us, and he's going to be reviewing a bit of Cy Spurrier's latest Flash issue. I haven't read it since Eric left. I've not read that book, and it gave me a headache anyway then. And it just started an event. Lo and behold, I don't think anybody knew. An event in the Flash book that just started. So he's going to have, it's very quick, but he wanted to, chip in and do some things. So we'll have a Flash review from him, but also check out his review for that issue and a bunch of others on the website. We also have a YouTube channel. We talked about the Absolute books, and this week we will be doing the Absolute show. It happens every Friday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That's midnight in London town. That's why it's too late.
Yeah.
And we're doing both the Absolute Martian Manhunter. Have you read that yet, Simon? You're a big fan. Okay.
But I did enjoy the first issue.
You did. You liked it more than me and Gray. But we're also doing Absolute Wonder Woman, which I have read and I thought was really good. So we're going to be doing that. Hopefully I like the Martian Manhunter a little better, and I'll be joined by Zach on that show. Also, then we have a Patreon spotlight. If you don't want to help us out on the Patreon, it's patreon.com/weirdscience. And this was a weird one. This was a weird Patreon spotlight with books that are just like, well, we have Metamorpho, a book that me and you tried to review at one point. That, again, I was giving you the crap, and even that. And you're a guy, I think that you're more lenient with the crap than me. And you didn't even like that.
No,
we both
I couldn't
didn't like
suffer
it.
through that.
No. So I have Jason, who joins me once again. He did the last issue. He likes the book. He likes it a lot. He wants to marry it. I did say, and I say it in the Patreon spotlight, some people have said, hey, Jim, you are real positive about the book since Eric left. I was going to say, like, every time I want to say, you haven't listened to me and Simon, have you? Because me and you have not loved a lot of the things that we have done. But
we have fun, Jim.
Well, we do. That's the best part of it. But I have been a little. I think the books are a little better, but there is something to reading and reviewing something with somebody who actually likes it. and tries to have fun with it as well. So it's not just misery. So I think that's kind of the play. But boy, we did have fun at the end when I was editing last week's episode, and we were laughing at the end of how ridiculous that Challengers was. Yeah, we were having a lot of fun pointing at it and laughing. But this week's the whole spotlight is Metamorpho, the Elephant Man #5, and Peacemaker presents Vigilante Eagly double feature #2, which is one of the surprise books. I did like the Peacemaker Tries Hard series. I thought it was hilarious. This is very much like that. Me and Brad talk about that. So that is the spotlight. And maybe, I say maybe, but if you are on the Patreon, this show comes out Thursday night. So you get a little bit before the regular show hits on Sunday on the regular feed. But I think we may put up me and you talking about Power Girl as an early access. It'll still
as a little tease.
Yeah, I said that at one point. Yeah, and I said cracks the whip. When I end up doing the poll, I had all these things set up. I hadn't talked to you yet. I didn't know if we could record, when we can record, and also the last days of Lex Luthor. That deal, I know I can't record until Saturday, so I didn't put those on the poll. I knew it. I thought right away, he's going to get on my ass. He's going to end up getting a hold of me, and he did. So as a little bit of an olive branch to, we will probably put the whole deal with the Power Girl on there as well as an early access. But we're not going to be, me and Tom are doing the Lex Luthor book. And also that book, you never know if it's coming out. That is such a delay. Better than the Gargoyle of Gotham. I just have to point that out still. I mean, that book, holy moly.
It hasn't taken 14 months to put out an issue. But
It did that first between, but that Gargoyle of Gotham, we were young men when that first came out and we reviewed it. I mean, even then.
That was a long time ago.
It seems like so long ago.
That was during Eric's first hiatus.
Yeah, it was. Actually, it was. That's so long ago it was that. He's gone through too. We end up where when we did it, we did prophetically say, especially the haters, because people were really mad at us about that review.
People were so angry.
Yeah, they were so angry. And we said, this book is never coming out on time. This guy has never done anything but a one issue or a cover. There's no way. And we were right. As always, we were right. But the books on the Patreon spotlight, again, Metamorpho, the Elephant Man, the Element Man #5, and Peacemaker presents Vigilante Eagly double feature #2. Those were picked by the badasses of the Get Fresh crew. The top 2 levels of the Patreon, they pick all those books, and that's what we end up doing in the deal. So we're going to keep going on, and we're going to hit this. See, this is already, I would have stopped 17 times. I am getting all excited. You got me all flustered. So here we go. This is the roll call. I might even rap to you. Would you like that?
I'll enjoy this.
Like that. Yeah, you'll like that.
First time hearing it live.
I'm not rapping. There's no way. Or should I? Now, I say this. I'm trying to find the damn thing. I am falling apart.
I also now understand why Eric always complained about how loud it was.
Then again, now you hear how bad it is, but it doesn't come out that bad when you hear it normally. But here we go. It's Sean M., Joe, Edward Hawa, Andrew from Belfast, don't mention it, D-Man 3001, David Fink, Jack Halsey, Brandon, Nick Rust, Trevitt, Tom Johnson, Dan Smith, JLG, The Big Z, The Mark Claire Show, The Annihilator, Ted Probst, I Love Punchline, Stork, hear from him later, that nerd, Dr. Matt Eraser, Niels T-Wart, Stephen Baum, Jason Colby, Sue42 to you and me, Mike G, Ken Hallett, Comic Boom Rocky, Mark Jager, Ruben, Carlos. We have them all. Jeez, now I'm messing myself up. Son. 2 of Marv, Luke Hollywood, Simon. Oh my goodness gracious, Louise, what a jerk. Manchip, Swanee, Josh Million, Batman Beyond Mark, Brandon B. Muir up in Canada. That is Buffalo, Canada, and Double A Run. Doxing himself in Minnesota. Actually, I'm doxing him, and all time's great. Reginald Drinkwater and Rob Lewis. And pour one out for Eric, I guess. I haven't heard from him. I thought I saw him.
He's dead to us.
Yeah, I thought I saw him at Walmart like 2 days ago. I was scrambling to get out of the way. It wasn't him. And the funny thing is that he's 6'5". This guy was probably like 5'9", and I
everyone's 6'5" to you, Jim.
I hope that's true. Well, everybody's like 8 foot. I hope he hears me that I thought a 5'9" guy was him. Take that in. But yeah, so we're going to go. And again, there's some things going on in some books and whatever that as we go through, I do end up mentioning them. At one point, when we're talking about Metamorpho, I brought him up, and Jason just kept going, who? Gabe later will say that it's good that he's got, that people are starting to throw shade. I feel bad. Though I will tell you, when people get a hold of me, they're like, oh man, I really like hearing all these, but then they have to throw it at the end. But I do miss Eric, like I'm going to get mad or something. I'm like, kind of away from that. He kind of doing his thing. I have no idea what that is.
Eric this morning. There was a new toy announced. Yeah, there was a Connor Hawke figure announced. So I was like, oh, Eric would have loved that.
Yeah, he would have loved that. You know,
shame he didn't live to see it.
Because it's R.I.P. He's looking down on us right now and go, I'm telling you, this was the thing. I don't know if I talked about it on this podcast or another one, but it was this thing where when I was working with my buddy Jay, and he told this guy who came in that his uncle had died, who we work with, and he was just fucking with him. His uncle was just on vacation, and the guy was devastated. And then they came in, and then he was there, and he's like, what the fuck? And he's laughing, saying that, oh, well, he didn't die. Surprise. It was so weird. Such a weird deal. But again, I'm glad that Wayne ended up suggesting that we have, guests, because I certainly went smooth through that.
Yes.
I gotta get, and now I'm used to the other
again,
one.
like you can't re-record it, so you're done in like 15, 20 minutes instead of 4 hours. So
I'll tell you, when I'm usually doing that intro as well, because we're recording this Thursday, I'm doing it Saturday night at 10 as I'm editing everything else, and you could tell I just have to get it done, and I just get flustered, and nothing's perfect or whatever. But again, that's kind of what we've done all along. And if people do hear, there's probably going to be some banging and crazy drill sounds. I mean, why not? Why not just throw it all the way? Throw it all the way. I actually, when I was talking to my wife, because she's like, well, people will understand. I'm like, you don't know people, first off, because people never understand. But I end up telling her, like, now, these are big podcasts. Like, she listens to True Crime. I'm like, you ever listen to that there? Like, True Crime Garage, and you hear drills going on in the background, and you're doing, your thing, and you hear people screaming and blaring music? I don't think so.
Well, if it's a true crime podcast, yeah, probably, but they were added after the fact.
Well, that would be added, because
it's a true crime podcast about
by
a guy,
drill.
drilling someone else through the face.
Yeah, we can pretend that. Like, every time I hear
you should have just gone off of the soundboard and just gotten a bunch of like fake drill noises and just interspersed
what you're
them.
saying is I mix them in so they won't know that the other stuff is real.
Which ones are real and which ones are fake?
We'll
never know.
Do I have it? Do I have any ooga?
Yeah, just get Tim the Toolman Taylor on to
that would be pretty cool.
Going on.
Do that, and I think that would make it worse. That would be even worse. They're like, why is there 8 million drill sounds? Now they're just pounding the
adding Tim Allen to anything does make it worse.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. Except, I was going to say something about his drug arrest, but it wouldn't have worked out well. But here we're done the intro. But you're going to stick with me. Not only are you going to do Power Girl, but you're going to end up doing some news and then the outro. So we're going to get right now and go off to the news.
The news.
And it is time for the news. And Simon, you're going to be joining me, as we said, for this bit of news. And welcome to the news. Welcome to the newsroom.
The tiniest piece of news that's ever been released.
This is news about news that isn't quite news, is what it is. I'm not going to hit breaking news because I'm not even sure that it's that. But it is the idea that Grant Morrison is returning to DC Comics. And lo and behold, he's returning to Batman after more than 10 years. I did get word from the guy who gives me the little scoops and things. And he ended up telling me this a couple weeks ago. Said, hey, and I even mentioned it, I think on a live stream or whatever it was. I said, hey, I've heard this Grant Morrison news that it looks like he's coming back to DC. The guy's going to get back to me with more info, and I'll probably do a video about it, thinking I'm going to break news and whatnot. But there was no other news to it except maybe Batman. And
he might be coming back. He thinks he wants to do Batman.
I actually think he even said to me, I think it's Batman, but that's all he had. And he's like, I'm waiting for my guy to get back to me. That's it, all there is. Now, he speculated, but this was all speculation, that it would be a Arkham Asylum, a kind of a sequel to that.
Well,
something along those.
So I did a little bit of digging around on this news story to see if there was literally anything to it other than Grant Morrison says on podcast, I feel like writing a book. And there isn't. Apparently an Arkham Asylum sequel was announced a few years back. But that was also not a proper announcement. Allegedly, that was just like Dan DiDio forcing Grant Morrison to announce something. So he just went up on stage and was like, I don't know, Arkham Asylum sequel. And at that time, it was going to be with like Chris Burnham as well, and not Dave McKean. So like, does anyone want an Arkham Asylum with a different?
I don't know.
Artist?
That's the problem with the different artists. That
Because that Arkham Asylum book is very much an art-driven book. Like, if it had a more traditional art style, the whole thing would just fall over, and arguably most of Grant Morrison's future career with it.
There you go. And so when we get into this, again, there's not really much news, but I'll talk about it, and me and you'll talk about it. But again, I think it might have already been started. They've been doing things like this too, where, I mean, one of the things this week, that Deaths of Lex Luthor book, the reason why it was delayed between the first and second issue is that first issue had been done for a while, and then DC just randomly, released it, and then told, Brian Hitch and Mark Waid, oh, by the way, we just released that, so you got to.
If you guys can get out on the PR track and talk to some sites.
And talk, and also get ready for the issue number
Twitter
2. And instead of having 3 months, you have to finish. And they're like, we can't do it. Brian Hitch was so busy. He's doing the Ghost Machine. I still say to this day that it was done because they saw that announcement that Brian Hitch had gone exclusive
to Ghost Machine.
Ghost Machine. If they did not release that first issue, they couldn't release it at all because he's exclusive. Now, there might be a little play of, well, this was done before. But that's sketchy area. It seemed like you have to have things released. So they did that, didn't talk to anybody. Mark Waid was pissed, but that's kind of him. He's pissed all the time.
He's
but
usually
again,
quite grumpy.
I wouldn't be shocked if we find out that something was half done, and if it was with Chris Burnham, I would assume then that's what we'll get. And he did the Batman Inc., I believe, with that in the New 52.
What Grant Morrison's officially said is there's no title on the book, and he hasn't announced who he's working with.
Yeah, so who knows?
Literally, the only news we have is he's doing something, and it's Batman related, and that's it.
Here's the news. Legendary comic book wizard Grant Morrison has been teasing a new superhero project from the Big Two for a while now, and at one point, Grant was saying it might be Marvel, it might be DC. He had been going on, but he's also was very, very adamant. He's done it a couple times. That's why I say every time I hear like a Rob Liefeld, this is my last Deadpool story, I just say, until your next one.
Until you need more money.
There you go. Or until you're just bored or somebody says something or whatever. And Grant has gone on record so many times of not only just saying Big Two, he has said at points, I am done with superhero comics. I hate
the whole
superhero
genre.
comics.
I'm done. I'm out. Never touching it again.
I remember like twice in like 2 years he said this. Then he got pissed because he ended up doing that 5G Superman and the Authority book that ended up being kind of molded into the Warworld saga of Philip Kennedy Johnson. But that was going to be one of the flagship titles of 5G. And he went back and forth against DC, talking about the idea of, a fascist Superman, and they didn't want this, but they wanted that, and he got really pissed off and said, screw it, whatever. So going off and all that going on. So in that, this is kind of like, well, who's the more desperate? Like that, I think it might be DC actually. But DC is in this mode right now with Hush too. Even the idea of the Long Halloween. You have they are trying to get that nostalgia back.
They are hitting all of those big nostalgia beats, aren't they? They're going back to all of the evergreen titles and saying, right, these are the things that people actually know and love and remember. How do we get them buying comics again? Let's just do the Hollywood thing and just do sequels to all of them.
Sequels, and that's why I think it probably is Arkham Asylum. I don't think they're going to have them come and do, Batman and Robin, because that's not what you would do. That's gone on, and you have to go. But Arkham Asylum was a big deal. But like you said, is it that without, the two of them, the original deal?
Batman R.I.P. 2, R2P.
Yeah, it'd be weird. Like that, they'd love to put that too. But the weird thing is like Hush, you can end up having a sequel and people were talking about it this week in the Slack, because Hush came out this week, the Hush 2, of is this in continuity? Is it just the sequel? Is it kind of between? And you could play that with Hush.
That's just how Jeff Loeb writes books.
Yeah, and you could play it like that. You could say, well, this might be back in the day, it might be current, whatever. But if you do like a Batman RIP, I think it's weird. But
like Morrison's Batman run was so large and encompassing that you can't just do a sequel to a little bit of it. Like, you couldn't do like Batman Inc. 2. It's not a standalone.
There's too much of it. The one thing that you could do is Arkham Asylum. Like that could be the deal. And I bet money that that's what it is, but I don't know. It might be. I think people still get excited about it. But says that though details are scant, Morrison has recently revealed that it's a DC project. And what's more, the comic will mark the writer's return to Batman, a character it took to psychedelic new heights back in their original 2000s run. Now, here's the thing, too. Maybe he's sitting there and he's like, man, I'm not going to write Big 2. Wait a minute. What's going on? Chip Zdarsky is trying to be me? Screw this. I'm coming in. Because, again, there would have been just imagine.
Why see the cover band when you can get the original?
Exactly. Now, if he was announced for the new Batman #1, people would lose their mind, and not all good. Like, there's a lot of people who don't like that Grant Morrison Batman one damn bit and think that it was an abysmal deal and hate it. There's a guy who I talk to regularly that just cannot get past anything Grant Morrison. If it's Grant Morrison, it's shit, and ends up just pissing on everything. And, like, there are people like that, but then there were people who would be excited and say, okay. And when you have things going on and people are saying, oh my God, why do they have so-and-so write? Or why is Megan Fitzmartin writing this? Or why is Tim Sheridan? Now, that's the two that come in my mind, unfortunately. Sorry, both of them. But it's like, why don't they get better writers? And I've been saying, and people have said to me, and that's why I pass it on, like, who are they? Who are you talking about that is the big writers?
Where are these
they?
better writers? And B, DC can't afford them.
Yeah, exactly. So if you do end up having Grant do something that is pretty big, I mean, he is a legend, whether you like him or not, it is big. And like you said, there'll be people who will say, oh, I haven't read anything in a while. Maybe I'll check that out. Hush still is a weird thing. Like, I still have not heard anybody go more than just the idea of the original Hush. Well, it was pretty cool. And it had great art. Like, nobody's telling me it's their favorite story of all time.
I'm assuming that DC are hoping on a not insignificant sales bump to start with, but also that this becomes another evergreen title that they can just stick out. Because they've been selling Hush for 10, 15 years now. Like, if they can get a second Hush out there to sell alongside it.
Isn't it weird? To me, at the same time you have a Long Halloween sequel come out, that's a bigger title, but they didn't treat it like that. That Long Halloween, Last Halloween, me and Gray are reviewing it now, just doesn't feel like it was made big. It was just, oh, we're going to do this, and kind of, aping the art style, because unfortunately, you had to do that. Maybe that's part of it, but...
Yeah, I think losing Tim Sale...
Yeah, I think that might be the deal.
Put the dampener on the whole thing.
In the play, though, and I said, I've yet to meet somebody who says Hush is their favorite Batman story. I have met some people who said about Arkham Asylum, and not just Batman, saying it's one of their favorite comics. And like you said, I ended up and I read it early. Like, I'm getting into comics. I'm reading a lot of the New 52, and Eric's giving me some, ideas, that nonsense with, Identity Crisis was the first thing, and his big thing was, it grew up with me. I'm like, what are you talking about? And he would get so upset because Eric is so isolated at times, where he didn't realize that people really don't like Identity Crisis. And they really look at it as
it's very
bad.
trendy to hate on books like Identity Crisis and Hush these days.
Remember Killing Joke? At one point, they had canceled it. Like, you can't even talk about it. And then in the Batgirl run of that Burnside Batgirl, they actually written it out of continuity, but didn't because DC wouldn't allow them. So I have had people, though, say and told me, oh, you got to read Arkham Asylum, and say, I had read few comics, and that's not something to start out with. It's not something as a young comic reader where you're like, oh, what's next? And you get that, and I could not wrap my head around it the first time I read it. It was all visual. It would drive me nuts. It
was a phenomenal thing at the time. It's one of those things that is entirely down to context of when it was released and what was coming out at the time alongside it. It was genuinely just so different to anything else that was on the stands at that point in time, especially from one of the big two, especially with a character like Batman in it.
And I reread it after, and I kind of got it a little more. Still not my favorite, but I did get it more.
Personally, I don't think it's as great as everybody says it is. Like, fine, string me up from the rafters. I don't think it's a great... Like, it's not even Grant Morrison's best Batman work.
Yeah, and the weird thing is, me and Gray, who we may even have dip in, to talk a little bit about what he thinks of this. But me and Gray do a Morrison podcast, Grant Morrison podcast, and we really haven't even brought up. Somebody did ask us, hey, are you going to do Arkham Asylum? We kind of like pushed it aside because we're doing more series, but we're also doing like Animal Man, Doom Patrols, like some real fun, cool stuff. Invisibles is the mind bender of that. But I don't know. I ended up at one point kind of going and paging. It's also a weird thing to talk about because it's so visual. So, when this comes out, if it is an Arkham Asylum deal, we'll be reviewing it. But it's kind of a tough one if it's like the first one. It's just so visual. But yeah, he ends up, when he was on this, he said, I am doing, and it was on the Comic Book Couples Counseling podcast, a mouthful there. And he ends up saying, hey, I'm going to be back. I'm doing a DC book. And then the big thing then was to say, it is Batman. Though it's funny because he says at first, it's not Superman, it's Batman. And that's a weird thing. Why?
Yeah, I guess because all the news at the minute is Superman, because it's summer of Superman, and you got the Superman movie coming out. DC's entire focus right now is Superman.
Yeah, and he did, the last thing he did was that Superman and the Authority that they didn't use. Yeah. And like I said, they ended up giving it to Philip Kenny Johnson. He tried to mold it into War World. It didn't quite work. That was the Light Ray Is stuff and that weird team and whatnot. But the other thing before that was that The Green Lantern.
The Green Lantern. Ooh, The Green Lantern season 2. Oh,
yeah, and the Black Stars book in between. And me and Reggie did all those. I have to admit, there were times I had no idea what was going on. So I'm hoping that it's not that. I hope that it's, I know it's a Batman, but I hope it's a little better. But some of the more recent things, Klaus is more recent than a lot of things, and that's really good. Like, I really, really like Grant Morrison. When
he doesn't have a particularly prolific indie output. Like, every time he steps away from the big two, he'll do, like, maybe 1 or 2 indie series. He doesn't pump out a lot of stuff when he's away from the big two.
Yeah, I think that Grant just does Grant whenever he gets the urge. And he says, actually, I think at one point he did say to them, I don't do these things anymore. And actually, here's the quote. I don't need to do these things anymore. I only do it if it's something interesting. So again, would it be interesting to him if he already was going to do an Arkham Asylum to do that again? Or is this going to be something completely new? We'll have to see. But again, I think that people would be more excited about this than, say, a Dan Slott on Superman or something like that. So hopefully they are excited. I would guess that the first issue of whatever he's doing.
I would imagine the reason why DC haven't formally spoken about it is because there is literally nothing. There isn't a title. There isn't a creative team. It's just...
It is funny. The idea is like, I only do something
Grant Morrison's
interesting.
Just got some scribblings in a notebook somewhere, and he hasn't even pitched the idea to DC.
When he says, I don't need to do these things anymore, I do something that's interesting. I think that DC went to him and said, listen.
Now that Dan DiDio's left, he doesn't even know who he has to phone up to say, hey, I'd like to do some work.
And I just think he's just sitting there and they're like, hey, we'll pay you some money, just do whatever. And he's like, yeah, interesting. And that's what he's doing. That's why it's interesting. He's going to do a Batman. But again, being able to do Batman might be the thing that would be interesting to him, but we'll see. But I do think the way the lay of the land is, it'll be an Arkham Asylum sequel. We'll have to see. But if it's not McKean, it's McKean, right? Who did the original? I always get the names.
Yeah, Dave McKean.
Yeah, McKean. If it's not that, I think it fizzles out when they announce it. It has to be that. And I don't even know. So we'll have to see. But Chris Burnham did the Batman Inc., but I don't think that style would fit. To see. We'll have to see how it goes. But in the meantime, yeah, that's the news. There wasn't a lot of news this week, so we kind of grabbed that. It's kind of, not tons of news about the news, but it is interesting and people would be excited. Some people hate Reed and all that, but that's how Grant is. People either love him or hate him. So that's the news. So thank you for joining me, Simon. And we're going to go off to the regular podcast, the books. We're going to start with, I believe, as we said, Hush 2, go through a bunch. But Simon, you will be back with me.
I will be waiting in the green room to
You'll
come
be
back
waiting
for
in the green room
yeah.
in the classic last slot, which usually is the worst book of the week, and I kind of think it is. So me and you will be talking about that later, and then we'll have the outro as well. So I will talk to you in probably say 3 hours or so. You can wait. Then I will call you in to the studio again, and we will do that. But here we go off to the books.
Nobody knows just how you feel. kick that baby into the sea. You're Batman as fuck, crashing out of buildings in your bad dump truck. You're Batman as fuck, burning all that money like a stupid schmuck. You're Batman as fuck, and we like you because you're just dumb fun. We like you because you're just dumb fun. You cut off hands but you won't use a gun. Look at all the party animals. Run. You're Batman as fuck, crashing out of buildings in your bad dump truck. You're Batman as fuck, burning all that money like a stupid schmuck. You're Batman as fuck. Run. Run. Run.
And we're going to start off the podcast with a little hush, and that means I'm here with Matt. What up, Matt?
What up, Jim?
What up is Hush 2 with that stupid... You were sending it to me in the Slack. Hey, when are we doing Hush 2? And it's H2SH. I'm like, I'll kill you. It drives me nuts. It really does, though. It does look like a cool symbol for the band U2. You can get that going on when they have it, right? It'd be funny. Bono has a big, he gets on his soapbox sometimes. Maybe he'd be upset about it. But yeah, we're here and we talked about it the last time, the idea that we have a crisis/events podcast, and we did go through Hush. We went through Hush, and how I can sum up almost every issue was, when are we going to get to Hush? We kept saying that over and over for the issues, but we still liked it. And we liked it for all the guest stars. We liked it for everything. So when you go into this, again, I keep saying, too, I don't know anybody who says Hush is their favorite story. So then when this comes out, it seems like the people are like, oh, man, this is going to be awesome. And then suddenly they're like, man, I don't like this. And I'm sitting there thinking, this is just like Hush. And if you didn't like Hush, I don't think this is going to change your mind. But it's weird to say you love Hush and then get into this, because it has that same feel, which is me and you being confused about what we're really doing, but I can still enjoy what's happening in the issue, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, me and you were, the best is you would usually read the chapters before me, or the things before me, and you would end up just messaging me every week that we did it. Yeah, you don't get much Hush, or no Hush, there's not Hush, or Hush shows up at the end and peaks. So when you get into this, I've had people this week say that this is the worst thing they've ever read.
Definitely
I saw
not.
people saying that it was worse than this week's ASM. I don't know.
No.
I like this more than that ASM. And One World Under Doom, like the idea that this is the worst thing. Now, you are going back, and there are points where I start to think that it's kind of obvious that they're just going back to this because they want to get Jim Lee and stuff like that. But if you can go with that, you can still enjoy it a bit. It's just the idea that, like the first Hush, the overall story, there's not much to it. And so when you go through it, you just got to go with what's going on. But Bruce just continuously yelling, like, he is so paranoid. And we said during the first Hush, what it was there was, I will not believe it's Tommy Elliott. It's not Tommy Elliott. It can't be Tommy Elliott. And he just kept going on and on about it.
Yeah, exactly.
While it was, and we knew pretty much that it was Tommy Elliott. This one is, he could stub his toe in this and yell. Yeah, it's the opposite. He could stub his toe in this and say, Tommy Elliott came in and he moved the furniture just a slight inch aside there that I did this. And damn him. And it's weird how much he's in without us really seeing any evidence at all. And so you're waiting for that big thing of why does he keep demanding it's this? Because remember, at one point, we said at the beginning, oh my God, Tommy Elliott's back. And you're like, where did you get that from everything that happened here? And then you brought up after Hush happened, they did come back later and show that he did survive, whether Batman knew this or not, all this stuff going where I think that the big play for this, I think, should be more of the not fully over the top, but Bruce just by himself thinking like, man, this can't be Tommy Elliott again, right? Because this is weird. He's died. I saw him and all this stuff going on. But instead, he's just so over the top that everything that happens is that Tommy Elliott's behind it. And you almost want a story, I do at least, where at the end you find out that no, it's not Tommy Elliott. It's Bruce just being paranoid. And maybe that paranoia is what brings him down, whatnot. But never in this is he doing things. Have you read the first Hush? I mean, you said before we start, right away you'd go to Clayface and see what the hell he's up to.
Yeah, where's Clayface?
I would also maybe go and start looking for bodies and stuff. Go to Philadelphia, see the deal. Or, I guess he was buried in Gotham, right? Because they said the idea that he wanted to be, or at least near his mom and dad or whatever. But have you researched any of this? And maybe there are some things from before, but I don't remember a lot. But the idea of, it's Tommy Elliott, he's doing this, he's trying to mess with me, and really going and giving the stories being told by Bruce's paranoia of, he just wants me to do this, he wants me to do that, to the point where he has Joker, and he's like, Tommy Elliott, Hush wants me to save Joker. He wants me to be seen outside with Joker. And it gets a little bit over the top with
it's not based on any kind of reality. Like why you would think
feels
that.
Like he is completely fractured in this. Like, like all of a sudden, all of this stuff. And if you're going to play, and it does feel, and we were talking in the Slack, the idea of where does this play? It doesn't really feel like full out 100% current continuity, but you do kind of not show Alfred. So you got that, some weird things with it. But it feels like Jeff Loeb is kind of like, well, I don't know too much about this stuff, and I'm not going to bother. I'll just avoid some things and just go with it. But if you are a Jason Todd fan, you're probably not going to like this issue. And I think that it does play the idea of how I would complain about Damian. But me and Eric had complained about Jason a lot. The idea where he'll never get over the one thing, and it's the Joker killing him. And even at a point where Batman in this just basically says he's never been the same. He's not right. And I kind of think he has been right at points, but you won't accept it. And it's just a weird play. But if you did like Hush and you were looking for, this is a lot like Hush. I mean, you have an issue where you go through, you're not really going to get Tommy Elliott. You get a guest star. They start yelling, and then you get some things pulled in. But I didn't mind it. I didn't hate it like a lot of other people seem to. I didn't think it was great, but I thought the art was really good. But what about you?
Yeah, I think the art is better in this issue for sure. And if you like the original Hush, you'll like this. It's the same kind of story.
That's what I'm saying. I can't see how you couldn't not like it because it kind of is the same kind of story, right?
That's exactly the same.
And like I said, you could get at the end, like now you should message me and say, Bruce still thinks it's Hush. Because there's been talk of what might be. And again, it's not a spoiler because I don't know. But the thing that I kept being told, and even when you go into this, when Jason comes in and he's still just got that hard on him, oh my God, you saved the Joker, you saved the Joker. There is one person who is been recently deceased that Batman was not there to save. And if you really play your P's and Q's right, it was because he was dressed up as Tom Selleck having a vacation on beachfront while you did have City of Bane going on, and Alfred got his neck snapped right in front of Damian. So you could have it still where maybe this is Alfred, but it feels too nasty. Like, where do you go from there? Because people want Alfred back, but if Alfred's this Hush, do you get him back? Because he's pretty bad then.
He's not the same, yeah.
The idea that if he's there and you had these weird plays, that it was just, look, he's reminding him of all the people he did save that were bad, but he never saves the good in a different way. But I don't think Alfred's getting a vice and breaking the Joker's jaw to the play. That's pretty bad. Like, people might say, well, I mean, later on, I'll talk about clones being their head blown off, and I have no problem with it. But the idea where you're like, well, that's not that bad. Joker's bad, but that doesn't feel like Alfred if it was. So we have to see how it goes. And then Hush is legit mentioned in this. At one point, Jason Todd seems kind of, when we get to it, kind of confused. But you do have Riddler saying about Hush at the end, which, again, that felt kind of crazy. But what I did like, where Batman is taking Joker to the only place he thinks he can go. And it's Leslie. It's Leslie Tompkins.
Yeah.
And I do like where he basically says, while he didn't mean to do it, but he completely screwed her life. Like, he says she is stuck in this life now that she knows too much. She's the only one who can deal with things like that. And that's not a great life. And maybe, not even maybe, it seems like he feels bad that he has to go to her. And I do like where Leslie, her character is done well here, I think. Because she always does bitch and moan, like she doesn't want to do it, but she'll always do it. Because even Batman says you'll save anybody, but she'll kind of come, well, I can't do it here. There's not this.
Yeah, I like she's pushing back because she's like, I'll help as much as I can, but he'll probably die because I don't have the equipment here.
Yeah, and I don't think that she loves working on the Joker, but the idea, like, she's not equipped for this.
Yeah.
And when Batman comes in, she says, and legit, when you think about it, now Alfred being gone, because definitely if Alfred was there and alive, you could think that Alfred probably would do just as good, maybe, because he's done a lot of crazy things. But you might think the Batcave is where the equipment is. Like, Batman does have some crazy equipment, especially because at times he'll, go back to the Batcave pretty much almost dead. And, Alfred will have to save him and things like that. So when he goes here, it definitely has that layer for me is that he does not want to save the Joker. But he also, in my mind, would you go with the idea that if Leslie doesn't do it right, and unfortunately Joker dies, that Batman will be happy. He won't blame Leslie. He'll be happy that Joker's dead and he didn't have to kill him. That he's like, okay, well, I
tried to save him. Yeah.
Right? Yeah, we tried. I got the best person I could. And even start the blame game would be, well, Joker's so bad, we don't have anywhere else to take him, so that's his fault. No, because he does go through, and we've had this. We just had it with Joe Chill at the end of Tom Taylor's Detective, where you'll get the of the mind Batman of like, well, I could do this, and they keep doing this, and we know he won't. So it always plays out like weird to me because it's like it wastes time now that we've seen it so many times. Well, he doesn't have, thumbprints and he's here and we could just throw him in the bay, or I could throw it. At one point, it almost becomes like really odd, like, what do they call it? Like torture porn. Like the idea is like, I could throw him in a furnace. I can do this. I can do that. But he's not going to do it himself. So when he ends up, because he passes out. Now, also what happens here, what's that?
When Batman fell asleep, I thought that was odd. But
yeah. And what else is funny? Because you want to have the story where Batman legit saves Joker. Uh-huh. So Leslie says, oh, no, he's not going to make it. We need something to sedate him. Is there anything in your belt? And
that's stupid.
Yeah, he pulls out the deal, and he does. And then Leslie, one of the first things she says is, you saved him. And then I was able to save him. I'm like, that's just there to force the only reason why you have that sedation thing is to force it. So Batman has a hand in saving, which I don't think he wanted. I really think, and he goes to sleep, has a little bit of a, sexy dream about the Joker. And then when he wakes up, he does say, is he dead? And I think he does look upset, but I think he's like, tell me he's dead. Like, please, like, I want this to be over. And she's like, oh, great. You have such confidence in me. And she's like, he'll live for now. But she does say we have to get him to a hospital. And, that's not going to happen. Like, well,
she sewed his jaw shut, I guess. So there's no way to feed him. And
she says he needs intravenous steel. Now, again, this is why I said earlier, because she says, where you have to take him. And because the Batcave's set up for shit like that, because things go wrong with Robbins and him and all that. So he has that stuff. So he has to take it to the cave. But earlier, even, you have Leslie saying, you got to take him to the hospital. Maybe Arkham. And they keep saying, like, again, though, take him to Arkham. If he goes to Arkham in this state, he'll be killed. I'm like, take him to Arkham. Just, let him go and whatever.
He's saying that the prisoners would kill him?
Yeah, I guess he's saying that because he's so vulnerable, they would just kill him. Like, whatever. That'd be fine. Yeah. And the hospital, they're not going to accept it. And, it's going to be a weird play. But what he says is, that's what Hush wants. Hush wants, like, people like the paparazzi oh no, look, Batman on a date with the Joker. He's there and the Joker's half dead and he's taking him to a deal. I guess he doesn't want people to see a picture of him trying to save the Joker, like a picture of him going to the ER. And it just felt weird. It felt weird that that's what he was worried about. Again, he thinks that everything, and it almost feels like at the end, he's going to go and and he's going to find out, while we did see what, that Tommy Elliott lived, I think the better play would be at the end that Tommy Elliott is not involved. It's Batman just so paranoid. It'd be like the ghost of Tommy Elliott that's haunting him. But I don't know how we're going to play it out. But boy, he is real concerned about what people will think if they see a picture of him and the Joker. And again, it becomes the idea of it's Hush fucking with him again. And that's what we talked about all of the first Hush. I don't know if this is better because it was kind of odd the first time, but this is just like, it really feels like Bruce is making it up in his head, that there isn't really that much evidence for him to say, oh, definitely it's this. So they're doing this. He does have to take him back to the Batcave, and that's where we get some really good spread pages.
Yeah, because anytime Jim Lee has to draw the Batcave, it's like top notch.
And it really feels like, again, if you were playing the idea of the first Hush was 20 years ago in continuity, they're playing it up as this is almost exact of what we saw before. It looks so cool, but it does look, because he's got the cars up on the lifts and he's got all these things going on. Joker's on this, futuristic looking deal that could also be a pod racer, but he's there going. And so then Joker is, mouth sealed shut, but he's keeping him alive. And he says, again, this is all Hush's deal. Hush wants to do this, but I could just dump you in the bay. I could make a furnace and open grave. He keeps saying this stuff. And he says, but that's what Hush wants me to do. But it's funny. It's like Hush, everything Batman does, he ends up, that's what Hush wants me to do. But again, in this, it does play out later on. We'll talk about it. You've read it. The Last Days of Lex Luthor, the Mark Waid story. It is a part in that where Lex and Superman come to an impasse because of the idea that Lex wants Superman to pretty much kill Lex. And he says, you're trying to do this. You'll ruin me. You'll end up making me somebody who I'm not, and I'll never get over it, so I can't do it, whatever. And that kind of feels like what Batman's saying, too. I can just do this. He's laying Joker right at his doorstep. He could get rid of him easily, but that would change him. And then that whole conundrum there is what Hush is playing. It's like, that's what Hush wants me to do, but we're at war. It's the idea that Hush is playing kickball. Batman is playing three-dimensional chess. They're not playing the same game. I think Batman is making up the game in his head. It's really odd. I'd like to have seen, like, the idea I wish we have seen Hush. I wish we saw something a little different than the first one.
Has Hush popped up between when Hush originally came out and now?
He did maybe in that thing that you read when they had that anniversary issue.
I know he's alive, but does Bruce think to call Tommy Elliott on the phone or visit him? Or?
I don't think it has really. I again, people might say no, because we had other things like Lincoln March that ended up almost feeling like, okay, here we go again. And that whole play in a different way. But now it's, Tommy Elliott. Now, if Eric loved Lincoln March, if it becomes like that, you have a combo, that'd be pretty cool. You like the Joker's toenails?
Oh, I was going to ask you about that. Does he paint them or are they just black?
I think that's more of the rot. And
they look like little skinny fingers.
Yeah, they do. He looks like he's like, when he's by himself, he's like picking up like glasses with it and stuff, drinking coffee with his feet. It does play off. It looks very goth. But it also feels like when people get poisoned, their toenails go bad. But I don't mind the goth look there. But he even says like there's no fingerprints. I could just get rid of it.
I love the stuff that Jim Lee put on Bruce's hands, like to reinforce his fists, like those.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Like almost like brass knuckles, kind of.
Yeah, it does look like that. Like even then, it could even be like almost like an electronic thing. Like he make the thing because when he's doing it, he is looking at is he looking at the Joker's brain? Maybe. When he's there with that heads-up display while he's sitting there spread eagle. I do like in the back where you do have the cars, but then it does look on the side of that might be the outfits. Do you see that in those tubes or whatever? Or maybe he got a little dark and that's just like he's become a guy who collects souvenirs of people, but I think it's the outfits in a weird way. Like he can go and shift through those or whatnot. But I'd like to see a little more detail of that. Would be neat.
I would nurse him back to health, and then just imprison him down there, never to see the light of day again.
Lock him up like he did KG Beast, and then just sayonara. But yeah,
on a pit like Bane or something.
Yeah, so in that, you end up suddenly, somebody's there. You end up where Batman realizes this. It's Jason Todd. Mm-hmm. And now we're just going to go back to square one with Jason.
It's annoying, too, because they play it up for a while like you don't know who this is, even though he's on the cover. I mean, it's... Try to keep him in the shadows. And
then once you see, like, the arm and things like that.
Yeah.
And there are some good callbacks to the first Hush in this, because one of the big things was at the point of the first Hush, Jason was legit dead, had not come back, and you ended up Hush using Clayface to try to pretend that Jason Todd coming back from the dead was all pissed off and things like that and going after Bruce. And in that, the one play was, and it was kind of a cool thing, because we said at that point, Clayface really went with that role. Like, he really was, but he learned to fight as a Robin by watching Dick Grayson.
So his fighting was different.
His fighting technique was Dick Grayson, not Jason Todd. So in this, he says, this is Jason. He's using, but again, it could be that he learned, like, Batman's so beside himself about it being Hush, but he wants
20 years to learn. Come on, man.
Yeah, and in that, 20 years to get pissed, I guess. And even then when he says, like, he's going to go with the idea that Jason biggest failure, but a failure in that he thinks that he failed Jason and that he still thinks about it. It still haunts him. But then he also says, yeah, he came back and he's never been right. Like, come on, he's tried so hard at points, but you won't let it. And now, every time, though, each writer, it goes back to this. Even Batman at one point says, get over this idea of this, crowbar. And Jason says, it really hurt. Like, it wasn't you that got hit by it, it was me. And so when it's going down with it, he does, though, say, I have to make sure this is Jason. Jason then says, I know that this happened before. He seems to have found that out later. It was weird that Batman didn't explain to him later what happened, and maybe they talked about it or whatnot. But Batman goes around the wrong way. He's going to try to shoot his mask off to see if it's Jason, when he could just say, like, I kind of want to know it's you. In the meantime, he's trying to stop Jason from shooting Joker. And he even says, Jason puts the gun up to the cow, and he says, it's reinforced. You're not going to be able to do anything. And he's like, well, I'll just shoot him. He's not bulletproof and he's going to shoot the Joker. And again, I think that if you're going to get upset about stuff and not like it, we've seen this a lot. This is 3 Joker stuff. We've seen it in Batman. So I wished it wasn't Jason. I wish there was something else than just Jason saying, you never killed Joker. But again, I said at the beginning, whether or not it feels like Alfred or whatever, this it also feels a little over the top for Jason again. But it is a guy who, Alfred got killed too because Batman wasn't around, and yet he'll save the Joker, do whatever. So it could be something with it, but you end up where they're going to fight. Jason says, listen, I know you're not going to shoot me. And it's funny, he just did. You know what I mean?
Well, he's got the gun to his neck there, right?
And he shot him in the face, which is so odd. And people were saying about the idea of, oh man, it's crazy. Batman could have killed, like that. I'm like, it's crazy. He shot a gun. I know he will.
It's so weird to see him carrying a gun.
Yeah, well, he grabbed it from Jason and picked it up and shot him. And I'm like, Jesus, like, that's weird. But he's shooting him to see into the mask.
I love that he has a domino mask underneath his Red Hood mask.
Yeah, just in case. But again, he says, I know that this happened before and it's not that. But at the one point where there is that play where he says, like, oh, you're working with Hush. And Jason goes like, Hush? And it was weird. And so, again, I don't know. It's kind of a weird play. But then it feels like by the end, it is that. You know what I mean? Yeah. Because Batman's like, Jason, he's like, you had to make sure, Bruce. I get it. I know all about how Clayface impersonated me. Games you play with Tommy Elliott, like tonight. And I'm like, so he knows about it. But yet he kind of reacts. I'm telling you, he says like, Hush. And then they keep going. And I don't know if he just didn't make a weird connection or whatever. But he says, you're not going to do this. And that's what he says. Have you been talking to Tommy Elliott? To Hush? And he says, drop the gun. I'm like, okay, like, what are you, like, is he saying that, like, obviously? It's weird. It's a weird play. And I hate to think of Jason as just being pure out villain again. But it just feels odd. But yeah, he ends up just beating the living crap out of Batman.
Oh, he pistol whipped pretty good, yeah.
Yeah, now Batman is again and says, listen, he says, you are not angry at the Joker. He was only the blunt instrument like the crowbar he hit you with. And Jason says, like, after all I've been through, I can still feel it. And then just beats the cut like he's
I
beating
think
him
I'd
up
be
like
mad at the Joker, Bruce. I don't know. He's the one that swung that freaking crowbar at me.
Yeah, exactly. And he's like, it's funny, like he is trying to say, like, listen, like, your real anger is with me and the critic. Like, no.
Yeah.
And that's the thing, though. His anger at you is because you didn't kill Joker and he thinks Joker deserves to die. And there's more than just him and his mom. All the other things Joker's done since. And you know that Jason Todd is sitting there with a list made of lipstick in the basement where every time Joker does some bullshit, he's like, that would never happen. That would have never happened. And because Batman should have taken revenge. But that's not Batman. And that's something Jason should realize by now, too. It's kind of cool, but we've done this before. Like, we've done it so much. And yeah, you end up where Jason says, I still feel my skull cracking. And then Batman says, take it out on me. Says you were so young and, in your heart, you believe it was me who got you killed, but it wasn't. You were so young. And Jason does seem to snap out of it a bit. But then says, how could you say?
Well, in that picture right there where it says he's so young, that's how he looked when he died.
Yeah. So it's like crazy. I do like the deal. There's that crazy white hair.
Yeah, what's up with that? A birthmark or something that causes the white hair? I don't know.
I just think it's just been there since and whatnot. Now he does it. I think it was like originally I thought it was the Lazarus Pit deal, but whatever. But I think he dyes it now. He's like pretty cool. Like I've seen Steven Tyler with the same exact look, and he's like, back in the day, he's pretty cool. But he says, and also Steven Tyler, also, if you get away, you're going to have hepatitis. He says, I never should have put you in harm's way. It was my job to protect you. I failed. I'm sorry. And then Jason just busts out.
Well, yeah, they have a tender moment. You think they're going to hug it out, bitch. And then,
I thought they were going to hug it out, bitch.
Yeah.
But nope. He says, how could you say? He just, again, this is the thing. You are in like an immovable object, this meeting, the impassable thing, because Batman thinks everything's hush. Jason thinks everything should be Joker dead. So they're not even listening to each other at one point. Tommy Elliott made you do this. Hush, man. The Joker needs to be dead. Yeah, but Hush made you do that. Hush. Joker needs to be dead. Joker. Hush is it. You're like, okay, we get it. Again, I like this issue a lot for the art. But the story is, again, it's frustrating me again, and we're just a couple issues in, but it's not frustrating me like that Martian Manhunter. But you end up where then we go and you have Barbara and Dick Grayson talking, and they're in the clock tower, and it looks awesome. And they start talking ambiguously just to reveal that who they're talking about is Riddler, who looks like if you would have an absolute Riddler, he probably would look like this.
This is Riddler times 10. Last time we saw him in Hush. I mean,
he looks like absolute like Riddler, like ready to just go to town. And I kind of like it. I like it better than that crazy one that Tom King had. But it says in the idea that, what's going on? Like, he knows their identities. This is messed up. Jason, all this. And we got to do something. And you even have where, hey, it's weird to say if they are talking about this because he's right there, right?
He's in the clock tower.
Like he's a lot smarter than you or anyone gives him credit for. I never thought that anybody ever thought that Riddler wasn't smart. I actually thought the problem is they think he's too smart for his own good. He ends up with these riddles because he can't get past that. And he's got, the deal where he's almost like a beautiful mind insane. But they say that and says, I know, what it feels like, but he says, if what he is saying is true, and my intuition is that it is, we can only trust each other now. But they never really give you what the play is. And I'm like, what is this? Is it that Alfred's back? Is it that it isn't? I don't know. And says, I can't believe it. The Joker. Yeah, and this can't be like, oh my God, Batman saved the Joker, because he's done it a million times. He always will do it. But I don't know. And then he says, riddle me this. Why would you help us? What Dick says to the Riddler. And he says, answer, you don't understand Hush like I do. So boom, he mentions Hush. So again, when Batman goes so over the top, you don't want to make Batman look like an idiot, but it's the idea that you didn't give us enough info. But again, when he says, you don't know Hush like I do, you're going to need all the help you can get, Dick, you and Babs, even Bruce. Now, that doesn't mean that it's Hush. I was telling somebody this one point where he might be saying, listen, you don't know or understand Hush like I do. Like, this isn't him. This is something worse. Or he's come back and he's, you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Like, the idea is you think it's Hush, but you don't understand Hush like I do, and this isn't Hush. this is something else, or
it looks like it's Hush initially, but if you really look into it, it's not.
Yeah, it seems like it might be something like that, or if it is Tommy Elliott, it's like more than just that. Like he's got some friend, like I said, maybe it's Lincoln March, maybe it's Alfred, but I think it's like, you don't understand, and this isn't it. And because again, with Hush and the first Hush, to me, it was pretty much, I want to screw with Bruce. I want to screw with him. At the end, it was kind of weird, the whole play, but he wanted to be like Bruce. He thought Bruce got the attention, all that. There wasn't a lot of like, I'm going to take down Barbara. And he's saying, you're all going to need help. Like Hush, the only thing you would think is Hush would go after them to get back at Bruce, but this might be something bigger and something, crazier. So we'll see. We'll see, but I think that's kind of the play. I don't think that Riddler just shows up and says, hey, it's Hush again, and you're going to need my help. Hopefully. I think it's something a little different. But he looks badass. He's ready to go out and kick ass. And I do like that you have it with the other Batgirl costumes behind, which makes it kind of cool that he has like this crazy costume on as well, and has that crazy, almost looks like Fate back in the day, the character Fate with the Ankh tattoo on his eye. We were talking about him last night, but in this, he has that Riddler question mark on his eye. Yeah,
tattoo, and then he's got some like scepter-looking weapon thing.
I mean, here's the thing. You get that crazy, like, it looks like adamantium, or adamantine in the movie.
Yes.
Like, it's this crazy deal, and then you're like, he is crazy. He's tattooing his face. So there you go. A lot of people do that now. I still don't get it. But he said, I just wanted to look like Post Malone a bit. But at the end, he's going to help, and that's pretty crazy. And then in the meantime, Batman wakes up in the cave, and the whole place is ripped apart from their fight, and Joker is gone. Jason ran off with Joker.
But he says Jason is working with Hush.
And he says it was not. He said he was going to finish what he came here to do. It was not to kill the Joker. I'm like, I think it was. Like Batman really, like, he's the world's greatest detective. He's also jumping to so many conclusions. But again, he's always right because they always usually make him right. But he says Jason is working with Hush. I'm waiting for the ... But who's Hush? And that's what I think the big play is. That's what I said about with the Riddler. The things is the idea hush, 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 when the real mystery might be, is this actually Tommy Elliott or is it somebody else? That's what I'm hoping. We need some twist. We need something else than just Hush is messing with me. Hush is messing with me. Riddler will be the one maybe we'll find out from, but we'll have to wait to see. And then you get a weird preview for Batgirl.
It's crazy because you're like, I got 10 more pages. But
I actually thought, because when you see it, I thought it was like just more like a backup story with Cass, but it's a preview.
When you buy the printed copies, is that in there too?
Yeah, I think it is.
They charge more money for that?
I think they were going to charge more for this anyway, so they end up giving
I would have rather seen 5 more pages of Jim Lee.
It would have been nice, but I think they really want to get, there's a lot of people who pre-ordered this book, or a lot of people seemingly buying it, and I think they want to push like a Batgirl. They should have like a Batman and Robin preview would be nice to help Philip Kennedy Johnson, maybe a Green Arrow, but they're going to help Tate Brummel, and they're starting a new arc. So it actually should say right away, it should say Batgirl #7 preview, a new arc, great for jumping on, because that first story kind of was a little off in my mind, didn't do much, but a lot of people seem to like it. But what would you give this?
Because of the incredible art, and just happy to see Jim Lee back on this, and kind of and Jeff Loeb keep the Hush formula going. I just give this an 8.
I'm a little lower. I'm going to be positive and give it a 7. I think when I first read it, I was like a 6.5, but I like some of the things. I like the Leslie stuff, but again, I have to keep thinking of the idea that it is in that vein of that first Hush, which was a bit frustrating, but I still liked it. I still like some of the side things. I still like the guests, and the art's great, so I'm going to go with that to be positive. But I saw people saying it's like a 1.
No. It's a solid Batman story. Come on.
At the end of the podcast, we talk about Power God, and that's like, this is better than that. And I wouldn't give that a 1. Might have given it a 2. I can't remember, but it was pretty low. People were talking to me this week, and me and Matt also do the Marvel podcast that we have. And we're joined by more people with that, but me and Matt do the big books. And some people were saying that, oh man, you and everybody, they're all giving good scores lately, and I don't understand. What are you like positive? Are you doing? And I'm like, wait till you hear our scores this week at Marvel. They're low. Like, we went real low on the two books we talked, Amazing Spider-Man and One World Under Doom.
It's way better than both of those books.
Yeah. So, yeah, if you want to hear us talk and lose our minds on those, but just to point out, me and Matt do a show on the Patreon, and we also do our Marvel podcast, which is on a regular feed. So if you haven't listened to that and want to listen to some things going on at Marvel, and really one of the things, if you're just a DC fan and you want to see how much better you don't realize how DC is, maybe check out the Marvel podcast, because Marvel's at a bad spot right now. There's not a lot of good stuff going on, but there's always something to grab on. DC has a bunch of good books, especially this week. So we'll be going on to more of those, because I think that what we're going off to right now is me and Zach talking Justice League, and then ending the section with me and Gabe with Superman and Green Lantern. So thanks for joining me as always, Matt, and we'll move on to Justice League Unlimited. All right, I'm here with Zach. What's going on, Zach?
What's up, Jim?
Nah, whatever. I don't know. Podcasting. Me and you are doing
the NFL
Justice
draft.
League. Yeah, the NFL draft. We're looking at Shedeur Sanders is just slipping and
poor
slipping.
Shedeur.
He needs to go back in time, and maybe, I don't know what he would adjust, but it seems like everybody has something against him, or maybe his father. But here we are with the Justice League, and yeah, me and you did the World's Finest last week, so we're going to be doing this whole crossover. And we liked the first issue of this crossover, the We Are Yesterday. We just thought that the beginning was real fun. When we ended up having that, the beginning was a lot of fun. And then you kind of get to, weird hand waving, you get to the deal. But now we're kind of in the event. Now, in this issue, they're going to deal with something I did not think we were going to deal a ton with. But, I guess you need to know answers and stuff. And it's Airwave and why he turned on the Justice League. And you could already tell, I mean, the idea of him saying he turned on him, he always did seem
reluctant,
a little wary and reluctant of doing it. Though when you find out what the real thing is, then you're like, well, why didn't you go further in being reluctant? Because you kind of saw it was very odd. You'll see. And when we talk about it again, it's another thing that does feel forced. But so far, even with that, I'm kind of liking this story enough. We're just at the beginning, obviously, but we have 4 more issues. We'll see. But this is the Justice League Unlimited number 6. And I was just at the credits. It's a big credits page. You got script by Mark Waid, plot by Mark Waid and Christopher Cantwell, or Christopher Can't Write Well, as we say. Art by Travis Moore. Colors by Tamra Bonvillain-Block. And letters by Dave Sharp. Cover by Dan Mora, and really Travis Moore does a good job. I do like the art in this a lot. You have a lot of characters in this, but a lot of them are just like in the background. You end up where the main characters, whatever, but you do have a lot of characters in the background. And when we jump into this, I said you start off by kind of going back to the deal. You have the African jungle 2 months ago, and you end up seeing kind of what Grodd ended up doing, and ended up where his ultimate self deal comes back and kind of ends up making him, I would just say, ultimate Grodd. It really does feel like it's this over the top Grodd with the Martian Manhunter powers involved and everything else, to end up being able to, figure out what he was going to do and how he's going to do it, because he wants to use these new powers to kind of take over things. And you end up seeing what he did was, and I thought it was kind of a funny play, because in the here and now, like Joker, a mess. Lex, he's kind of good. Just blew off a guy's head this week. We'll hear in a little bit. And also the idea of in jail and stuff. And all the other bits of the Legion of Doom, they're kind of scattered.
Yeah, Sinestro's a Green Lantern. Like you got a lot of things.
Yeah, so, and I like the play of that with the kind of continuity of Grodd. Like, I want to get the team back together, but the team really sucks.
Yeah.
Like, he's like, listen, and
they've seen better days.
Yeah, and he's like, I'm not drafting Shedeur Sanders either. I heard Grodd say that. But the idea of all this, it's funny, we say that, and suddenly he'll be like the last one picked in the round, but it might be over by now. But you end up
it's over. He didn't get picked.
Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, so he ends up where he's taken to the streets. He's overpowered now. And he wants to do what he wants to do. And the idea, though, is that the Justice League itself now is kind of the ultimate version. There's so many members now that he really does need to figure something out. He wants to do this. He has to figure things out. And we kind of know what he did. He, went back in time and grabbed some people. But in the meantime, you're going to find out what he did to kind of infiltrate the Justice League and do this with Airwave and how he ended up getting it done. And it's okay. It's just kind of weird because first off, Airwave, lost in time, one of the lost children, comes back, right? And he's kind of waltzing down the road. You know what I mean? Like he's just there in Austin, Texas, and he's just walking around in this costume. He doesn't really have anybody, really. And the idea where he's like, well, because Superman comes down and goes, hey there, Airwave, what's going on? He's like, well, not much, but the rent, I guess. And then Superman's like, here's a membership card. You're a part of the Justice League. And you have Airwave's like, oh, man, that's awesome. He's like, oh, Mr. Superman's. And it's nice enough. But he ends up saying, well, Superman says, you did really good in Absolute Power. And he did help at the one point. He was getting him back and forth with that. The problem is I swear to God, I thought that we already saw that he was kind of on the take then. But in the meantime, Superman flies off and Grodd's been watching. The idea that Grodd's peeking out of the alley.
I think Superman should have noticed.
You know what I mean? Yeah. And it's Grodd.
Yeah, I mean, he has super hearing. I mean, come on now.
And it's just a gorilla big
heartbeat.
Giant gorilla there going. And he ends up where Superman flies away. And then Grodd's like, this is how I'll get him. Now, again, at this point, like, I don't know, things happen too quick where all of a sudden, Grodd uses the whole mind control of all this stuff and up the powers, Martian Manhunter thing, to end up duping and making Airwave of the Mind think that the space station, the International Space Station, is under attack. And he goes up to stop this and immediately is trying to call the Justice League, but they're not responding. Nobody's responding. And you end up, it is funny too, when you go up and you're like, what is like, even the whole play of this seems like so wrong, but you kind of explain it. Grodd kind of explains it as Airwave is just so like Airwave going up to a space station is probably like just blows his mind because of where he is from and he was lost in time. And he's picking on Airwave because Airwave was gone and doesn't know anything about Superman. But again, when you end up having Airwave say, oh my God, yes, Mr. Superman, like, he's definitely in awe of Superman, right? He definitely is like, oh my God, geez, I don't think he'd believe Grodd, at least with Superman.
Not this easily. I get it's trickery, but he's got to know there's supervillains that exist like that. At least go talk to somebody you trust. Like we were talking off what the heck do you call it? Off channel, off the mic. Thank you. Yes. Yeah, off air. And yes, why didn't he ask Stargirl? Why didn't he ask anybody he's worked with? Like, come on now.
Like, Stargirl's been around. Some of the other...
have you ever heard of this giant gorilla named Grodd? He seems like a really nice guy. Oh, boy.
And also the idea, not even just that, is the idea that there's... Grodd ends up, because Grodd goes then and ends up saying, hey, I'm here to help you there, Airwave. And he's like, oh, did the Justice League send you? He has no idea who Grodd is. And then Grodd's like, no, we're a little different.
The Justice League.
Yeah, and then says the Justice League are full-out fascists. They end up controlling the shadow government. They are all evil. They do only things for themselves. You don't want to be any parts of them. And pretty much, can you help? Because you're dying. All these things. Not even the idea that he would go to the Watchtower and say, hey, can somebody check me to see if something's wrong? Because Grodd says, oh, you're dying. You have tachyon fever. And, he's playing the whole deal of him being lost in time. Yeah, and he's like, I'm great. And he's like, no, you're sick. And by the way, anybody who you know is going to die. If you saved anybody, it's like the craziest thing.
You're wiped out of existence. Everything you've ever done will have never happened.
It's a Benjamin Button. He's going to now de-age to a point to disappear as a baby. And anybody you help, you'd never help. They'll end up, you'll be out of time.
So does this...
Like, yeah, it's so over the top.
Yeah, well, I know this is a lie, but like if I'm Airwave and I'm thinking, wait, so does that mean I never helped like stop Amanda Waller and help them do it? Surely the Justice League would get involved then because I was they said it themselves. I was pivotal towards it.
Yeah, and it doesn't even make sense. And then he's like, oh no, but my sister. Yep, your sister will die then. You're done. And so here's what you're going to do. You're going to go back to the Justice League, to the Watchtower. And I'm going to call on you. You're going to spy on them and you're going to do some crazy things. But don't tell them because they're fascists and they're crazy and they're evil. I'm like, I think you'd be like right away, like, I don't think this sounds like Superman. Like if it was Batman, all right, I can see it. But Superman, and he's like, okay, and he really Airwave just. I know he's supposed to come off as like an oh shucks golly golden age kid who's just naive or whatever. Kind of comes off as a big dummy.
Yeah,
And so when he goes up, because I mean, Grodd, I'm telling you, Grodd, when this happens, because none of this is really happening, it's in the mind. So he ends up in this space station. I like this guy where they're like, oh man, I don't even know who you is. And when he ends up saying, you know, oh, you're not going to be able to stop me. And plus my plan, he's like, I'm going to destroy this so that then my bosses who hired me will be hired to make a new one and we'll charge a lot. I'm like, even that felt kind of funny, weird.
So you're going to destroy the thing you're inside of? Like, can you survive in outer space? How'd you get up there? Are you like Airwave? Did you travel that way? Like, what's going on?
Yeah, the Airwave's just a moron. He's yelling for the Justice League, but it's not really happening. So it's not working. So you end up where he goes off. And then Grodd's just thinking about, okay, who am I going to get? How am I going to get them? And all this going on with the time travel and stuff like that. And he's going to gather the team. He admits, hey, listen, I was part of what's it called? Inferno. This is what he's telling us. But he needs Airwave to kind of go back in time and get all the other guys. So he uses his tachyon deal. This is, again, Airwave just thinking he's helping. And now you have to go back in plain sight and, you know, help out. And, you know, don't get too crazy. And even Grodd, the idea of it is he has to find somebody who's real dumb because he says, I can't really mind control them or they'll figure that out. So I got to find a dummy and it's Airwave. And I'm like, I kind of feel bad for Airwave being this dumb. But yeah, and so you end up where then he goes back, gets the Legion of Doom. I don't get it. Why they would be like, I get it, but I don't. The idea that they had to go through this whole ruse to be Inferno, but what they're saying is they wanted to weaken the team. They wanted to get everybody on different parts of the world, whatever. Like just this whole ruse of Inferno felt weird and over the top. You do get a war wheel, which is funny, where Superman's bringing that down. But in the meantime, they have the Hall of Doom. They're having all the things, and this is where you end up where Airwave gets kind of called back with and taken with Grodd. And and says that I'm going to get my friends, and they're going to help cure you. So he's like, yeah. So when he goes in, he goes, these are your friends, and now he recognizes that.
Wait a minute. Why is the Joker over there with you, Grodd?
And the idea, I think that the idea of Airwave thinking Grodd is good is easier for me to swallow than him thinking the entire Justice League are bad. Because again, Wonder Woman, that Superman, these are characters he kind of should know. They're not really bad, but he's convinced of that. But the idea, it should have just been Grodd saying, you know, I'm the only guy who can help you. Yeah, you know, just don't mention me because of this or whatever. But instead he goes full out the other way of the Justice League when he doesn't really need too much of the attack on the Justice League. It's more than he needs his tachyon deal and his way to kind of finagle that into being time travel. But whatever. It's fine. I like when they go into space. It's all a ruse. Like all the stuff that he's trying to fool him with, and Airwave it's
just all smoke and mirrors and bullshit.
And he loves it all. He's like, everything is like, oh my God, really? Like,
I love what he says. Where it's like, it's as easy as taking a banana from a chimpanzee.
Yeah, he says
like,
that's what
really?
he's saying, Gorilla City. So yeah, so he gets the old school, and that's again, it's to explain how he goes back in time. And I really do like that concept. And when we did see them in that thing, I said right away, these are from, you know, back in the day. You have, especially Sinestro in the old costume, all of them. So it's cool. And Grodd is the mastermind of this. I mean, I actually thought that we were starting with Grodd, and then it would eventually, okay, this was the Lex thing all along.
Luthor would take over.
Yeah, that's what I thought it was. But no, it's
Grodd. It's full on Grodd.
I like that. I like that Grodd's, you know, the big guy. But that's the play, though. And that's where Airwave flips out and says, you lied to me. These are the bad guys. While you do have the Justice League, they have tracked Airwave to where the last location. So they're heading to him to try to get him. And legit, even if you could say, well, they are scattered or whatever, they're throwing some heavy hitters to get them. I mean, it's, you know, Shazam, there's Stargirl. He should have had. That would be the first one to go and say, listen, because not only are you there asking Stargirl, hey, I got this guy and this gorilla guy, and he told me that all of the Justice League are really bad. And they go, but you would say that to her because you're worried that she might be in danger too. It wouldn't just be you're saying like, hey, I'm checking it out. There's a lot of these characters that he, especially Stargirl, that he has a bit of a recent history with the lost children and things like that, and yet doesn't say anything. And so, yeah, you end up where he goes and says, oh, my God, you guys, you're jerks. You end up duping me. The one thing that was Grodd was pretty good. And actually, it makes kind of, even Luthor looks and smirks like, man, this Grodd's pretty cool. Because he says, you told me that I was going to die. You said I was going to die. Did you lie about that too? And then Grodd blasts him into oblivion, goes, not really. It just makes it, and he is just, if they say something like, well, he escaped the last, no, he is a smudge. That's pretty bad. And I just like where Luthor's just like, this gorilla guy, pretty cool. Even Joker's laughing at him. There's stupid Bizarro. But you end up where now the heroes come in and say, hey, Watchtower, we found it. It's Legion of Doom. Stand down, Grodd, stand down. All of you. Grodd's still kind of laughing. And he says, and I mean, like I said, Flash, Donna Troy, Green Arrow, Hal, Wonder Woman,
Beast
Carol,
Boy.
Yeah, Beast Boy, Stargirl. You have Mr. Terrific, Shazam. This is a heavy-hitting team.
Oh, yeah.
At Firestorm in the back. And he always comes in for a little guest star deal.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, they're coming in. They even outnumber them. So they come in and they're like, stand down. And Grodd just like is smiling, goes, it's time, friends. Everybody pulls out these guns and just shoots them. I'm like, oh, crap. Like, that's crazy. That's crazy.
Okay, come on, Wally. Come on now. What are you doing?
Yeah. So in that, like, yeah, they look like they're done. I don't know what the guns exactly do, but they just made smears out of everyone else. So we'll have to see how it goes down. But yeah, they're all laughing too. They love it. But yeah, I thought it was pretty good. Again, Airwave, we find out he's just a dummy. Whatever, you could go with that. I mean, it's Airwave, so it doesn't really matter. But I really thought he would have talked to somebody or figured out something. But
yeah,
figured out too late. But what would you give it?
Yeah, I'm going to go 7.5 out of 10. I do enjoy this issue. I do think that it's a little, I don't want to say hand-wavy, but it's very much just we're going to just breeze over that Airwave got duped. He's naive, whatever, relying on that old Golden Age sidekick trope. But I mean, otherwise, I really do like it. Like you said, I really enjoy Grodd being the center villain. I think that is amazing. I love that so much. And the artwork by Travis Moore is fantastic. There's a lot to like about this. The only nitpick I have really is just things are a little bit fudged just to get us where we need to go. And it's whatever.
We're getting told how Airwave was duped. It doesn't really matter that much. It's just so that, because at one point we would have asked why, you had to show why at one point. But even mentioning his sister, they could have just grabbed his sister. Grodd could have been like, I have your sister. You have to do what you want to, you have to do what we say or else, and you have to go do that, whatever. But the whole play was a good line. And he's like, yeah, I'm going to kill you now. But yeah, so all of that, though, again, is to accept. Again, we're explaining with Airwave, we're explaining things we've already kind of seen happen, the time travel and also the infiltrating the Just League deal. So it wasn't like it progressed things until the very end when the Just League or those characters showed up and just get blasted. So we'll have to see what that ends up doing. But they did end up, calling back to the Watchtower.
Yeah,
and they should be being tracked as well. I mean, it should be that they can figure out where they are. So we'll have to see how that works out, and if more characters come in or they disappear or whatever. But we are going to continue it in the annual next week during the Patreon only show. So me and you will be doing that then, but a pretty quick. It really, you go through this, it is really fast.
Oh yeah,
this issue, but it's cool. I do like it. I do like the art, and I'm looking forward to seeing more Grodd. Usually when you get this, it would just be Lex.
Yeah.
And, Joker would do some whacked-ass shit.
Yeah. I'm very happy Grodd's the big bad.
Yep, I like that. I hope that they do, and there's not a ton of issues. It's a 6-issue deal. Mm-hmm. But I kind of want to hear, like, what some of these characters, if they do run in, like, say Sinestro runs into his new Green Lantern self of the current deal, and he's like, what are you doing, you jerk? Like, I want to see some things like that would be cool, but I don't know if we're going to do it. So we'll see. We'll see how it works out. Yeah, so I liked it. I'm going to give it a 7. Yeah. So you're a 7.5, right. I'm a 7. Pretty good. But that's it. So very quick, but we'll move on. I think now we're going to Suscape. I think that we'll be doing Suscape and going to Superman and Green Lantern, 2 pretty good books. So,
Yeah.
well, actually, this was a pretty decent week. You had a lot of bigger books that were pretty good. A couple might be stinkers, but a lot of them.
Well, I think there's 1 or 2 stinkers this week.
Yeah,
but
but
otherwise
still,
it was good.
there's always 1 or 2 stinkers. So
Yeah.
one of the, some of them are the usual suspects. But
Yeah.
indeed, pretty good though. So we'll go on now for me and Suscabe to talk Superman and the Green Lantern.
He gets up early, he says good morning. He never cuts anyone any slack. He reads his comics, he writes his reviews. Stephanie Phillips says that he's a hack, but she doesn't see his sensitive soul. He never lets it shine, but I don't think it will ever get old to say he gave Planet a 1 and 9. Suscape, don't cause a fussgate. Everything will work out fine. Suscape, don't ever trust Gabe. Did I tell you he gave Planet a 1 and 9?
And I'm here with Gabe. What up, Gabe?
What up, Jim? How are you?
Suscabe. Here he is. Suscabe for everybody. Everybody loves it. I wish that this was starting the segment because, indeed, people are now requesting the Suscabe theme.
What?
To people
Really?
where they're like, we need that Suscabe theme because I didn't play it the last couple times. I actually made up a couple songs on the fly to throw in. I may have to end the segment with the Suscabe theme.
You mean
they love
that
it.
whole thing with the femme fatale? The woman
There's
singing?
that one. I have 2. Actually, the original one that was actually, I mean, I don't know if I ever, really revealed this truth, Gabe, but it was the first song that I ever did with that new process deal. It was for you, and then I made a theme song for Luke Hollywood. So everybody gets a theme song. That is a badge of honor. Theme
Nice.
song. Eric had the Continuity Kid theme song. We have it all. I do need to make one about Stork being a nerd, but later on, we will have a new theme for the retro book, which does mention that he is a Star Trek geek. So we're here, though, to talk big books. There are big books this week, right?
I probably shouldn't tell you this. This is a bad idea, but I'm going to tell you anyway.
I love you too, Gabe.
Yeah, but I'm probably a bigger Star Trek fan than Stork.
Yeah, I actually think you guys, I've seen you with your nonsense as well. Though you've thrown down the gauntlet for Stork, well, now
I can speak a little Klingon. I'm just saying, I can speak a little Klingon, just a little bit.
So you're more sus than I ever thought.
Oh,
so with that, though, you got to I'll just make up terms. You're going to have to do the honor battle of the Klingons called the Unk-Klank, right? Is that what it is? You get them glaives that they have?
Yeah, you got to get the tongues on the side.
Yeah.
You get it's more like a...
That's what it is?
It's
all
like...
right. So it sounds like you got something
there.
stuck in your throat.
Yeah, you got to get the growl. You got to get the mucus growl in there.
I think that with the Klingons, I heard a joke in the past where what is like the worst job or the least job deal is a German comedian. I think maybe the Klingon comedian might be even worse. I don't know that they have a lot of comedy on Klingon, but who knows? Who knows? I'm sure
you can't tell.
Who knows? That might be explored, but I do want to see, Worf there with the bricks behind him doing some stand-up. It'd be pretty cool. That's what he does in the holodeck. There you go. Some people actually will go and say, "Oh, you know more about the Star Trek than you let on." Not really. I did end up where even when it was on, I'd fall asleep. I'd just fall asleep. It's just me and Star Trek do not mix. I'm more of a high fantasy adventure guy, like the Star Wars, but not anymore. I'm nobody now because I don't even like Star Wars. Maybe I should go
modern
to Star Trek
Wars
now.
is pretty terrible. It's not even close. So I'm with you on that one. But yeah, I'm a well-rounded geek. So
That's what
Star
I
Trek,
heard. I saw pictures of you.
Lord of the Rings, Star Trek. Oh boy, nice.
You're in shape, and the shape is round. They say. I don't even know. That was something Eric would say to me all the time. Now
Fantastic.
I can pass it on to you,
bastard. I'm glad he's gone.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Sus Gabe with the hot take. I should have the hot take button.
Where is the hot take button?
It's not. I have a bunch of things that Jason has gotten rid of all of my sound effects.
What is with Jason? Is he paying too much attention to his birds? What's going on with that?
I think he is. He likes to play with his birds, is what he does. But
I'll
here
give
we
him
are.
the bird if I keep it up.
Exactly. Well, we have two big books. Like I said, there are big books this week. I'm not going to say all of them are great, but they are really big and kind of lost in the shuffle, I think, is this Superman 25. It is the anniversary. I hate these 25 anniversary milestone deal. That's so ridiculous. And again, is it ridiculous or is it a sign of the times that right now you actually do when you get to 25, you're like, yeah, I guess it is a milestone nowadays. If it was at Marvel, this would be legendary if it got to 25. But we're here with a, oversized deal. I actually thought there was going to be a backup. When you go by the cover, I thought, oh no, are we going to get into the Perry White stuff again and that sort of thing? I wanted to see more of Jimmy and Silver Benchy, but it's just a straightforward story to kind of tie everything together with what we saw before to make it work going forward with Lex. I still have a problem with Superman by the end that the guy just, I don't know, he seems kind of like a jerk at points.
He's got some anger issues going on.
He does. And I wish that it was that, and I think it is, but I wish people would recognize that, especially Lex, because Lex desperately wanting to be good. And then we'll talk about it. But at the end, I'm like, he still helped you again, and you're still yelling at him. But it is Superman number 25, written by Joshua Williamson, art by Jamal Campbell, Eddie Barrows, Eber Ferreira, and Dan Mora. A lot of artists, but all of them pretty damn good. Colors by Alejandro Sanchez and Jamal Campbell, letters by Dave Sharp. And you do have the assistant editor, Jillian Grant, and editor, Paul Kaminsky. And yeah, so this is going to give you a little play of what Lex set up. Last issue, Mercy was like, oh, we had this plan all along. This is what Lex wanted. And it kind of broke my heart a little because I do like the good Lex. I like the good Lex that just doesn't know what good means and tries to do things that he thinks are good and it kind of fails. But most people want him as straight up villain. I know Dylan from the Aficionados wants him straight up villain. So he's a big Superman fan. I think that's what they're getting. But it's going to be a way of almost like, again, Batman creates his own villains. Superman's going to recreate the anger of Lex to just become, what the hell? If you're not going to listen to me, screw you. But what do you think?
Well, yeah, I mean, the first part of the issue just lays it out. Everything was planned. Lex is a master planner. This was all a long game. Everything from before he went to prison up until now was pretty much a plan. What he didn't plan for was that him losing his memories and eventually gaining it, he sort of became nice Lex.
Yeah.
And Mercy, for whatever reason, wasn't on board with that. She wanted the old Lex back, so she concocts this idea to kind of bring down Superman, Superwoman, and then she unleashes the individual we saw at the end of the last issue. Now, I think this is what plays into the problem with Superman a little bit later is they call it Project XL. I call it PXL for short, or Pixel. What is Pixel? Is he a clone?
Is he a clone?
Is he like an android of some sort?
Looks more like a clone, and this is going to come up. That's one of my biggest problems at the end is when you end up like, you're going to have a gray area of what do you do to this thing?
Is it alive?
Is it alive? It's its own thing. And again, I know that Superman himself would never kill Bizarro per se, but we've seen it happen. And so at the end, it is a weird play of what Lex does because it gets to that wonky deal of what do you do with clones? Do they have souls? Well, he is a ginger, so who knows? But the idea of all that is Lex himself taking him down, I think, is almost like the only way to do it, to get it. Like, it's weird. And when Superman flips out, I want Lex again to say, like, what are you talking about? Also, I have a bit of a problem with what they talk about Bizarro in it. But yeah, at the beginning, you do see that Mercy's all into, the evil plan as well. She likes the bad boy Lex, is what ends up being really. Yep. And so when this, XL Lex backwards, you said Pixel, the whole play of it.
Project XL.
You have, the Project XL where they were working on it. Lex said, no, it's not ready. It's going to cause problems. And it looks like he's just creating his own version of himself. But the weird play of it is why would Lex do that? I know that he's created Bizarros, but to create a recreation of himself that is superpowered seems like it's different than what I think Lex would do, is do that to himself. You know what I mean? And it's such a weird play that he would make something that's himself but more powerful, because I think Lex would know that thing comes out and it's just going to kill the real Lex right away to take over. And it's an odd play. It's an odd play of the way they do it.
I can imagine it's the right thing for him to do if he was going to do one of those extreme takes where he takes his own mind and puts it in the body. And say, okay, well, if I can't beat Superman with brains over brawn, I'm going to do both. I'm going to do brains and brawn. So I'm basically give a Superman powered body with my mind in it, and then I will take back all the love of Metropolis and everything else.
Well, what I think, and it's cool, it's got the black suit. I think that what I think Lex would do is this is an experiment on a clone of himself to get to the point where he could do it to himself. The idea that he's like, okay, this is the beta test. This is a test drive. We'll get this. We'll test it. Then just destroy it. And he's had, Bizarro clones, and he'll just, destroy him. One of the big things in the New 52 is like the last clone almost thought of it as a son. There was the crazy deal. But one of the things with Lex.
And then you have Connell as well.
Yeah. And so when you have this going on, usually when he uses a Bizarro or makes a Bizarro, it's not the backwards talking Bizarro. It's the clone that's just kind of slow. It's like me, Bizarro, like that sort of thing. This, they're going to go classic. Oh, man, that's the Bizarro. He only does it a couple times where he says things backwards. I'm like, okay, I get it. That's
but it comes at the right moment. It comes at the right time.
It's for that moment. So I get it. But usually he's more involved in the clone Bizarros that aren't really talking backwards or whatever, or at least recently with that. So again, though, the idea of having this deal, and he's like, no, it's not ready. Well, Mercy ends up, kind of going back and finishing it up as much as she can while Lex doesn't have his memories. But you do see, and it said it has Lex's old memories up to that point where they kind of, reboot the deal and go. So it could have been where, okay, this is how Lex gets his memories. He goes bad, but the actual Lex is still good while this is going on. But this thing is pretty good. It's like a combo. It has the black suit. It's almost like a kryptonite man. It's got a lot of things going on. I thought it was a pretty cool idea. I wish it went on a little longer. By the end of this, it's like, Ted gets blown off. And, Mercy just is insane. She just doesn't want good Lex. Good Lex, who is being taken to strikers at the moment, gets the word, we need you. We need your help. Oh, my God. And he even says, listen, you got to let me out. We got to go help this. Superman can take care of it. At that point, both Lois and Clark are being kryptonite poisoned. And you have...
By Mercy with Metallo.
By Mercy and the whole deal. And then you have Marilyn Moonlight come in. I'm like, okay, I see what you're doing here, but that felt weird. It just, I don't mind the character. The look is great. I think the look is really cool. But she comes busting in on her ghost horse. I'm like, I see you're tying things in and up, but boy, it just felt odd.
This is the one big. I mean, it's not a perfect issue, but I like it a lot.
Oh, I like it a lot. I'm telling you.
This piece with Marilyn Moonlight was the most forced out of nowhere thing possible. What's happening is he's at Strikers. They're escorting him in. He's saying, I got to get out of here because something's going wrong back at Supercorp or whatever. And for some just random coincidence, Marilyn Moonlight busts in to get her revenge on Lex out of nowhere. And he convinces her to say, hey, you can get your revenge on me now, but people need help over in Metropolis because of what's going on over at Supercorp. Give me a ride. Let's do what we got to do. And then you can get your revenge later. And she says, okay, I know Marilyn Moon. I think she's an original creation by Joshua Williamson. So that makes perfect sense that he would keep bringing her up. But he has explained nothing about her. We don't know her origin story. We don't understand her powers other than she disappears during the daytime or something.
She's just at night because she's Moonlight.
We know she came kind of from the Old West, and there was an issue.
We saw when Superman went back in time and almost like he inspired the deal, but you didn't.
Yeah, but you never saw her story, where she comes from. What are her powers based on? We know nothing. And people are like, Marilyn Moonlight's great. It's like, how is she great? You know nothing about her. And then, I mean, I like the concept. I like the look. I like the whole thing. But Williamson has done no work on her, and he just keeps cramming her into these cameos. And you're like, okay, that was really forced.
And we haven't seen her in a long time, so she pops up, right?
So she gives him a ride back to Supercorp.
Yeah, and he kind of plays it with that, like, well, listen, I understand you want to take revenge on me, but you're kind of being brought here because there's a bigger danger. And in fact, I mean, you could play the idea. We don't know what she does. All of a sudden, she shows up at the moment that Metropolis needs the most. Oh, Lex Luthor, and not me, Lex. The other Lex, let's go. It still doesn't work. And she goes off and really doesn't do much anyway. It's like you could figure out different ways to get Lex out of prison than Marilyn Moonlight. I mean, it's very odd, but it's set up that way. But at that point, you do have Superman and Lois being kryptonite poison, and Lois is like the first time really here going, oh my God, it was the worst. It felt like I was burning from the inside out. And this, Pixel, as you say, he's just like, look at me, I can fly, I'm going to take you down. And it does feel like, oh my God, like this thing is, pretty intense. Like this may be trouble. And then Lex shows up. I mean, just jumps off the ghost horse and ends up getting into his armor, very, very Iron Man-esque as he jumps and goes. Yeah, it's very much so. But it's fine. And you're getting what I think is cool. It's a 25th milestone, editor, whatever. You are getting some classics. You get a little Bizarro. As we said, you get the power armor. You do get, everybody's favorite Marilyn Moonlight. But you do get some of those real classic stuff, especially the armor. And I didn't think that we'd get a issue where it would be power armor Lex going against black suit Lex Luthor powered up super guy. And that is pretty cool.
Yeah, it definitely feels like a cool issue with cool moments, which is we don't get much of these days.
No, and actually, me and you, the two books that we are talking about this week, have that feel to me. They have a feel of, let's play some adventure stuff, let's get heroics, let's get some action. They're pretty good in the same kind of way in my mind. And Lex ends up freaking out the Pixel and says, me feel great. And I'm like, you're doing, I get it. But yeah, all of a sudden it's the Bizarro DNA that's in him that is activating. And this is where you get good Lex, sexy Lexi. And the power armor says, listen, this is why I didn't want you out there. It's unstable. Everything could be a problem. And he's freaking out. And he keeps saying, I can help you. I can help you. Just come on, calm down. I can help you. And, this Lex doesn't want any help. He wants to lord over everyone. He starts screaming at Metropolis, I'm here. You're going to love me. You ended up embracing an alien. Now here is me. And now I'm super powered, so you can't deny it. And you go, Superman and Lois kind of recover and they go back and just start walloping them.
Yep.
In that moment, again, what you have with Marilyn Moonlight, she actually helps power suit Lex out of a crater that he got because he got punched by, Lex-L or XL Pixel. I'm telling you, I just want to say Lex-L, which I wish it was. But you end up where Marilyn Moonlight's like, okay, I got you out of this crater. I rode you over here. Oh, no, it's now morning. Sayonara, sucker. I'm like, why were you here? You were just here to remind everybody that, hey, there's that character that I made. Here she is. And again, the design's great, but we don't learn anything else of her here. And off she goes and legit doesn't get any sort of revenge that she said she was here to get. She just ends up showing up and giving him a ride on her ghost horse. Doesn't even really use that much of the ghost guns, nothing. But I'll give it back to you because you do have, again, a really cool moment where Lex says, listen, I now have the brawn, but it's always my brains that are going to win. So I'm going to use them in headbutts. Superman breaks his nose.
Yeah, he gives him a big old smash in the head, and he draws blood. So I mean, that's no small feat against Superman. So this clone or this android or whatever this thing is.
I'm assuming just full out clone with spliced things with the memories. But again,
It's a mishmash. It's a mishmash of stuff, and he gives it to him good. He gets all bloody. Mercy is still convinced that she needs old Lex. This is the right replacement. He's the one that's got to do what needs to be done, and that new Lex, nice Lex, isn't good enough. So what does this Bizarro broken Lex do? He gets personal. You never grab a woman by the hair unless it's spicy time. You never grab a woman by the hair, and he starts giving her the business. He starts coming on way too strong. You can feel that kryptonite cologne coming off him in waves.
Stinks, right?
It's really creepy. It's really
actually, I think it would probably smell like Old Spice. That's what I would think.
Oh man, Old Spice mixed with kryptonite. I got to figure out what that smells like.
That'd be lovely.
He makes the big mistake, and the big mistake is you can threaten a man, you can threaten his wife, you can threaten them together. You never threaten a woman's children. And then, oh boy, what happens is Lois goes supernova with a heat ray and said, nobody talks smack and nobody threatens my family, and she just lets it rip. And she does the overload supernova of heat rays to knock him back. It doesn't kill him, doesn't destroy him, but it definitely puts him back on his heels and makes him mess up.
Yep, and she falls. They both kind of crash down onto the street, and that's where you end up Lex. And while all this is going on, Lena even got smacked aside by evil Lex, who ends up saying, hey, listen, why aren't you on that island with your grandmother? Because, again, hasn't known what has progressed since. And then she's standing there with Mercy. I'm like, I don't like this, Mercy. Mercy's like, this is how it's going to be. She's like, yeah, I'm going to get out of here. And walks away. So we'll see what that does. But you end up where then Lex again says, I want to help you. And this evil Lex says, no, you're not the real Lex. You're bullcrap. You ended up teaming up with Superman. You care more about Superman than you ever should. The whole thing, I'm just going to destroy everything. And that's where you end up having
That's when you hear
Lex,
the Doom music playing in the background.
and he has to do something. And if you want to go with the idea, it's almost like in Man of Steel of Zod getting his neck snapped and everybody, oh my God, this is crazy. This wouldn't happen. But Lex shooting the head off of and what the thing was crazy, usually in these situations, you'd have this last second deal where something was revealed that would really make Lex look bad, like the idea of, and we did this, and this, and he's like, I gotta get rid of this thing. But no, he actually just destroys it because this thing is going to go and run rampant. It's going to end up destroying everything, every family, everything in the world. And that's what he says to Superman. But Superman, while he's dealing with all this, the red K activates. They're even yelling, oh my God, the red K spike. Control it, honey, control it. And he kind of can't. But you end up where Lex shoots the head off of this clone, we think. Even Lena's like, oh my God, Dad. And I'm like, are you saying that for the guy with his head shut up that you just ended up meeting that slapped you aside that's a clone? Or you're actually Dad that you wish he didn't kill somebody? I get it, but it's a weird gray area. And it's enough of a gray area that it just makes me think like, I don't know. I don't know what I'm supposed to think.
It would have helped if when, basically he blows half of his head off and there are chunks everywhere. If the chunks were like a weird color, like green or something, you're like, yeah, I killed him, but he wasn't actually alive. He was more like he was like a meat robot, if you want to think of it that way. That would have helped a little bit.
That weird play of like, what are you going to do? Like the idea of this thing is something Lex knows exactly what it is. He made it. He thinks that it's going to go, but what is the play? If you didn't do this, if you didn't blow the head off of this thing, what are you going to do with it? I mean, really, all you can think of doing with it, you're not going to be able to do like, oh my God, he's going to go through a work release program. You're going to put him in the Phantom Zone, if anything. Even this new crazy Phantom Zone, you're not going to be able to do like, we'll let him go. He could live in the Bahamas. Like, you're going to have to just imprison this thing for life. And so you get that play of not taking a life, but it's such a gray area. And like I said, people could, argue about it and say, well, I do this, I do that. The problem with it is when he does this, it's a weird play that I'm like, I didn't say, oh my God, I can't believe it. Or I say, oh, great. Yeah, I'm just like, I don't know how I feel about that because I don't really know what is going on. So it kind of threw me out of the thing.
Well, here's where you can get picky about Williamson not thinking about the details, because that's one of his major flaws in pretty much everything he writes, is if Lex Luthor built this thing and he felt that it was unstable, Lex Luthor is the kind of guy that would be smart enough to put like some kind of off switch.
He would. That's I was going to say at the beginning.
Like send out a signal, send out like some kind of code, or
and it
press
would
a spot.
It would go catatonic,
and he would just go
over.
catatonic. He would just shut down,
or a brain bomb, and they wouldn't know, and all of a sudden, what happened?
That's
they wouldn't know.
Territory.
But here's the thing, though. Again, it's the idea where I said earlier, where Lex, I don't think would ever make something that's stronger than him. It might be him, but you see what happens. It says, you're not the real Lex. I'm going to kill you. And then he has to blow its head off. He would have put somewhere in there of a fail-safe switch to hit it. And then boom, it's done. It just falls asleep. It ends up where it releases something in its bloodstream and it ends up passing out. Mm-hmm. There's no way he wouldn't have done that. And maybe you could have had that. He did that and he's pressing this button like what the, and Mercy in the meantime got rid of it thinking, okay, Lex is good now. He's not going to go, but at least show that, because Lex 100% would have done that, would have had a way to stop this in case it went nuts and tried, not nuts and destroyed buildings or went after, in case it went after him, he'd be able, or it would have a prime directive to go with you and Stewart, where it's almost like RoboCop cannot kill Lex, but it looks like it's going to destroy Lex. And he kind of like, I'm just going to act now, and boom. And then Superman's just like, why did you do that? And I wanted Lex to say, what did you think that thing was? Like, what are you talking about? Like, what is your big problem? It just destroyed half of Metropolis. It was threatening your family. It was going to kill me. I took care of it. Just like when Superman was mad out of nowhere, which is the biggest bullcrap of anything that I like Joshua Williamson's run. But when Lex ended up getting Doomsday and the Radiant and put him in a bottled city so that they figure out a plan, and Superman's like, oh, what are you doing? You better not. And I'm like, you had no plan. And he did something to stop it at that moment to figure things out. And yet here he is again, yelling and screaming, not just talking about it, because the idea, again, I don't know. You think that good Lex really loved shooting himself in the face? I think that this would affect somebody. The idea, also, it's something he made. You could even look at it like that, like a family, like a thing. And Superman's just straight up. And you could say Red K, but this is how he acted before, where he's like, you better answer me. You better. And you end up where Lex says, I did the right thing. That's what I do every damn day. You killed him. And he's like, XL would have killed me, my daughter, all that. It's true. And yet, so I'm not done with you. I'm like, Lex should have said right there, the best line would have been, yeah, I'm done with you, asshole. But yeah, you end up where everything going on, all of a sudden Lois in the side with that crazy eye.
It's like Superman's mad at Lex, not because he came up with a solution or came up with a better solution. It's that he reacts because Luthor's solutions are like too extreme for him. Like, I would never go that far. It's like, okay, yeah, you would never go that far, but you're dealing with villains who would go that far, and what are you going to do? I mean, I think this is a little bit more. This situation where he's blowing off this clone's head is more of that weird, gray area that you've got to contend with, versus the Radiant and Doomsday. That one's a piece of cake. That one really didn't make sense because it's like all I do is imprison them temporarily at a time, so that now you've got time to figure out a better solution. This is permanent, but at the least you could say it's not even a human. It's not alive. It doesn't have a consciousness. It doesn't have a soul. All it is just meat and circuitry that I put together.
A death robot, like a death android,
it's like a death robot. So you may not like it. Yeah. So Superman, I don't know. Williamson's like trying to make his reactions way over the top for the extreme measures that Lex takes. But if you think about it, Lex's solution is probably the best solution, even if you don't, personally like it.
At some points, Lex's solution is the only solution. And it's one of those where Lex could say, listen, I didn't want to do that. I freaked out, and this thing is going to kill everybody. I know more of what it's going to do. And that's the deal, and that's the old me, and I didn't want it. Again, that's also memories being destroyed of his, but I'm sure he backed shit up really, big time. But at some point, you putting people in the Phantom Zone is no longer an option. And that's like Superman. That's Superman's reaction to every big thing that he can't handle on his own. And then he's upset at points because recently it's like, man, that's cruel and unusual punishment. But what are you going to do with something like this? This thing is pretty much a Lex Doomsday. And it's just going to go and keep killing and going. And he took care of it. But in the end, the overreaction of Superman, it's just continuing to what I think you get with Lex saying, I want it to be good. You wouldn't accept it. You would not accept it. Yeah, I do things my way, where he says, I do the right thing every day. That's a Lex deal. But screw it. If you want me to be a villain, if you can't accept this, then villain it is. Screw you. Let's go. And that's what it seems to be going towards. It seems like that's going to be the deal. And then it will be, the discussion of, would Lex have actually been good, or did Superman push him? And then Superman may regret it. But boy, every solution Lex has. And now with the second time where he has come up with something to save everybody, you're like, okay, this is now a trend. How many times are we going to have this where, oh, there goes Lex again, saving everybody, but it's not the right way for Superman. And oh, goodness gracious. So with that, it does take that. I still like it a lot. I like it a lot. And it brings up questions at the end. I mean, maybe that's the cool play of it, where you can discuss, should Lex have done that? Was that the good thing? It kind of throws that in there. But it pulled me out where I was like, wait a second, what is that thing?
It's too much.
What exactly is it?
You're right. Superman's reaction is too much. But I like where this is going. And I like where this is going, because what this does is it takes Lex, and instead of making him the villain that always hates Superman, right? That's Lex's shtick. That he's the villain who hates Superman. This time it's Lex is the almost hero who does things that Superman wouldn't do. So then it turns into the relationship between, say, Daredevil and Punisher, where now it's like, you go too far. We're on the same side, but you go too far. And then trying to reconcile all of that. So I think that's an interesting way to evolve. That's an interesting way to evolve their relationship, and then find out how they work. Because now Superman's always looking at him as somebody who saves people, but he does bad things to do it. And then how does and that forces Superman to kind of reconcile with, The fact that, well, he saved the day. He's a hero, technically speaking, but he did it in a way that I wouldn't do. And then trying to, so that's a good development. That's a good direction. I want to see where that goes.
You have a lot of times, and we just had with that Ace one, the Detective Comics. This always happens with the Batman. The idea of, hey, if Batman doesn't kill, that he should, Joker this, and when you get a villain wrath, you end up getting, even Hush, but more, Ace may even like, I'm doing what you should do, or I'm doing it because that's what you want. And Batman's like, no, I don't kill. So it is that same play. There's a lot of relationships like that. I just think,
but those villains don't. They're nothing compared to Lex Luthor.
No,
in
I'm
terms
saying
of
Lex is, people want Lex as a villain. He's just going back straight villain.
Yeah.
That's all it is. And then there's Lois at the end, where I did see some people like, oh my God, like, Lois, what's going to go on? And she's like, I can't. My powers are gone. And if you're playing the game of this was the solar flare from the Jeff Johns, John Romita Jr. run, that's what happens when you use that. And it did certainly look like it. You lose your powers for a certain amount of time. And then
you burn out the battery. You burn out the battery.
So it might just be a callback to that. I assume that it kind of is. It'll be a combo. Well, you were kind of still had the effects of the kryptonite. Then you did the solar flare. You did the supernova. So we're going to end up where she'll just get it back. But what'll probably happen at this point is you'll have Zod show up. Where's my damn powers? And she's not going to be powered up at that point. Maybe that saves her. Maybe that causes some trouble. But that's what I think that might be set up for, because he's on his way. But it's a good issue. The art's great throughout. You have a lot of battles. It's just, again, maybe it is a plus that we kind of talk about but it almost feels like you needed a little bit more info of what this, Lex was, so that you can then say, because if it's a robot, no problem. But I don't think it is. I think that it's a clone spliced with, obviously some Bizarro, who knows what else. And so there is that gray area of, is a clone something that you should kill? If you do this, it is sentient, but it's got memory. It's weird. But what would you give it?
Well, before I give you the score, I do want to bring up one thing about the art. Usually when you have like a big group of artists, it's usually one of two things. Number one, it's like some kind of anthology, which makes sense. Or you have an oversized issue, which means they didn't have enough time for one artist to do the whole thing. And that's usually like at least a yellow flag, maybe a red flag, depending on your direction. I got to say here on this one, you can see where the art styles change, but all of the artists they picked are all great. So even though, and they're complementary to each other. So even when you do see the transitions, it still looks pretty darn good. You don't feel like, oh, that one's good, but then it's ugly, and then it's weird over here, and then it's that. No, they're all great. It's all flows pretty well. So even those multiple artists, don't let that put you off. It's pretty good. So on this one, let's see, Superman number 25. I gave it a high score. I gave it an 8.5 out of 10. I like this issue a lot.
I'm going to go 8.8. I'm a little bit high. I liked it. a lot. I thought it was good. And the art.
Like where it's too.
Some of the artists are like, you have this little cartoony thing at the beginning. Then you have a bit of a background, a flashback with the gray. I think that would probably be Eddie Barrows, that deal there. And some of the things, it looks great. So yeah, I'm 8.8. And I'm interested too. I want to see what happened though, when it's like, oh my God, my powers are gone. And that's not the greatest of cliffhangers, but it's kind of cool. And then it says, see the fallout from this epic battle next issue in Superman Red. Because again, he's being infected by the red, so we'll see how that plays out. Pretty cool. But yeah, a really good issue. But we'll move on to the next book, which again is pretty good. People like the Jeremy Adams. It is Green Lantern number 22. We're getting towards the milestone there. Written by Jeremy Adams, Zermanico on art, colors from Romano Fajardo Jr., and letters by Dave Sharp. And you have Gillian Grant and Paul Kaminsky as the editors. And yeah, and people were saying, I even said the idea of, okay, Hector Hammond, we get it. Huge Green Lantern thing. We ended up talking about it the last issue, but I kind of want more of the Fractured Spectrum stuff. We kind of do things here to just kind of get things set up and whatnot and dealing with this DEO, but it ends up being resolved very quickly, which I thought was kind of odd. The idea where you could have waited for Hector Hammond and have more of a big story about it. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, Hector Hammond he's like bread and butter with the Green Lantern lore. So to have him show up is a pretty big deal here. He does seem, I would say, more powerful than usual because he's like throwing stuff around and doing all kinds of stuff. And he's got mind control, but they deal with him pretty quickly. And what you notice is they deal with him and then they use that opportunity to get back in a really roundabout way back to the Sorrow Lantern deal. So it works out. and it's fun to have like big action and ring slinging and all these other things going on. But yeah, it just did seem like for a villain that's as big as Hector Hammond, big within the context of Green Lantern lore, I think you're right. It was over a little too quick. No, it's not terrible because it's really big and fun, but it sort of shortchanged that villain a little bit.
And it was weird. It was kind of like to set up more of the DEO and to have this thing with Bones. And again, it was okay, but I expected, again, a bigger story. So that's why I was like, oh my God, what about the Fracture Spectrum? Because if you think Hector Hammond, you're like, this is going to be big, maybe a couple issues, whatnot. But they end up taking him out. They end up, getting Dove to go and shoot, Light. And then the distraction where Carol goes behind him and infuses her love into him in a non-sexy way, or maybe a sexy way. And all I could think of is this is him, because you even have, she says, man, I haven't really tried that. But it really worked while Hal's like, man, that Carol, she's pretty neato. She's a bang-up gal. And I think that's just to set up, there's a power that she's going to use against Nate Sorrow Lantern at the end, that she's going to infuse love into him. And I don't think that will be the be-all, end-all, but I think that will lead to something where he then can kind of, pull away from the sorrow that he desperately wants to, end. And we've talked about it before. He doesn't want to take over the world, the universe. He wants everything to end because he's sad. And he's just depressed and wants it to end and thinks that Starbreaker's the way that he's promised him to do it. It's not really Starbreaker's thing. He's using them, and we know that. But when they take down Hector, you end up where they go off then to talk to Bones about things. But in the meantime, you do go into space for the adventure stuff of the deal. And it's kind of weird. You end up getting a Storm Ship Troopers type of deal where they're fighting these bugs, but it ties into Dan Garrett, the original Blue Beetle, in a cool way, where they end up saying the Reach is on their way. Oh my God, we got to get this, but they're trying to save this guy. And Odyssey, I do like, until all of a sudden she's like, yeah, let's ditch those assholes. I'm like, come on, Odyssey, I like you, but end up getting Dan Garrett. And I thought, okay, that's pretty cool. You have the original Blue Beetle. So
yeah, Odyssey's a weird, self-centered, kind of like a jerk. I look out for myself kind of person. I did not expect to see that the person that they found trapped at this was Dan Garrett, who is, if you're not familiar, and most people probably won't be, Dan Garrett is like the original Blue Beetle. With like going back to Charlton stuff, like way, way, way back. So I was like, oh, okay. So Jeremy Adams is digging into the back catalog here to bring some cool stuff up. Right, they get attacked by these Reach beetles, the big beetles and their soldiers and everything else. He's like, I'm Dan Garrett. Kyle and Khan say, we're going to go out and face this army of insectoid invaders. Odyssey, you get him out of here and get him to safety. And like, wow, yeah, Dan Garrett out of nowhere, that was a big surprise.
It was. And what it reminds me, I know that this triggers people and they get upset, but I'm saying in general, this reminded me a lot of one of the earlier issues of World's Finest, where you would all of a sudden just have characters and you're like, oh my God, that's cool. Oh my God, that character. Oh, cool. There's a lot of characters that get thrown in, especially by the end, that it feels like, yeah, there's some crazy guest stars and it feels big because of that. You end up having things like that. Yeah, I love it. I think it's really cool. Yeah, it makes it feel bigger. It makes it feel connected.
Yeah, DC and both DC and Marvel, they have so many more characters than you see on a regular basis. Yeah, why not have them pop up here, there, and everywhere without having to get into the whole, well, they have to have a side story or they have to have a backup or you have to have a miniseries or what. No, you don't. Just have the characters show up. Let the people who are interested go do the research. And then if you get interest, then you could do more stuff. So you get that's one cameo. You get multiple cameos in this book that I didn't expect.
It makes it big and things you don't usually get in a Green Lantern book, which is cool.
It almost makes it feel like a Justice League comic.
Yeah, that's what I said. It feels like a Silver Age, even World's Finest, I think, but it does feel like a Justice League, but you're still centering on your main characters, which is good. Like you said, Dan Garrett's there, but he's just there in the process. They don't stop and have, 20 pages with just him or whatever, because it's big. And I'll give Jeremy Adams
his origin story or trying to explain how he got there.
I'll give Jeremy Adams credit with that. It's like Dan Garrett's there, and if you don't know who that is, he will tell you, but he's not going to go too into it. If you're interested, go and find out and read some stuff. But it's cool, even when you have where you see that deal, and it is the Scarab. It's in there, and they're trying to steal a bunch of things and trying to get nth metal. But then when you go off, and then Kyle makes this bug spray construct. Again, it's the Blue Beetle symbol on there. It's the Scarab, which is kind of a little wink, wink, cool thing. but it's definitely Starship Troopers. They're going to go and just destroy these big bugs, and you have things going on. It gives them something to do as they fight. So that Odyssey, and I guess that Jeremy Adams wants to broaden a bit of Odyssey to show that, yeah, she's still not really with them. She's kind of a jerk who will, end up saying, screw this, I'm out. That's pretty much to me set up so that when she doesn't and becomes more of a hero against even maybe her own will, the idea that she is a better character than she even knows she is. So I think that's pretty cool setup. It felt weird where she was it felt almost like they were at a bar and they were drunk. She's like, hey, let's get out of here and go back to my place. The way that she kept going on. And he's like, what? Like, no, I'm Dan Garrett. We're going to do this. I'm like, oh, Dan Garrett. I was shocked. I actually was like, oh, that's awesome. And then even seeing the Scarab and then you see the Reach, it makes complete sense what they're doing. And I do like the idea that Kyle and Khan, as they go out, they're kind of having fun. They're fighting and they're like, oh man, like that sucked. I'm glad Wally wasn't here to give us some shit. And I'm like, it's kind of the fun that you need.
Yeah. See, that's almost just as good, because when they're name dropping other people that they've interacted with in the past or in the present, then it kind of makes everything feel bigger.
Yeah.
Without having to do much, just the mention of Wally makes the story feel bigger. So there are little ways you could do that, and I like it a lot.
He does it good. And then you have Carol, and it's so funny. I swear to God, Bones was going to say, listen, I get it. You're good cop, bad cop. Like, I'm not doing this nonsense. But you end up where Bones is there. Hey, listen, you can't just come in, DEO, government deal. And Hal's like, this is where you are. That's your government level. I'm up here. I am a space cop. We're the Green Lantern Corps. We have things with the government as well. But I'm beyond that. I protect the planet. And you're doing bullshit. Like, at one point, he's like, I'll let you go with these things. I'm like, Also, with that, they kind of didn't really spell it completely, because the deal, all those things with Event Leviathan were just destroyed. And Bones himself he's the head of the DEO. Then he's killed. Then he's back. He's head of DEO. Then he does some really bad things and is arrested. Then he always ends up back as the head of the DEO, which is kind of funny. But the whole play of this is they need something from him. And they say, listen, I'll let things pass. Usually you wouldn't. I think it felt weird at first, but he needs a key. And, Bones is a smart enough guy, though I think he should have realized this is good cop, bad cop, because Carol right away is like, don't pay attention to him. He gets all crazy with a smile on his face. I thought it was funny, but they're going to give him this key. And I'm like, wonder what that is. But it keeps ramping up of like, oh my God, this is really cool. Like all these guests and stuff.
Now, before we move on, I'm going to say I like this is only a 2-page scene between Hal, Carol, and Bones. I like this scene a lot because it does it even though it's just like 3 people sitting around a table. It really gives you a sense of Hal's personality. It puts Bones in his place. It explains the relationship between Earth and the Corps and Oa. What's going on as far as the galactic treaties they've signed and all this other stuff that's going on. And it really shows that when Pal has to do it, he can be the hard negotiator.
Yeah, and usually you just get goofball Hal, and he's like, hey,
he's not punching his way out of a problem. He's not smart alecky, smack talking his way out of a problem. He's saying, look, I know you think you're the big guy here, but I'm the galactic guy here. So you're and the way the frame's played out is perfect, where he's like, you're down here, I'm all the way up here, I'm in charge. So I know you came into this room thinking that you were going to tell me what's what. I guess what, Pally? I'm going to tell you what's what. And I really like how the scene played out.
Yep, throws out the Guardian Treaty with the U.S. government, all these things, and he's smuggling extraterrestrials in and out. I get what you're doing. Says this Hector Hammond stuff was bullcrap, but I kind of need something from you. And if I wanted to, though, I could just end up construct rocket ship right to Oa and put all of you in side cells. And even says, yeah, I could put you in a cell for as much as I want. Like, you're done. I can throw you in jail forever. And you better give me the deal. And he's like, but I kind of need your help. We could go. And he's like, okay, what can I help you with? And he says, I need a key. And I thought that was pretty cool. And the idea that this is big, this fractured spectrum and what they're trying to recreate the batteries, it's huge. So you're going to have to maybe say, hey, the rules have to be bent a little here. And Hal doing that, I think is fine. The idea of him wanting to do this. And then, he's also going to keep an eye on Bones later, obviously, but the play is they need something. Then you go back, and again, there's the Odyssey with Dan Garrett. They go, and he says, hey, take me in, because this battle is, I like
We're not going to walk into the middle of that.
Kyle with his constructs, like usually you'll play out the idea that he's an artist, he's a comic book artist, and he'll have some, little fun. This feels again like a Hal thing where he's fighting the Reach Bugs with fly swatters.
Big fly swatters.
But it's funny. And they kind of go out and see this, and it really looks like oh crap, like things aren't going great. Like what's going to happen here? And he says, get me back in. And he goes to the Scarab, and he's like, okay, we're going to do this. We're going to get the Scarab, and ends up reaching in and becomes the Blue Beetle, or actually the Silver Scarab. I like that Odyssey's like, I think I'm going to throw up, because it's just this like, the whole Scarab enveloping around his body. I thought it was really cool.
Yeah, it's very, Marvel symbiote-like, kind of like Venom or something to that degree, where it's sort of liquid encapsulates or encases his body. And then he becomes Silver Scarab, which is like basically a Superman level character. He can fly, he's invulnerable, he can bust through stuff with super strength and do all kinds of things. So it's definitely an upgrade from his very original Blue Beetle persona.
And it's cool because you kind of need
it keeps a lot of the outfit. The costume has a lot of the same elements to it.
Yeah, I thought it was cool. I thought it was cool when he comes in, and it does. It looks like still looks like a pulpy type deal, but like combined with like a Silver Surfer look. Almost looks like Adam Strange actually, but with like a Silver Surfer kind of look with the belt. And I think it's cool. And I'm like, okay, like each of these things, this is where I think Jeremy Adams' books do a really good job, is that could be the cliffhanger. Like that legit could be the cliffhanger, and we'd be like, oh my God, that was awesome. And then you go for more, and you're like, holy crap, there's even bigger things. And I thought, holy crap, that's really cool. Because then you go and never thought that, again,
I didn't see this part coming. I did not see this part coming at all.
This doesn't feel like a Green Lantern thing, but it doesn't feel like it's wrong. Like when you're doing this, because of this thing they have to do, it works. Hal, I don't think he doesn't love doing this. They're there at St. Patrick's Purgatory in Ireland. The key is a key to hell that he ended up getting from Bones, and out of nowhere you get fed. First of Phantom Stranger, I'm like, okay, that's good. Then Zurio, I'm like, holy crap. Like we have a bunch of
he's pulling in the supernatural heavyweights on this one.
Yeah, and so at this point, Dan Garrett, I'm like, that's cool. That felt like, okay, that feels like that whole, like I said, World's Finest. When you go to this and you have Phantom Stranger and Zuriel, now it feels like an event. It feels like a big event, like a huge thing. And they go in here, and they even mentioned the idea, hey, Carol wanted to come. And like he says, yeah, my girlfriend kind of, said that this was a problem because you end up having, I think it was Phantom Stranger, this is foolish. And he's like, yeah, my girlfriend said, she seems like a wise woman. And he's like, yeah, she wanted to come. I don't think she's that wise, but there's no love permitted in hell. Crazy deal, but they do unlock it. It looks great. And then, they're just going to walk into hell, and they're all powered up. I'm like, this is crazy. This is really cool. And then Hal just has to yell, welcome to your tour of hell. I'm like, I wish they're like, yeah, we've kind of been here before. Like,
it's even better and worse than that, because first of all, that splash page where they're going into hell looks great. Second of all, when they're flying down into the depths and going to whatever else, you see these streams of souls of aliens and people that are being damned for all eternity, just streaming down. And it's like, they don't even bother to say hi.
No, they don't bother to say, funny. I like if they went and they're like shaking hands. I would say that they're like, yeah, these people are pretty bad.
Would you like a bottle of water?
It'd be funny if we saw like there's Dan Didio, and they throw somebody in there as a crazy deal. Yeah. So they're down in
what's
there.
Danny Cates doing there?
It'd be hilarious. They're like, oh my God, look at you. So while that's going on, we see that Nate is on the way as well. He's there, and he's doing his whole thing again. Hey, I hate this. Misery. I need to get this done. I want it all to end. And then you go down in hell, where they do get, seems like they're a little lost at one point, but then I guess it's Uriel says, I think I sense something strange. Oh my goodness. I keep trying to cough. But I thought they meant Nate because he was coming in, but you do get a crazy cliffhanger, especially for fans of the Green Lanterns. You can reveal that.
Yeah, so you get to the last page, kind of twist page, and who do they find in hell, which is probably the last person in the galaxy, especially in the core, that you would expect to find in hell. Who is it? It's Gnort.
Yeah, he's there. And he goes, hey, help, long time no see. He's got his arms up. He's like, oh, man, look at you.
He's Mr. Casual,
like,
Mr. Crap. Friendly. Hey, welcome to hell.
Yeah, so we'll have to figure out or see what happened there. And it's a crazy deal. And again, I keep bringing up Eric, which will happen at certain points where I would have been worried right now while I was reading it of the idea that an issue that I thought was great, a crazy cliffhanger that I think people are going to really like chuckle at, but say, all right, this is cool. And he would find some reason to go pish-posh it because of continuity. And I think that sometimes whether it works or not, I don't know. But the idea of, man, that's pretty cool, and I'm all for it. So, and it says, Green Lantern versus the Spectre next issue, and that kind of ties into Parallax stuff at one point too. Yep. So that's pretty crazy, pretty cool. And the idea of Hal doing things that he shouldn't be doing. I mean, this is crazy stuff that they're getting into. But we'll see if this is the idea of Nort, hey, I'm bringing him back. No, you can't. He did this, whatever. Who knows? Maybe he did some things we never saw that's real sus, Gabe, like, behind the scenes. But the idea that he's there and he's just like, hey, it's been a long time. How you doing? I wonder if there is a play where it's not really him, that it is kind of a shape-shifting type deal where it's supposed to get Hal off his, deal. And then all of a sudden, I hope it's not. I hope that Nort is
or
bad.
It could be that he's down there for the same reason Hal is. He just came by a different way.
Yeah, maybe. But I think Nort has been missing for quite some time. That he hasn't been around. So the idea that maybe it's like he got stuck here, but it might also be a dupe to kind of get Hal. Hey, look, get your guard down and go. We'll see. But I hope Nort's back. That'd be pretty cool, especially with Jeremy Adams with this whole play, because the Fractured Spectrum, when you end up getting the batteries, that's a really good opportunity to reestablish all of the cores and all the things going. And I think he could really do some really cool things. And hopefully he's on the book for a long enough time to do that. But we'll see. But what would you give this?
Yeah, I gave this one what did I give it? Yeah, Green Lantern number 22, I gave an 8.5 out of 10. So same score as Superman.
I'm going a lot of
liked in here. I'm going to tell you the one thing I didn't like. And the one thing I didn't like is actually everything that had to do with Sorrow Lantern. Because right now it's weird because this arc has been going on for 3-4 issues at this point. We still don't really know what they're trying to. Well, we know what they're trying to do at a broad level. They're trying to stop the Sorrow Lantern from creating his own power battery because it's going to permanently fracture the spectrum. Okay, we get that. But what are the pieces they're going after?
They're trying to create their own batteries.
They're trying to do their own thing, but it's like, okay, but what piece? See, we don't know that he's going into hell until he gets to hell. It's like, so we're just sort of like following blindly, and it feels a little off because I kind of want to know where we're going. You don't have to show it to me. You don't have to reveal the end at the beginning.
From what I get is,
but at least tell me where you're going.
They're trying to recreate they have to make all the batteries. They need to, bring them back. So you need a lot of material. But like you said, it's not something that I'm like, oh man, next they have to go to hell because hell has this or whatever.
Right. They're not like giving you anticipation. They're not giving you the anticipation of what they have to. These are the 5 things we've got to get.
At one point, I would guess that, you even have to worry about getting the entities. And you could even have that they could be in hell or they could be somewhere, but I don't know. I don't know.
So it just feels like a little random. You're just kind of going blindly. Like, for example, you wouldn't have even known that the whole thing with Hector Hammond and the DOE and getting the key was like a really roundabout way for how to get into hell. It's just sort of like, I didn't realize we were doing that. So I feel, you feel like you're getting caught a little flat-footed. That's a minor issue.
I still like the issue.
Yeah, it's a minor thing. It's not. It doesn't take away from the enjoyment factor too much, but it just feels like a little. We should know what we're trying to accomplish by now. And why are you keeping all these things a secret? Why are you keeping everybody in the dark about what you're doing until you actually do it? It feels a little off.
Yeah,
but I still give it an 8.5 out of 10, and I like it a lot.
You're an 8.5. I'm a 9. I really liked it. I think the art's great too. I like Sermonico and all the guest stars. It just felt big. It felt big, and with that, it feels like an event more than just a deal. Yeah, it's really
love
cool.
The cameos.
And now Spectre, I'm expecting now that we're going to get guest stars, one bigger than the next. But before we go, let everybody know where they can find you, Gabe.
Sure. If you're interested in Marvel and DC reviews, of course, Weird Science DC Comics and Weird Science Marvel Comics, all on all the socials and the website. If you want reviews and videos and everything else related to everything that's not the big two, Zenoscope, Mad Cave, Titan, Dynamite, all those things, all the Energon stuff, all the Ghost Machine stuff, go over to Comical Opinions, all the socials on our YouTube and our website. Everything says Comical Opinions. Come on along, join us, and we'd love to talk about comics.
Yep. Yeah. So everybody check Gabe out. Also, all the links will be in the show notes of the show. So check those out. And Next week we'll see you again, Gabe. And thanks for joining me. And we'll move.
By the way, next week is an annual / the week before Free Comic Book Day week. So we're going to have a lot of weird titles coming out next week.
Mentioning that, it's a Patreon-only show, which I would have talked about at the beginning, and I'm glad you reminded me. So, so we'll have an annual week, which there's some crazy stuff, and also the Free Comic Book Day. So we'll see how we do that. But thanks again, Gabe.
Thank you.
We will talk to you next week, as I said, and also we'll move on to what is probably, I don't know. We'll move on to something right about now.
It's time for the retro comic book of the week. Jim is joined by Stork. He's a Star Trek geek. A comic straight from the past. They'll talk about it and have a guess. It's the retro comic book of the week.
And it's time for the retro review. That means I'm here with Stork. What up, Stork?
What up, Jim?
What is up is the Brave and the Bold. And this was on our poll. We had a bunch of issues. I did take heed to what you wanted, though a lot of the things on the list were older stuff, but they were almost all first appearances. So I figured we'll kind of play that game. I actually thought that maybe the first appearance of Mirror Master was going to be picked. I don't know why, but I kind of put that on because, hey, it could take place of the Cy Spurrier Flash book, which I hear, just as a bit of rumor, is coming to an end. That's the breaking news. I wish I had. I don't have the sound effects, so we'll just use that. And there's rumor or talk that maybe Jason Aaron will take over, which I'm sure some will say, okay, some will, grind their teeth.
Well, it can't be worse, can it?
No, because I think you could at least read it. I mean, again, you're not going to hear any Flash talk on this book this week because that book is hot garbage. And it's doing an event. And isn't an event, is it like the idea of an event falls in the woods alone? Does anybody read it? Because that's what I think's going on. But we're here to talk about the Brave and the Bold, number 60, as I said. And the reason why this was on the poll was because it is this week's facsimile issue. So you could actually get this. I haven't been to a comic store in a while. I hope that they do order at least a couple of the facsimiles each time. They seem to be weekly, very weekly. But the idea where if I was going and getting physical copies of things, I think I might get some of these facsimiles. They're pretty cool. I kind of like, the ads and things like that.
Usually sell them cheaper too, right?
I don't know.
I feel like the Marvel ones were like $1 a piece or something like that. I don't know what DC is doing. Maybe, I haven't been.
That's the thing. Some of the things that they've done were like the greatest hits and things like that. But each week, I think that they end up maybe being regular price. Be funny if they were the price when they originally came out.
Oh, that'd be nice.
Pretty cool. It's like 10 cents. 10 cents and a handshake gets you Teen Titans and a handshake. But you end up where this is the first named appearance of the Teen Titans. It is the first appearance of Wonder Girl, who in the separate way is not named. And you're going to have to wait 4 years to get Donna Troy named. And we were talking about this before we started, and there's a lot of stuff going on with this issue behind the scenes. And one of the things, again, was that this was the first named appearance of the team. Wonder Girl shows up, but one of the plays is that people who were writing stuff at this time, people reading, were confused. And the writers, editors, nobody really could nail down the idea. Wonder Girl is Donna Troy, but at this point not named, so some people thought it was the young Diana because they had adventures, just like when you have Superboy and whatever. They have had time-traveling adventures.
It's odd, though, because they show her standing right next to Wonder Woman at one point,
here's the problem, is that when you would have the young Diana as a Wonder Girl, she had gone through time with Wonder Tot to end up doing out-of-time deals. So she would have adventures with herself, with Wonder Tot. And again, when people talk about the craziness of Silver Age, even Golden Age stuff, the reason why you end up having the Christ on Infinite Earth is bullshit like this. The idea of multiverse, this is from that Earth, that's from that Earth. And even in this, they end up saying, oh, this Wonder Girl was from this, and that was from that, and they did all this all around. But you do end up having the Titans team in this Aqualad, Kid Flash, Robin, and Wonder Girl. You end up seeing a couple things, and then you get involved in what is one of the zaniest things that you would ever get involved with, and almost feels like at some point they all should have said time out and asked what the hell is going on. Also, on the cover, it looks like Wonder Girl is either being mesmerized or she's boy crazy, which she seems to be a bit in this issue. The one point that she ends up saying is one of the funniest. It's actually one of the most innocent things to say, but one of the most ridiculous things to say for a hero about what is going on, and it made me laugh. But it's a cool cover. Yeah, I think that the whole play of this is kind of cool. You end up having Aqualad there on that narwhal and whatever the things it's looking ridiculous. I do like to what we're going to do before we get into it, and I'll give you the stats in a second. But really, what this is really leaning heavy on, if you do get it, you're really leaning heavy on the hey, everybody loves surfing, hey. And then the idea, you even have Beatles being played in it as well. But
I knew you'd love that part.
Oh, my God, that was great.
They saved the day.
They saved the day, but they also did a double shot because it looks like they're playing I Want to Hold Your Hand, switching to She Loves You. And I might even tell Paul McCartney's story at that point that he's told a trillion times.
But in that, the campfire kids.
You have the classic where there's a surfing Robin where Wonder Girl is on his shoulders throwing the lasso. I'm like, all right, there you go, Annette. It does look like Frank
definitely has some bat shark repellent.
That is true, or Aqualad repellent. One of the things that's odd is they do really stress the green sea as well, and that kind of made me think back at the whole play where they're not sure that the Greeks ended up seeing blue because they never mention the color blue. It's always green and stuff like that. But it is Teen Titans and the Astounding Separated Man. So we get the Separated Man here. It's already goofy from the get-go, but boy, it gets even goofier. It came out...
Is this the character Nathan Fillion was in The Suicide Squad?
I think it might be, but I think that it kind of evolved or whatever, but this is the first appearance.
Arms come off guy or something. I guess it was that.
This is the first appearance of the Separated Man. Is what it was.
An insane character.
Yep, and and in that he kind of got taken out of continuity with the New 52. See, people, the New 52 was good for something. This guy in it there, it's so weird. Like the idea of separating, but this is just like random parts just going around, and when we get to eavesdropping, I'm gonna laugh.
Every time the giant ear showed up, it cracked me up.
It made me laugh out loud every time, and I actually started yelling at my tablet. I was reading like, you can't see this giant ear. It looks like a skit. It would have been a skit on Saturday Night Live or even The Simpsons. It was oh my God, this sneaky ear that also looks like
2 stories.
It's like falling apart. It has like cauliflower ear.
Oh, well, everything is all bubbly and gross and
oh my God. It's a fun issue. I'm telling you, this is funny. It has a cover date of July 1965. It is the Teen Titans and the Astounding Separated Man, written by Bob Haney. You have pencils by Bruno Pramiani.
Sure.
Inks by him, and edited by George Kashtan. I've never heard that artist. Kashtan. Though, if you do know some cartoons and things like that, there was like a trend in the 60s to get like French and Italian artists. So there you go. You even had some wacky versions of some of the kids' things, like a Tom and Jerry. There's a couple weird seasons when you'd have all of a sudden they got you know what I'm talking about? I think that was the French avant-garde deal. It changed. It was wacky when that happened.
Too animated or something.
Yeah, it really threw me when I'd see those in reruns. But you're going back, this is 65, so you can end up thinking about the lay of the land. I did end up looking up, like, what was the big hits of the day? Especially when this, and I'm thinking 3 months or so that they wrote this, then it comes out 3 months later. But really, it would play out like what was the whole year. One of the songs that was big in the months leading up to this is the song Little Honda. That was originally, it was the...
boy, they go Honda heavy in this.
And it was the Beach Boys who sang it, but it was also the Hondells or something that sang it originally. Brian Wilson wrote it, but then then the Beach Boys did. So the Honda deal, because boy, like you said, it goes really heavy. It goes really heavy with the surfing. It goes really heavy with the teens. And it kind of makes sense. With the Teen Titans here, first off, you would think okay, Marvel's hit the scene. They're cool. Everybody's saying that they're the young deal, a hip deal. But it's also the idea that they say that the Beatles and all the bands in the 60s and even the late 50s became a big thing because of the idea that before that, you were a child until you were an adult. You didn't have a lot of teen stuff. It became a huge thing of a teen culture. And that's what it seems that this is trying to grab onto. Maybe a little late, but the idea of, teens hanging out, be able to do things.
I mean, they have their dedicated areas that are spelled out by signs and things. So this is Midville Teen Surfers. Nobody else can surf here.
The beginning,
Swiss Parlor.
It's so cool. But at the beginning, you end up having, kind of that super dickery page. It's going to show you, and pretty much you're just seeing separate pieces of this body doing weird stuff. Like the one is just yelling at Wonder Girl, and she's being whooshed away. Then you have the eye, which again makes no sense to me, but you do see at this point it ends up.
It cries. Fire.
It sheds fire tears.
Yes.
Maybe because an eye can't really. You could have just flooded the place, right? It's
Why
weird
not
that
have
it's
water?
it's weird having something that each of the body parts has to be able to do something, and it seems like they ran out of ideas for the eye. Also, it's salt water. You start surfing, baby. That's what they do the whole time. So you end up going in, and you have the Midville Teen Surfers Club, like you said. You have the Twist Parlor. Nobody's rocking to the Watusi, the Swim, the Monkey, or the Frog. Thought it said the frog at first. I don't know. And even then it says, on the Midville Town beach, the surfboards are racked up and dry. Nobody goofy foots down the... I'm like, come on. Then they go down to the Howie's Honda Haven, where you're like, oh, the Go bikes stand with empty saddles. I love that they're still not able to really get out of the way of it being horses at one point. So that it's not seats. It's so what is happening here in Midville each year? It seems they have Teen Town for a day, and everybody's all excited. And you end up where they present. Here is this, year's teen mayor.
Government is fun, Jim.
Yeah. Oh my God, look at this. You have government the most. Go teens, go Teen Town for a day, and so they end up saying, "Your mayor for the day, Tommy Holmes," and everybody's like, "Yeah, he's one of us." Oh my God. Everybody on stage is 90 with this kid. Like, I swear, Aunt May is showing up. Or it's actually Aunt May's older sister, because, boy, this lady looks like... I thought it was
Hoover with his arm around him.
There's J. Edgar Hoover, Susan B. Anthony.
Alfred back there on the left.
So they're just old. And so the whole play of this, just imagine, you're there. Hey, everybody, it's Teen Town for a day, and here's your mayor. You don't think this is real, right? You're sitting there thinking...
It's ceremonial.
It's ceremonial.
He's just going to sit there and learn about government and sign a fake paper about, teens can dance today.
That'll be the deal. They'll sign phony laws. Now, hear this. Adults don't know what they're talking about. Oh, my, Tommy. Later on, Tommy's son, John, ends up, sweeping the nation. But you end up where Tommy Holmes is there. And he's like, yeah, it's me. You then pan away where you have probably these guys are the villains. They're like, what do these kids think they can do? They think they can run a town for even a single day. Well, nothing's good going to come from this. I'm like, what do these guys think is happening?
They're not going to really run the town, but I guess I'm wrong, because they kind of do in a page or two. Because then
this other guy goes, I guess he looks like he's a mechanic, right? They're in horror.
Joe Standard.
Yeah, Standard guy here. They go, man, there's no way. These teens don't know how to run a town. But nothing is going to come of it. This other guy goes, especially with that Holmes boy as mayor. Don't forget, his father's a jailbird.
How did he win? There should have been muckraking ads about, you want to vote for Tommy Holmes? Do you know his father's in prison?
His father may be a professor, but he's also in prison for pretty much, it seems, destroying the town at one point. So they end up where the adults think that this is complete bullshit. They're going to ruin the town. Oh, my God, these teens, what do they think they're doing with their rock and rolls? And you don't even get that. You could have had, for the day now, rock and roll and every, deal, nothing. It's the idea where then Tommy goes off with the kids. They all march away. They're like, yeah. And they go away to assume the jobs that the adults had.
They become municipal workers for the day.
The adults all end up as a
Why
gang.
would adults not love this? And like, well, shit, I don't have to be a traffic cop or to scrape the bird shit off a statue or collect garbage.
That's what they're actually, and it's not the idea of job for a day of, hey, we're going to go around with the adults and here's what they do to kind of,
it's not take your kid to work day, which is what it should be.
It's your kid do the job day. Yeah. They're all hanging out. The adults have gathered in a crowd in what looks like the Five and Dime, and they're just sitting there like, oh, yeah, well, what's going to happen? Because they end up saying, one person says, oh, man, that kid traffic cop, he's doing pretty good with that sign. The sign that says, no, no, and go, go. Like, now this is the standard going forward. And he's there directing traffic. It looks like nobody's paying attention to him. He's going to get run over. And they're like, hey, man, that kid's doing really good with that sign. Maybe we didn't think these teens could do it. And one guy goes, yeah, sure. But could he handle a real emergency? I'm like, what is there going to be a bank robbery? And this kid has to go and stop it.
Well, maybe there's going to be a traffic accident, including him.
Really? And then he's like, go, go, gadget, go, and gets the hell out of there because he's responsible. He ends up tying his shoes. There's a big accident. He's like, I'm only a kid. Then you go, and in the worst deal, the kids are driving the trash truck and picking up the trash.
Yeah, how old are they?
They look like they were 12. They're there driving, running into the shit. They better go, 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 I guess. But you end up where, hey, trash sure got collected in the jiffy. Those kids are all right. And then they end up, oh, man, the day's young. They want these kids to fail. They want them to fail
because they're like, well, I don't want people to know how easy my job is.
I guess that's what it is. It's like the trash guy's like, damn it, I had a cushy job once. I also think that what they want are these kids to die. Like the idea they're speeding around in the trash truck and they're like, man, the day is young yet. What do you hope happens? That they just don't pick up the trash or die? And then they're there and they're cleaning up the statue. They have a statue. It looks like a World War I statue. Probably some guy from town who died in World War I. Yeah, some doughboy. And in this, the real play is because then this old guy with a cane's like, the old town sure looks great. These teens are really on the ball. The real play is, why aren't these assholes doing this every day? Like the idea, my kid's lazy ass. Now they have this one day and all of a sudden he's a go-getter. Like what happens tomorrow? But then you are introduced to Tommy and his love, Judy, and classic name of the time, where you end up where she comes in and you have the teen government's clicking. But in the office of Mayor Tommy Holmes, there's a moment of sadness. So he's there and he's like, man, I'm the mayor and it's really cool, but I wish Dad was here.
I like that he brought a picture of his dad for the day. Dear old dad on the desk.
It's the mugshot. He's there with his dad's mugshot. He says it. And Judy, through all this, at one point, I just thought it was his mom at first, but or sister. But he says, Tommy, don't be sad. When he hears about it, he'll be pleased just the same because old dear dad is a jailbird. He's in jail. And then he says, trouble is, so many people hold against me. My father, Professor Brian Holmes, in prison. And then she's going in for a smooch. He's definitely trying to get away from that smooch. And then she says, someday he'll be free to start life over, giving a scientific genius to humanity. Now I've got to go supervise the decorating committee. Bye, darling. And she runs off. So you're getting a lot as he's legitimately there in the mayor's office, looking like he's signing bills. So we don't know exactly what his dad is. And then we just all of a sudden, oh, my God, take cover. Everybody's yelling outside. And you hear this. Oh, no, it's back. The separated man. And he's like, this happens a lot in this. Well, what? He ends up and he looks out and there's just a hand ripping a building apart. It's just a hand.
It's like that hand in Zelda that comes down in a dungeon and picks you up and drops you back at the beginning.
Boy, it looks horrific. That hand all boils and stuff. Ugh. It's really bad. So immediately what happens is I think that Tommy, being mayor, has unleashed this thing that his dad did. This is what happened. His dad did all this, and they just keep going with that deal. And they say the only one who knows how to control this separated man is his dad. So they think his dad's back and maybe coming to see his son. And then as you go, and here's one, this is where it gets, it's about to get wacky territory.
Mm-hmm.
Tommy runs and he's like, oh God, I got to do something. I got to run. Runs by the newsstand that happens to have Professor Holmes Breaks Jail.
Yeah, you'd think that you'd let the family know that the guy broke out of jail? So this had to have happened at least 24 hours ago, I would assume, for the paper to have it.
Do
so
you remember,
yeah, that's
even
crazy.
As a kid, if you're a little bit older, like, you couldn't even get box scores to late baseball games. Because this had to have been the day before it hits the deal, and he's running. He's like, "Oh no, Dad escaped," because it's like, you know, it's the Gilligan's Island radio. They just run by the newsstand. It's the big headline, but nobody said, "Oh, he's off," or, "Oh my God." So then he runs, and I swear to God, I wanted to change the dial because he said, it says, swiftly, the heart-sick youth races home, heats up his ham. I thought it was going to say sandwich. He heats up a ham radio, and you end up where I guess that's his mom then, but she doesn't seem to know anything.
No, it's Aunt Martha.
Okay, it is. What name did you say?
That name?
It says, "Tommy, what's this awful news about the separated man being back?" That's your brother, probably. Why aren't you saying his name? Your dad. And no time to explain. Aunt Martha, gotta get help. Mayday, Midville chapter calling Teen Titans. And you end up where this goes into, yeah, it is. And it's like, I wish you had that news where you see all the panels going, where you end up where this is being sent out. Batman does not like this. And also, it's being sent into the Batcave. So it's like, what's this? Calling the Teen Titans? And then Robin goes, check. Batman's Teen Titans is a group of junior crime fighters set up after Kid Flash, Aqualad, and I helped the teenagers of Hatton Corners. And that's where it says Brave and the Bold 54, which is sometimes looked at as the first appearance of the Teen Titans. But they say because it's named here, it is the deal. And basically, at this point, you do end up, Robin, at one point like, hey, Daddy-O, we got to do this. He doesn't quite do it as much with Batman, but when he gets with the other kids, they start really talking that talk.
I actually have Daddy-O written in my notes.
Oh, that's what it seems like.
Even though it's not mentioned, it just seems like that kind of lingo.
But he says, hey, we respond to calls from help. You know, this is our team, and this sounds like some real trouble busting loose in Midville. And Batman goes, Teen Titans, eh? Sounds great, but I hope you kids don't tackle more than you can handle. I'm like, I don't think that phrase, the way he says it, don't tackle when you can. To me, the tackling, that's the end. It's like, don't try to tackle more than you can handle. But every adult says that to each and every one of these kids. And do you think that Flash is the nicest? Do you think Aquaman? I wanted to see who I thought, because Batman definitely has a little problem. Yeah.
It's weird how Wonder Woman's mom's like, I don't know that you can do this. You're just a girl. I'm like, that doesn't seem like her.
No, there's some problems in this with you end up where, because you end up having Tommy and Judy seems to be his girlfriend, you're going to start getting the girls are fighting over a boy type of thing, and it's kind of odd. Though I was expecting more of the Titans themselves really like going, oh, wow, like, you know, about Donna Troy. But they kind of don't. She kind of goes, also, Aqualad has nothing to do in this issue. So, yeah, the Kid Flash, he runs.
I forgot he was in it until they surf.
And so in Central City, there's Kid Flash. I got to get out of here. And you end up where Flash is, what's with these teenagers? More of them in trouble in Midville this time. So he's just basically like, man, these guys, you know, while he has to go up and help kids, they're always in trouble. And he's like, sure, Flash, trouble caused by some adult, I'll bet. Anyway, I'm off like a flash. I mean, Kid Flash. And he goes, I like that at this point. There are some times in this where there are some confusing corrections of the panels.
Yeah, I had trouble.
I didn't need this one to go there, though. This was one that, you know.
Yeah, they throw these red arrows in, which usually help. And there was like 2 or 3 times I was like, there's no arrow, and I just don't know where to go because they're just drawn weirdly. Like it's not just squares. There's like rectangles and trapezoids and shit. And I just don't. Yeah.
I have problems. Well, then they go to Paradise Island. And Wonder Woman and Paula are there, it seems, and they're like, hey, what's up? Oh, I got to go to Man's World to help out. The Teen Titans are doing something. And that's where you get, I don't know about you. You're just a girl. I don't think you can deal with these men superheroes. It'd be kind of odd. And she's like, mother, stop babying me. I could do anything a boy can do and better. Goodbye, Wonder Woman. Doesn't say goodbye to her mom. She just goes. And then you're in the depths of the sea in the Kingdom of Atlantis. And again, I never thought of Aquaman being a joke, right? I really like Aquaman, but when he's just sitting there in a seashell and he's like, hey, what's up there, Aqualad? What are you doing? What are you up to? And he's like, I got to go and save some people, whatever. He's like, all right.
He's very
Don't bite
much
off
like,
more
I
than you can
give
chew."
you permission to join the others. I think he's the most standoffish, actually, even more than Batman.
He does say he allows him, and then he says, "Don't bite off more than you can chew." And I was expecting a aquatic pun. I don't know what it would be, but it's like, hey, remember, there's, you're not the only fish in the ocean. That's what I'm saying. He's like, that doesn't make sense, Aquaman. He's like, what's this? I don't have a fucking book here. Get the fuck out of here, kid. You're annoying me.
Don't get hooked.
Yeah, there you go.
On this superhero stuff.
Business, because you need to be back here sitting in a shell. Is what you need to be doing. Don't get hooked. Make sure you know which way the tide's going. And he's like, is that a pun? He's like, no, I'm legit. They could really cause some problems.
Yes.
And you want to get back here eventually. But yeah, you end up having all of that going on. And we go back to Midville. It's funny that it's Midville. And at that point, you pretty much have pitchforks and torch adults going to track down poor Tommy Holmes, saying, there he is. There he is. There's that family. They're no good. We're going to get that guy. Oh, my God. And so there's like, no, you're wrong. My dad has nothing to do with this. He's in jail. The separate man, he broke out. Judy comes whipping by
on her Honda
scooter and ends up grabbing him. And I swear to God, I thought it was one of the adults at one point yelling, like just out of the blue, "You ride like you were born to the saddle, gal," because it doesn't seem like that's what you'd say to some other teen. And she says, "Why, thank you, stranger." And I'm like, "What's going on? Are they just playing a little
Western play or something?"
Yeah, it's a lot of deal. They can't get away from that. I'm surprised.
I love that gun smoke. These kids.
Horseless carriages. You end up at that point. The hand is like crawling itself down the road. And they're like, oh my God, go, little Honda, go. Like it's just going straight up.
It's like a giant, gross thing from the Adams family.
Oh, yeah, it is. Also, I do get a play if you end up getting the facsimile issue, the ads, because we have a deal with the ads as well. There are a lot of ads for, like, there's one for the monsters and things, so you do
They're
get
all
some
about
of the horrific
hobbies and building things. It's
and a
kind
lot
of weird.
of them are like gross out things and whatnot that I always do love. I will point out that it is like the Dragula that is in that monsters ad thing, but it's not called that. It's called the Coffin Coach, because I think that they ended up maybe naming it different later or whatnot. I don't know the deal. You also have some G.I. Joe stuff too.
Yep.
But as they go around and this hand's going, and I just keep thinking, like, it does remind me of the Nathan Fillion thing that it's like hovering weird, like it's on strings, because I don't know how a foot is walking around by itself. I can at least think that the hand's kind of crawling with the fingers. They turn the corner and there's a giant foot crushing a car. Also, it is causing so much destruction in this small town that it's ridiculous. And you end up where Tommy yells, "Yowie!" Now a giant foot stomping down the block, the street. Oh my God, we've had it, honey. And then she goes, "Never say never," as they go.
Never say honey.
Yeah, really. I thought that was going to be that. And they end up like she is like Evel Knievel.
Yeah, she jumps the foot.
Jumping the foot. It's disgusting to go to the teen clubhouse.
Yes, Midville Teen Clubhouse, right on the outside.
In that, I mean, you even have it as much as they pull in and Petey from our gang is there. Petey's like, ruff, ruff, I'm involved too. He's pulling the wagon. And so they're like, soon it's Midville thing. Oh, yeah. You're canceled. So then you end up where they're yelling, "Hey, what gives, Tommy? What's going on? The separated man. Oh, my God, he's rampaging again." At one point, some of the teens start turning on Tommy. And I'm like, oh, no. And they're like, "Isn't that your dad? This is bullshit." And he's like, no. It's not my dad. I promise. And most of the people are saying, let's wait until the whole thing forms and we'll see that it's Tommy's dad. And he demands that it is not. But he ends up saying, "Listen, gang, I'm sure my dad didn't unleash the separated man. Now we've got to show the adults we can handle this emergency, because I'm
Since
mayor.
we're in charge of the city for the day."
Yeah, I'm mayor. And by the way, there, mechanic kid, aren't you working on a car that?"
And your dad's an asshole.
Yeah, really, that's what you'd assume. It's a deal. I'm like, "Hey, where's Tommy? Oh, he's still collecting trash. Oh, man." And then the Teen Titans show up and you get Yowies again.
They come walking in, arm, hand, and arm.
Oh, yeah, they are. They're arm and hand and arm. And it looks like Robin is now possibly a 32-year-old man dressed as a kid. He looks really bulky and also bad hairline. But they come in, they're like, "Man, the most, the Teen Titans, oh my God." And then they end up saying, hey, okay, kids, we've answered your SOS. What's the pitch?
Shut up, Robin.
What's the pitch? He ended up kind of saying shit like that to Batman. Batman just wanted him to get the hell out of here. So then Tommy says, oh, well, my dad, he was a professor, Brian Holmes. He discovered a way of turning himself into a molecular giant that could separate into different parts. Right there, they should stop and say, is your dad really a professor? Because this sounds like the stupidest thing I've ever heard. But the problem is, he didn't realize that when you do that, it has a mind of its own and ended up committing crimes. And it robbed the bank. And it's doing all these things. I think that's what his dad told him because he wanted to save face. I mean, the idea of this, and when we get to the prison, they're allowing him to do too much, this guy. But he does end up where you have to make it because Tommy's a good guy. So his dad has to be good. So even the judge is crying as he has to sentence this guy. He's like, you're the greatest man ever, but the law's the law. I'm going to have to go. But I know that you are innocent. It's just that it had a mind of its own. I can't do anything. So he goes off to jail and then says, now the menace has come back, but I'm sure Dad isn't responsible. The adults are using this to discredit our teen government.
Yes, that's what they're doing. The one that only gets a day to run. Yeah.
And definitely wouldn't be doing this stuff.
No.
Now it's, oh my God, we're not going to have that day. Like they almost play it out as if like there's going to be a coup. We're not allowing the adults back. So if we can really prove this, at the end, I'm actually shocked. At the end, they're like, you know what? It's now teen government for a year. And they're all cheering.
We need assault rifles around the perimeter of the mayor's building.
Exactly. And so they end up where, okay, and then you have Kid Flash yell, jumping jalopies. Look what's coming. It's both feet stomping down. These boots are made for walking. That's where you end up having the monster coach. That doesn't even play out. That's a really bad name, but coach with a K. So you end up, and again, when you have these, you'll always have the, 2 pages to part 2. So you get
this
to
kid
part
looks
2.
evil, too.
Yeah, look at that kid.
He's more scary than Herman.
He is. And then I'm like, I want to go to Palisades Park.
Yeah.
I want to do that, right? Right there is, in my mind, the idea of how they get the books now to be worth nothing because kids are cutting that out. And now you don't have a perfect comic. And they're like, Mom and Dad, can we go to Palisades Park? Like, we're in Iowa, you asshole. We can't go to New Jersey. We're crying out loud. And I swear to God, when you get there, I think it's free admission anyway. It's just free admission to walk around, but you do get 2 free rides.
Half mile south of the George Washington Bridge.
5th Avenue Cuddle Up, and you can also get Crazy Crystals worth 85 cents. I know. Really, the 5th Avenue Cuddle Up. I am telling you, I imagine that when you go in, it's like this.
Hey, come here, kids.
It'd be the worst.
You ready to cuddle?
Yeah. That's what it is. Some old
Carney
dude
with a cigar.
Come here there. You need a cuddle, does ya?
5 cents a cuddle. I pay yous.
First cuddle's free. And then if you want to, we have the mustache ride, 10 cents over there. You end up where these feet are going, and then they end up saying, oh my God, Professor Holmes, he's grabbed onto the side of the foot.
He's hanging on by a boil, and he's got a hypodermic needle that's like the size of him.
He has the biggest hypodermic needle in his hand. You kind of get the idea of what it might be. I spent the rest of the issue wondering how the hell did he make this huge, giant hypodermic needle or why? You don't need it to be that big.
Yeah, how'd he smuggle it out of prison? Oof.
Yeah, that's tough times. He's like, you don't know, and you don't want to know. So you end up where they're yelling, and oh my God, Dad's on the side. So in my mind, I didn't connect it the whole play. I'm like, oh, well, he's guilty, and they're going to think it. But no, he can't be there and also be the separate man. Mm-hmm. So they want to know what's happening. At one point, he's just hanging by one arm. He's not saying anything. And then you end up have Donna Troy come and use her lasso and whip this thing away. And then Tommy's all upset. My dad was on there. Also, this crazy damn thing is now a dude ranch, if you look. You got a bunch of old wagon wheels and shit there.
There's a tumbleweed going by.
What is this? Gotham City Sirens. So you end up where they toss...
On the potties.
Yeah, really. They toss the 1 foot away. Tommy's desperately running. No, Dad. And then the other foot follows. It's so ridiculous. And then he's like, oh, man, this is ridiculous. Why did you do that, Wonder Girl? She's like, if I did, we'd all be dead. Then this one asshole, who I do believe might be the son of that mechanic, because he's got the hat, says, hold on. You said your dad wasn't involved in the return of the separate man. What about that, kiddo?
What gives?
And it says, yeah, Tommy, and they're all going on now. Yeah, Tommy, you putting us on? I love the idea. Oh, the joke's on me, fellas. He says, you putting us on? Did your old man escape and is behind this? And he's like, no. We all just saw him in his normal self, which proves he's not the separated man.
So obviously, it has nothing to do with this separated man. He's clinging desperately to one of the feet with a huge hypodermic needle.
He's like, didn't you see? He was full suited up, hanging onto the side of a foot with a hypodermic needle. Donna Troy then solves the problem with everybody. She says, listen, she says the mechanic jerk, I believe Tommy. No one with such sincere blue eyes could lie.
Oof.
Yeah.
Donna, you're going down a dangerous street here.
You're going down real quick, too. And
blonde hair, too.
I'm telling you, that's all I thought of. Like, you can even call him Aryan, and he is a youthful guy. Nobody that looks like this could ever lie, right? And then with that, I'm waiting for you have Wonder Woman and Apollo. They're watching through that crazy mirror television thing that they usually have. And they're like, what is she doing? What is she doing? And then you have Judy. Judy goes, brr, Amazon or no Amazon. If she keeps that up, I'll yank her ponytail off. I'm like, holy crap, Judy. Like, you're just going to go, I wanted to see a cat fight, isn't that? And then Donna Troy's like, wait a second. You aren't good. You have red hair. Everything is like mystical witchcraft thing. She's just yelling, you have no soul, you ginger. Get out of here. Oh, yeah. Then she's yelling about everything. Your pants are on too tight, Robin. That means that you do this. And in the meantime, what ends up looking, I'm asking, does it look like suddenly everybody who was doing their Civil War reenactment
I thought it was a
show up?
Civil War thing, because you've got the Doughboy statue, which kind of could be Confederate looking because it's gray. Then you got all these blue coats with.
Yeah, I thought that they were doing
Grant's too.
Well, this is going on. These guys are like, well, since we're not police today, let's get our old outfits on. Let's go at it. You play Jefferson Davis, I'm going to shoot your ass. And that they're shooting because the hand ended up grabbing the statue.
Oh, Troy's like, he actually had some good ideas.
I'm telling you, she's waiting to tell everybody how people just say you can just go by their eye color.
I'd like that Southern drawl. He can't be all bad.
Yeah. Oh, man. Like, he sounds like a Southern lawyer. He must be good. And I don't know, what is that? They're speaking in German over here? Germans are hilarious. I mean, they're just here for some fun. So you end up where they're kapowing and shooting at the hand that, for some reason, has the statue. In all this, I don't know why. When we find out who this is, why is he causing problems? He ends up where he's looking for something, but I don't think it's under the statue.
Well, that would be a clever place to hide it, but no, not in this case.
No, so...
Again, the Legend of Zelda motif.
Yeah, you do end up then seeing at one point that, lo and behold, those are just regular cops, but boy, they look like Union soldiers.
Mm-hmm.
So they're gone. So then the Teen Titans and the teens all come in on their motorbikes, their Hondas, and they yell, don't worry, the Teen Titans will stop that rampaging hand. You get yet another. Well, what? And this guy looks around. At this point, this hand is just smashing building after building. So then what do? Everybody has a lasso.
Yeah,
suddenly.
It is the Old West.
Yeah. I'm telling you, they haven't gone past the deal. It's the OK Corral. They're throwing lassos. They're like, okay, now lasso those fingers. And they end up doing that. Donna would say that a lot later in her dating years. So you end up where all this going on, and they say then with massive digits immobilized by the ropes, and they just end up where they're driving. It looks like now it's a parade. They're doing the Thanksgiving Day parade, and
where's Al Roker?
Where's the other hand? They end up where they're going. It's really funny. Al Roker's there, and Robin yells up, "Rev your bikes full speed!" And then Tommy yells, "It's working. We're hauling the hand out of town."
Yes.
What is this doing? But there they go.
And there behind Santa, we've got a giant separated man hand floats.
Yeah, and now it deflates, and oh no. Like, and then there's the Bart Simpson, they're waiting for, Santa Claus. Now, in that, this is a cop who says this at the first part. Is this guy the dumbest deal? This guy yells, that giant eye, because you turn the page and now there's a giant eyeball in the sky, and he goes, that giant eye, where'd it come from? As if he doesn't understand that there are different body parts around. A guy has to say, it's another part of the separated men. These guys are never solving any crimes in this town.
Yeah,
it's like,
separated man.
Now that you say that was something that I kind of remember. Like, I'm telling you, these guys are the idea of, oh my God, that bird's dead, and they're looking up in the sky. These cops are the worst. And they're like, and I bet my life, if you saw all the features together, they'd spell out the face of Professor Brian Holmes. And I'm thinking, guy's got some really nice eyelashes. Like, this guy really might do some stuff, because this thing's like winking. And then they're all yelling, oh my God, what's going on? And suddenly from the alleyway comes Professor Brian Holmes with now what looks like a syringe that's even bigger than before.
Yes, it does.
It looks like a bazooka, this thing. And he ends up like, that's where you're wrong, Mr. Mayor. And right there, Tommy should say, well, not really today. I'm the mayor. But says,
don't put us on me. This is
yeah. Really. That's the best. Is all this goes down. The mayor's like, thank God it happened this day, because I'm still free and clear. Ends up saying, the face that you're talking about is here, belonging to me. I think he has to keep going, because that he's like, it's here, and these cops are looking around. What? No, I mean here, me. And Holmes, officers arrest him. He's an escaped convict. And he ends up saying, I'm the only one who can figure this out. He also says, get back where the Fahrenheit's terrific here.
Yeah, because now it's the crying, flaming tears for some reason. Like, it's not wacky enough already. We got to go here.
These things don't make sense. Like, if it was flooding the town, then you get the teens surfing through town. It'd be great.
A huge saltwater tear.
Tsunami.
Yes.
Right? And then you have the idea of the adults are like, oh man, I told my boy Johnny Moondog not to surf, but now I wish I would have, because they would end up not being able to help themselves because they don't know surfing, because they ain't cool. So, but you have burning buildings, everything's on fire, this town's done. It is destroyed. I don't even know what they would do, because the guy who ends up being they're not going to get any money from that guy, so they're in big trouble. But everything's on fire, and then Flash comes around, and what would normally be something. I think he's fanning the flames. He's running around and they're like, I got this. And then says, I got to get the hell out of here. And it's still like going, and they're doing things with the hands still.
Magma flame into solid rock.
Yeah, the one. But the idea this thing's probably going to keep crying. But then it says, oh, you thwarted it and it went away. The eye got out. It's like a beholder. He gets the hell out. And then he says, oh my God, they yell, Professor Holmes, he's disappeared. And Flash says, Kid Flash says, I'm going to do a disappearing act as well. But somehow grabs Professor Holmes. I don't know how. Then you go back, and the kids now are still just concerned with this hand. Like, there's so many other problems.
Down,
Yeah, they're there. They're like, it's just like Gulliver's Travels, I guess, this hand. I think this hand could get away. But it's there. And that's where you have the fun thing of Kid Flash running in with the professor, holding him in his arms while the professor has the biggest hypodermic needle you ever have. And now the needle part itself has grown. This thing changes every time you see it. It looks like a missile. And then he ends up explaining to the kids that indeed it's not him. It was his cellmate in jail. This guy who ends up, this Trask guy, who was watching. Hey, I don't know what the warden's doing, but he's allowing experiments to go on. Experiments.
He kept a vial of the serum. Somehow he smuggled that into prison. So, I mean, this guy's prison wallet's getting a workout.
God. And he's doing things I ended up doing research.
Yes.
He's got like a mini lab. This guy is in jail for what you're letting him do now. And it plays off the idea of, somebody in jail and he talks too much to his cellmate and says, hey, I hid the gold here. I did this, or I want to get rid of it. And then this guy's like, I love where he's there. And it looks like at one point he's taking notes, but he's just listening. And he stole the vial of chemicals. He waited till he was paroled, though. He gets out. He could have just taken it and busted out of the prison, but I give him that. That's
true.
Right? He could have just grabbed it and gone. This guy's still going to cause a lot of problems, but he needs more of the serum. And that's the play, is the rest of everything that he's done is at his secret lab. So what this all has been is this Trask. He's gotten the serum. He's become the separated man, but he's trying to find the professor's lab so he can keep this going and whatnot. And the professor says, I have this antidote that I worked out. I have this huge, never explains why he has a huge hypodermic. I get it that the separated man is big, but also says I have to give it in his torso and his heart. Makes no sense. You could just give it. And I guess if it's separated at the point, but still. And while this is going on, you have the craziest idea where you have them talking about all this. Hey, the serum, all this. And then suddenly, and this happens continuously in this now.
It's the best.
The giant ear was sneaking behind this. Maybe.
Look behind
it's
that mountain. An ear.
Yeah. I'm like, oh my God, it's a giant ear. And they're like, the separated man, he's eavesdropping on us trying to hear our
son of a bitch.
Well,
That's not fair.
Yeah, where he does say, if I get the torso, I'm able then, I'll get the serum and it'll become dressed. It won't be the separated man. This would lead you to think that this guy will never combine, but he does. But in that, it's eavesdropping this giant ear. It's the goofiest thing you could ever see while they're talking. And then they yell, kids, turn on the radios real loud. Because it's not that they want to talk still. They want to scare it away, right?
I don't get this play because I think the ears heard what it wanted to hear, but they're like, yeah, well, let's crank on some tunes and blast some Beatles because I want to hold your hand.
And they all have their radios, their handheld radios. Yeah, it does. I will point out that at the time that this came out, I think the most recent hit by the Beatles is I Feel Fine, but they're going classic. They're going back a couple years. I would think that by this point, they've moved past I Want to Hold Your Hand and She Loves You. And I'm guessing that this is like really in a row and whatever, but the ear's like, it's getting out of there. It's like, I'm leaving, I'm out. You end up where Donna says, I'm going to go chase this ear. And then as she goes, there's the worst attempt at trying to hide by the eye. The eye, it almost feels like it's like a 2-foot tree and a 6'5" man standing there thinking the tree is covering things. And she yells, shades of Pluto, a giant eye peeping at me from behind that hill. It's barely behind the hill. Yeah. And then all of a sudden the mouth comes. It yells at Donna, which we did see at the beginning, and ends up tossing her. And then we go to the next part 3, where now she looks like she is holding her ears, but it looks like she's like lounging out, tossed around. She gets tossed where then she sees a billboard and then throws the billboard at the mouth. And the billboard ends up being for adhesive, but she thinks the billboard itself is adhesive.
This doesn't make any sense.
She ends up saying, I need to talk. This loud noise that it's yelling at me is making my brain scramble. So let me think. 1, 2, 3. I think that I shall never see a billboard as lovely as a tree. And then yells right into a billboard.
Robert Frost
and then,
spinning in his grave.
Exactly. And then throws this and it says, seal 'em. Adhesive tape, it really sticks. She throws this and says, I hope that is true. It's a billboard. It's not the stuff there, Donna.
Yeah, and also if it's like blowing Donna with his voice, this is like a huge thing that's... Oh, sorry. This is like a huge, not aerodynamic billboard. I think she'd be like blown back even further trying to do this.
And then it looks like it just like bites down on it.
In a comic with a giant disembodied mouth, I find this totally ridiculous.
This is a little too much. So then Kid Flash is chasing the 2 feet that seem to just be running around randomly throughout the whole issue. And he's like, oh my God. I had a problem with
this too. I feel Kid Flash would be way faster than this. And also he runs ahead of them, which is stupid. He's just
I don't know why.
Them.
And he starts laughing. And he's like, challenge me like the feet challenge them.
No,
to
you're
a
trying
foot
to
race.
follow where they're going to find the torso.
It is a foot race, right?
Yes, it is.
And that's the thing. You don't want it to stop. It will end up going to where you want it to go. You follow it. You follow it like from the distance. You're fast enough to catch up. It can't get away from you. But he says, hey, those big dogs are trying to shake me. I'll have to go in high gear, and then starts laughing. Challenge me, will you? I'll put you in the dust. I'm like, that's not what you're supposed to do. And then he falls into a mud bog.
And the feet are so fast that even when he gets out of it, they're gone.
Yeah, they're gone. I like he's all muddied up. He's like, how about the stupid burn bright blunders? Oh my goodness. And they gave me the slip. So then you go off, meanwhile, while others patrol and report an Aqualad to Robin. No sign of the separate man. He's just on a boat in the middle of the bay. I'm like,
why is he on a boat?
I don't know.
Is that a whale?
I think at that point it might be a boat.
It's odd.
Weird,
it looks
right?
like there's a sail,
because that's where I'm going. The sail, but he is on a whale later. And then they're like, Tommy to Robin, no sign here. Everybody's like, we've looked everywhere. They're nowhere to be found. All patrols are reported.
Also, your city's destroyed. Sorry about that.
It's just destroyed. And the professor's walking around with this stupid oversized, pretty much what looks like a gimmick hypodermic needle.
Yes.
And
He's a prop comic.
It's lying low. At least he's not wrecking the town anymore. You have to pan out and see the whole thing's on
destroyed.
fire. The whole thing's on fire. So the adults come back to be hateful.
Mm-hmm.
Boy, Dwight D. Eisenhower, look at this guy. I thought he was a nicer guy.
Yo, Holmes, the only thing that stops us from arresting you.
And they're like, and it says is that I'm the only one who can get rid of that menace, right, Mr. Mayor? Don't worry, I'll return to my cell as soon as the terror's defeated. So you can't have him, not go back to jail. So then,
although Robin gives him a pardon, kind of at the end.
Yeah, he does actually. I'm like,
a stay of sentence or something.
I love the play where here is like where they're like, hey, listen here, Robin. In case anything happens to me, you should know that my lab located. I can't help but laugh when I'm doing it. Located in the abandoned lighthouse off the beach. The ruined town is in the background. There is a broken down building. The ear is wedged into an alleyway
They can't see it.
Is at least 40 feet above the building at one point.
Oh, so
they are there.
Yeah.
There's nothing blocking the thing. Everything's destroyed. And this ear is listening in. And they're there. And it's like,
this ear is going, I honestly thought this was a dupe. Like they knew it was there and they were.
That's what he kind of says later. But Robin's all for it. And now Robin's pissed. I thought Robin was going to be, you lied to me? But he ends up, he's like, you should know my lab's at the abandoned lighthouse off the beach. And
called Arkham.
Yeah. I like that this ear is eavesdropping so much that Robin's word bubble has to shift around it when he goes, wait, Professor, that giant ear. I wish he said, oh my God, do you think that's a separated man? That giant ear. And it's like, oh no, he heard us. And that's where they're like, oh God, it's heading to the lighthouse. And the lighthouse on like an island in the middle of this bay. There are no real waves. I don't even know what they were doing normally, it seems, with the surfing shit. But they end up going like, oh my God, everybody, Robin and Tommy, the Superman man knows your dad's lab is in the old lighthouse. Now I'm like, it really was a secret for a while. It is now it's just broadcast on ham radio and walkie-talkies. They're going to go and try to stop it. Yeah. I swear to God, I thought he was going to heat up a ham sandwich. I am so. So with that, then suddenly the separate man forms, but it was under the beach, and now it's the full man. So he comes up, and I'm like, okay, he looks horrific, but it was better. I like seeing him as a whole deal. These separated parts are ridiculous, and they're like, oh no, we have to stop. But at that point, he's like just picking up random boats and throwing it at the kids on their Honda motorbikes, yelling and screaming. I don't know why. He should just go. Then he starts walking. It really looks like Turtle Jimmy, going through the water. And like, oh no, look, he's going for the lighthouse. We have to stop him. So they yell, hey kids. And now it becomes pretty much beach blanket bingo. They yell, let's get the boards, get the surfboards. Let's show them how us kids
Come
do
on,
it.
You Grammys, Hodads, and hot doggers. The surfing's fine.
Some things are lost to time.
Well, and they should be.
Grammys. And
Hodads.
I love it too. Legit at the one point next to him is the guy who's from the guy who looks like he's the mechanic's son. Yeah. I wanted him to say, and it's like, hey, you Grammys. Like, whoa. It doesn't. Everybody accepts religion here, buddy. Like, why are you awful? It's like, we didn't know that's such a slur. This one guy's like walking away all sad. But they had, go, go, go. And I'm telling you, at this one point, you have the asshole. And actually a bunch. You see this, if you look at old surfing deal, one of the big things was to stand up on the board and put your arms out. I'm like, I don't even know what that does. They're surfing. Then suddenly Aqualad comes in. We forgot that he was involved. Right. Also, you have the hand trying to make a wave. But then they're going to go through it where in this bay, just a bay, you have the 50 whales.
Yeah.
These things, there's no
Sperm
way.
whales, humpbacks, a huge stingray.
A huge stingray that Aqualad's driving. After this is done, they killed them all. They're all watching. There's not enough water in this bay, I don't think, for these. And the one whale is laughing. He's enjoying himself. But it's making waves. Now they can go. And pretty much they're like, let's whack this guy off.
Yeah, the plan is to drive a surfboard into him. Aren't they like flying off the surfboard, slamming into the separated man? Yes.
I'm telling you, as everybody's worried about the whales, the kids are now coming. Everybody's dead. Because they're whacking their surfboards into him. It does seem to be hurting him, but what is happening to them? Plus, I see what looks like just a separated whale fin. At the one point, these whales are all going, and then Donna jumps up, and she's going to lasso the hand because this guy's going to just destroy and murder teens.
Mhm.
And then able to, the guy, also he's distracted. He's no longer going for the lighthouse and it's going to the amusement pier. I'm like, oh no, the Palisades Park. I'm glad I didn't use the ticket. You would have been there at the cuddle place. So he's like, I just wanted to cuddle with this.
All right, kids, last cuddle. we got some crazy shit
I
coming our
only
way.
wanted to cuddle with this old man. Why is this happening to me? Finally, I get to go to Palisades Park. So they go in and end up where the separated man gets out of the water. The pier can't hold him.
Yeah.
And he falls backwards as you have Robin and the professor riding on a mermaid with this huge hypodermic needle.
I don't know how somebody doesn't get stabbed with this thing
I'm telling
in the
you.
meantime. 800 times by now.
So everything's going, and this crazy Superman, he's underwater now. Robin grabs the hypodermic needle, says, I'll do it. And he goes down. Then he ends up where all of this is happening at once, where then Aqualad comes flying in with the manta ray that has Kid Flash on it. Donna's got this
they
lasso.
can't hold their breath a lot long.
Oh, my
so.
God. Everything's going, and he does end up being able to get the deal. And Jake Trask is now no longer the separate man. It's just him. And then you have Kid Flash who jumps in because Robin's drowning
Yes.
at the moment with this guy, and they end up saving him. So all this happens, and then in a ceremonial, let's do some crazy stuff. You have a surfing thing where everybody's standing again, like standing with their arms up like that. And then people are also on shoulders, you know,
Mhm.
and waving. And they're like, hey, here we are. Yeah, we did it. And then when they get onto the shore, Trask there he is. He's handcuffed. And then you have Tommy's dad say, my job is done, Tommy. Now I must go back and finish out my prison term. See you shortly. But Robin at one point basically says, you're A-okay with me, and you don't have to go back to jail. But
Your escape won't add to your sentence, Professor, considering your only purpose was to defeat the separated man. Meanwhile, the warden's like,
See, but this is the problem. It's still teen government day.
Oh, a stay of execution.
Oh, yeah. I'm surprised that Tommy just didn't go. And
Actually, Dad, you don't even have to go back. I just wrote your,
It's just straight up pardon. I'm surprised he didn't do it. And then the mayor says, well, actually, it's not legit. We have a law about signing things with no shirt, no shoes, no dice.
Service.
So he ends up, because he's there just as a surf deal. And he says, well, I wonder how Midville will feel about teen government now. I think they're going to think it's bullshit, because this whole thing kind of happened because maybe not. But the thing is, the whole town, like, I love the idea. It's like, I wonder how they'll think about teen government now. And then the whole town is on fire. Like, they're not worrying about any of that shit. They're like, oh God, we're done. And except the mechanic. Somehow that mechanic, that guy got out scot-free,
always
right?
survive.
It is. It's weird. And says, you did great, Tommy, you and all the kids. And that's the signal for the Teen Titans to disperse. Our job's over for now. And disperse they do. They all run suddenly in different directions.
Bye, boys.
Bye, boys. So long, gang. I like check. I don't get check, please. Robin said at the beginning, that's his, like, I guess that might have been a term like, hey, man, that was cool. Check. Because he said it to Batman earlier.
Yeah.
When Batman's like, what's this team? Check. I'm like, oh, man, look at that hipster. And then Aqualad's like, see you at our next adventure of the Teen Titans. And they're like, here?
Don't sit by the phone there,
Yeah,
Aqualad, unless we have some water nearby.
We'll call you on a conch shell. Get the hell out of here, you loser. Go take a manta ray. I heard you blew a seal. Get out of here.
You needed the money.
Craig's like, get your stingray and blow. But that's it. It's a long one. It's a long one. It's so just, it hits you hard. I mean, it is the idea of just everything's explained. Everything goes, but boy, there was some fun stuff in it with just that ear. The ear in the alley.
The ear cracked me up.
If you are listening and you're like, well, I've never bought a facsimile, but this, just buy it for the ear. It's the best. Yeah. It's that ear twice tries hiding in the worst way. And we didn't even say, we kind of alluded to it. The professor says, I kind of saw the ear, so I was lying. Never really says where the thing is or whatever, and goes back to jail. So Robin was duped as well. I just like the cop too. It's like, oh my God, a giant eye. Where did that come from? Like, really? Like, you better take the cop. Remember, we had the idea that Martian Manhunter...
He got conked on the head during the reenactment of the Civil War.
Yeah, Martian Manhunter just showed up. John said, I want to be a detective. well, that checks out. And he became, I think that's what happened back in the day. This guy just wanted to be a police officer. And he is. So, yeah, I wanted the kid police officer. Go, go, go. No, no, no. I wish that he was part of like some plan with that sign. Somehow the separate man, he's a real stickler for only one thing, traffic laws.
So he stops.
So he stops. He ends up stopping. But yeah, it's great. You do have a Rip Hunter Time Master and Black Hawk ad at the bottom.
Oh, yeah.
You know that times were different. Times were different then. And then 100 magnets you could buy to, put them together and make a horsey, something like that in the deal. I don't think I'd be getting that. But some of the ads some of the ads were pretty cool.
Mm-hmm.
You did get the crazy.
That ad is weird looking. Like it doesn't even fit with the other ones. And also he's looking for people who like to draw. I think it might be the cuddle guy.
Yeah, I the only thing he's drawing maybe would be blood afterwards. I don't know. He might be drawing a bath for you to take with him because he seems sus. Though my favorite was the Fred Flypogger, the Good Groover, where you had those crazy speed shift and flip out. They look like they're models that are like gross out things. I like those.
Yeah,
I always like those. I always like those sort of things. It's almost like what ends up being Garbage Pail Kids and things from back in the day. So I do like that, but there's Palisades Park. You're asking for trouble. And that kid is definitely deranged. That's doing the Monsters mobile. I mean, at one point, he looks like straight up the devil.
It's like Chucky or something.
I would not allow my kid, if I was an adult, to get that. If I saw that ad, he's like, look, Dad, you can get this. I'm like, you ain't going anywhere near that. I don't need Satan himself.
Gosh, even a chrome crank. He looks like a little too excited about that.
Yeah, he's very excited. While Herman looks over his shoulder. What would you give this?
I think I came up with like a new score. I'm like a Silver Age 7.
Oh,
I'm going to give it a 7.
Age 7. Where's Sammy?
Goofy Silver Age fun, wackadoo premise and villain. But I thought the art was actually pretty consistent and decent.
The art's good, I thought.
Just the strange panel placement kind of threw me off a lot of the times, but it was pretty goofy fun.
It's for teen, like maybe younger kids. I would expect this is for even kids that aren't quite teens to be like, man, I can't wait till I'm a teen. I thought the art was good. I've never heard the artist. I've never actually heard that name, and I thought it was really well done. Though, if people look at this, you may say, well, it's kind of a house style thing. It does.
It is, but consistency is what I look for sometimes, and that's pretty. Every character, even the kids that are new to us, like Judy and Tommy,
Judy and Tommy, and a mechanic kid. He comes in into play. Yeah, I thought the art was good. I'll give it a 7.5. Okay. Just to make you look like a jerk with your Silver Age 7. I'm going to go. I would love that. Eavesdropping ear 7.5. Does that work? I don't think it does. But yeah, I thought it was pretty fun. And it's kind of a cool thing. If we didn't have a vote type deal, we would probably do the facsimile issue each month, or each week. I was thinking,
when did they start that? I didn't know that was
they've been doing that for a while. It's been a while. Marvel does it too, and
I knew Marvel did, but recently, I didn't know the DC was doing it.
Me and you both read that Godzilla Hulk, but they ended up having the Godzilla. Yeah, they had the Godzilla #1 as the facsimile, so it does play in. That's kind of the concept of the show too.
Makes sense.
The problem is that sometimes they end up having like a issue 6 of Hush when something comes out because of a first, or they'll have like, Infinite Crisis number. They did go through and actually re-released all of Crisis on Infinite Earths, but they'll do some things that aren't like great to pick up as a one issue and talk about sometimes. But
I have a New Mutants run, and I bought it, but it didn't have the first appearance of Deadpool somehow. So I did get the facsimile of that when that came out. So it kind of completed my little collection in a way.
And last week, I did there was an Action Comics facsimile edition that came out because of Superman Week and whatever, and or Day and the Summer Superman Special. I put that on the poll, but nobody ended up picking that. But they picked that. It's cool. I like the idea that they could go out and get this or go. I'm assuming because of it having a facsimile, it's probably also in the app as well. Though some of the Silver Age stuff gets a little wonky that they don't have a lot of it. But I'm assuming if they can reprint it for a facsimile, the problem is a lot of the things in the app that they don't have was because there weren't any really good things to scan and put in. That was a big
yeah,
problem.
and I heard you talking on a recent podcast about people sent in the ones and then they tear them apart to scan them and be like, what did you just do to my comic that was worth thousands of dollars?
Exactly. So people end up saying you're not doing that anymore. So there are, and again, you can go and find some things, but sometimes they're pretty poor.
I think nowadays you could just take a picture with a phone of the page.
I would
and not
think
have
that
to
you could end up recreating it in a way.
so much,
you know what I mean? Yeah, and now suddenly everybody's banging around here. Jesus Christ. But that's that. So we're going to get going before I get more annoyed. But I hope that people like the retro deal. But before we go, let everybody know where they could find this stuff.
Patreon.com/besottedgeek. You can find me there.
And me and Stork do a bunch of shows together that you can listen to. And we do a Book of the Month Club show.
Yeah.
We have a, what's it called? That pop culture we just started as well.
Yeah.
And somebody just today, actually, I forgot to tell you, did ask
manga?
when we're getting back to the manga. I'm like, we have
that.
so many other things going, and it would be cool. But yeah, Luke Hollywood.
It's all about that Luke Hollywood. He's got to get back in the swing, and then it'll inspire us.
That's the thing. I kind of am waiting if Luke Hollywood could get back to at least Demon Slayer. Then me and you could even do, because we are doing My Hero Academia, but we're also going to do Spy Family, me and you, because we finished what we were doing with Chainsaw Man. So all that is still out there. If you want to, do anything or do anything, if you want to end up listening to us talk about manga, you still can look up Weird Science Manga. If you can hear me through this pounding, and you can end up listening up, and you'd have plenty of time. We did tons of episodes. So you'll have plenty of time, and maybe by the end, we might get back to it. Well, I would love to. We'll just see. We will see if we have the time. But thanks, Stork, for joining me. And we're going to go back to the regular show right about now.
Mail, check out what you got now. Get your postcards, birthday cards, eBay or stock cards. I get it while it's hot now. If a letter makes you wetter, then a better ready, better it's mail.
And here we are with the mail. If you want to email us, you email at weirdsciencedccomics@gmail.com. And I'm being joined by my man, Gray. What up, Gray?
Well, look, Jim, I tell you what, that mail intro, it always makes me get a bit excited. I start getting chills down my spine.
Oh, my goodness. I thought, like in a sexy way. That'd be crazy, but who knows? Who
knows, indeed.
Oh, my goodness. And I asked you to join me in the mail because actually you're mentioned in the two mails that we got.
Uh-oh, am I in trouble?
And one I've already mentioned, Wayne, who emailed and actually said that we should end up having some people do the intro, outro, mail, news, and I have taken his advice, and I had Simon join me for some, but I wanted you to join me this week for the mail, because Wayne ends up saying, hello, Jim and the Get Fresh crew, whoop, whoop. 3-year avid listener here, started reading comics at the same time. So we ended up starting reading comics and decided that we were the ones to guide him for some odd reason.
Great taste.
I don't know. It's the best is that he still kept reading. Even though, I mean, I get the idea. Usually as you start reading, you usually like what you're reading at first, right?
Yeah,
that's what kind of keeps you going.
That's
then
why you keep reading.
Then you tune in to us and we're yelling and screaming about everything. I'm thinking like 3 years ago, we weren't exactly on the most positive tip, is what I'm thinking back in the day. But when are we? Except now. But he says, love the show despite Eric's departure, although I do miss him. There you go. Every time somebody says it, I have no idea. I checked. It sounds like I'm stalking, but I actually checked to see if I could get any sort of info about him to see if he's okay or whatever. And I saw like he's retweeted like 2 things in a month. So I don't know what he's doing.
If anyone's seen Eric Shea or Luke Hollywood, please contact Jim at Weird Science Tower.
Amazingly, Luke did get a hold of me this week, and we did record. We did record. It's me now. I'm 2 Manga Mondays behind, but we ended up doing something. He showed up to suggest what is Nice Prison, I think it was called. It's a new one in the magazine, in the Shonen Jump magazine. Might be one of the worst things I've ever read, and I got mad at him and yelled at him, so we might not hear from him for another month.
Jim, I thought you guys were going to be covering, there's a new Irish-based manga coming out. It's called Would You Like a Cup of Tea There, Father?
Is that what it is? Well, maybe we will. Except that Luke, he prefers whiskey. But I was thinking it might be a good idea to have someone you record with that week stick around to record the intro, mail, news, outro, etc. with you. Understandable if you don't, because I know coordinating schedules must be the hardest part of the gig now, but I think the pod benefits when you have someone to riff with, which you actually said to me as well, Gray.
It's the same with the intros, yeah. I feel like, you're missing someone. You're missing that, that wingman, aren't you?
Yeah, somebody to yell at me when I mess up.
Yeah.
Well, luckily Simon was here to do that this week because
That's
I
good.
messed up a bunch of times because I was all excited.
Did he explain to you how to do the intro, Jim?
He
That's
did
what I
not.
wanna know.
I said I didn't understand. He got mad
I'm
at
just
me.
joking.
He'll come up a little later in this. It's funny that both of you are mentioned in this email. You are very good at that, and I tune in as much for the tangent and humor as the comics. Now, I did make a call out to everybody like, hey, we just started a new way of doing this. If you could get on and do some reviews on the iTunes or whatever they call Apple Podcasts, it'd be great. I go there and I'm like, nope, nobody did it. But I did look back at some old reviews. I went back to the very beginning.
Okay.
And there are so many one-star reviews. They're like, oh, what are these guys?
What?
They talk about nothing but what they're doing that week and their bowel movements. Like, that's all it was. Everybody was mad because we somehow, in a 13-hour podcast, we talked, 45 minutes about other things.
Like, that one guy, he's obsessed with shit in his pants. What's going on there?
Yeah, they're like, I don't know what's going on. I thought this guy said he was an adult. I remember that. When Eric said at one point that he was listening to a podcast, and everybody on the podcast, which were a two couples, and all of them crapped their pants. And I'm like, what the hell is that? So we talked about that. But yeah, I remember at one point this one guy was like, it's ridiculous. Like, your intro's too long. You don't have anything about the comics. That was like a 9-hour podcast where we talked about 24 comics, and the intro was like 12 minutes. It's like, what are you talking about? I got so angry.
You didn't put a song in there, by the way, by any chance, did you? Because then, oh my goodness, if you start putting songs in, Jim, you get told to fast forward them.
Well, at one point, yeah. And then at one point, Brandon will laugh if he's listening to this, that in the Marvel podcast, we got a bad review. And I made a song about the bad review.
Oh, nice.
Brandon said, all you're doing is egging this guy on, which it did, but it was funny. You're very good at that. I tune in for the tangent and humor as the comics. You might even be able to get people to record these parts with who you normally wouldn't record with because they are shy to talk about the actual books. Here's the thing, and Gray has recorded with a bunch of people. I'll record with anybody. The problem is if they have a mic, and there's all these other things involved because the sound is really, really bad if they're like just a mic on a laptop and things like that. But when they want to do it, like some people will say like, oh, I want to do this. And I'll say, well, you have to have a mic or whatever. And they'll just go out and buy like they have better mics than me. I get upset. And then I'm like, oh, and then they decide they don't like it. And then the next thing you know, they just wait.
Yeah, you don't need like a highfalutin, crazy, top of the range mic. You just need a decent mic. But it is important, Jim. That's the best advice I got about YouTube. It said, don't even worry about camera. The most important thing is just, get a decent mic. But it doesn't have to break the bank. Mine doesn't.
No, well, mine doesn't either. I have it on. You should see the way I have this boom stand that I have.
Jim's mic's as big as a house. You should see it. It's
big.
unbelievable.
The thing on the outside of it is huge, but I have this boom stand that broke, and I'm cheap. I ain't buying a new boom stand. So it's like crazy. The way that it is, like usually you just have it, it goes up and down, one little angle. This is like 80 things and it's in my way.
You've got it like taped together with sellotape and safety pins,
Yeah, what happened
goodness.
was one of the joints ended up breaking, so it won't, like, you can't put it in position. So it's way up
no
high.
Problem,
then
Jim. I just use a disposable chopstick when it happens.
Exactly. Well, that's, yeah. I actually at one point legit just had the mic up on a bunch of books. And so I have it that way. But I kept hitting it and kept knocking it. So this is good. And also, it does my favorite move ever because I feel like I'm at the end of a morning zoo radio broadcast. Because when I get done, I swing the mic back over away from me, like away from the monitor, and it feels like I'm a professional.
Jim Werner, the MacGyver of mics.
But to do this, I have to like lean over and push it. But again, also, I still end up because also what I did was I kept spilling my drink and hitting my drink, which still it happened last night. It happened on this podcast. You'll hear at the end. I end up spilling my coffee all over myself. And I'm yelling, and Simon just doesn't seem to react to it. And I'm like, you don't understand. I am soaked. It was like a huge cut, and
it's
it was
turning into
behind
a
the
habit,
mic.
Do you know what I think? It's not accidental. I think you just like you
I
sat
just
there
do
pouring your coffee all over the keyboard.
I was so mad. It got on my
on
keyboard.
purpose.
It got on my keyboard. It got on my mouse pad. And then what I did was I had to like get everything. We're still recording, so I threw everything on the side, not remembering that I had my tablet kind of down there. I have like the dog bed where the dog usually is. She wasn't
It's
there.
going
last
for
night.
the sympathy boat,
And
you know, ladies and gentlemen. Come on, that's what it's all
the
about.
tablet, and I was so mad. I went to go use my tablet. I'm like, now I got to clean that. Jesus criminy, what is this?
Covered in
And then-
coffee and ants.
No,
Unbelievable.
it's the worst. Yeah, actually. I was going to tell you, I did have like an ant. I think it was just there. We have a lot of ants in the house right now, and in my pants.
Oh my
But
goodness.
everything's ripped apart in this house, so whatever. You might even be able. He says we could get some people, but I like the idea. I actually was thinking about it already, and when he said, I'm like, yeah, that makes sense. And one of the reasons why I thought about it, but why I didn't, is because at the end of the podcast we would do the book of the week.
Right.
But the problem is when you do a show with 7 different people and all of them aren't reading every book. So if I say, like me and Simon this week do Power Girl, at the end, if I said to him, what's your book of the week? He may actually say, at this point, I've only read Power Girl for the show, and that book was garbage. So
It's
I don't
a
want that.
cracker.
So that's why I could give my book of the week, but it felt weird. It feels weird with that. And it was kind of funny anyway. You go through the podcast, if you're paying any bit of attention, you kind of understand which book we gave a good review to, but it was able to push maybe something we liked on the
Is that a bit of a
Patreon.
catch-22 for you, Jim? It's like when you do the intro, it is basically, as you say, after you've done all the reviews, so you're kind of commenting, aren't you, of what you've done. So
Yeah. So this will be a little different. What I'll end up doing, me and you are actually doing the mail here before we do our Usagi Yojimbo show on Patreon. But what I'll end up doing is when maybe, sometime me and you are doing, a book, because lo and behold, we'll find out a little later that you're going to add a book to this podcast episode, and then I'll probably catch up and do it. It's Flash. We'll see from the next email. And then, if you did Flash, I'd say, hey, do you want to do the intro real quick? You want to do this? And we'll combo.
Call me crazy, Jim. I am crazy, but I took one for the team.
Yeah, you ended up where people can thank you or rue the day that you actually did a review for Flash.
What was I
it's a solo
thinking?
review. Also,
Oh, my
when we get to
goodness.
that, I'll mention how it is that podcast is starting to get back to old school. And I'll mention a couple things there. But he says, even the person said very little, which Gray had to make the joke that that's just every review.
How dare you?
If I let them say
You can join me as long as you stay quiet.
Yeah, you can join me, but I'm just going to keep talking. Even if the person said very little and you were just there for you to talk during those sections, I think this would be an improvement. And yeah, it's funny too, like it almost feels like he thinks, and Simon made the joke even, that you have to head back to the green room. I'm going to keep doing the show. Yeah, I'll call you out again when it's time. But yeah, I actually said to you, I think at one point I did say to my wife, the idea that if I had somebody who just was on the thing with me and muted their mic and said nothing, I would end up being, it goes better for me because I'm talking to them. Like right now I'm really talking to you and trying to make you giggle.
I'm not listening.
Trying to do. It's like Reggie. I mean, Reggie was the first deal where I realized, yeah, I kind of just like making people laugh and make fun of people.
Well, that's like Reggie had an awesome laugh, God bless him. It was fantastic. And I loved it when you made him laugh and he laughed. It made me laugh listening to the
He would
podcast.
go
Jim.
and
Yeah.
the easy way to make Reggie laugh, make fun of Eric. That's all it was to say stuff about Eric, and then Reggie.
That's
would
why you
love
listen,
it.
Eric, innit? Come
Oh
on.
yeah, just yelling at him and hear him call me names. Even though I did use one of his jokes on Gabe about it, how you're in shape, round. Now that I should have been. Now that it's bad, now of course, not that it's bad. That's the other thing. He's very sensitive. You can tell he's a 3-year listener. That he knows that at this point, I'm just fuming that I think all this is insult. But I did not, because I actually do agree. And I ended up saying at one point, like, that's why if I thought myself a funny man, I could never do like a stand-up deal or anything, because I just like to do things like as you talk. I don't like making scripts or, doing that sort of thing. I just like to
Scripts?
talk.
Oh my
And when you
goodness.
go
Who's
off
got
with
time for
somebody
that,
else-
Jim?
Yeah, really. Again, Reggie, at one point, me and him, we were going to do something. I think I mentioned this later as well. We were going to do we did a comic book or a cartoon show. It was like the original cartoon show. And he's like, okay, I'm going to get it ready for it. I'll get the info, and sends me this like 20-page script.
Wow.
I'm telling you, there's like things in
amazing.
where I'm supposed to say this or that. He did the intro. I'm supposed to say this stuff, and that script got thrown out. I actually think I even made the noise because I like had some papers just to pretend so I could pretend I was throwing it. I'm like, I ain't doing that, Reggie. I'm reading your nonsense. So then he laughed.
I tell you, I had to make a script, Jim, for The Flash because, you know, the only reason I did that was because I couldn't make any sense of it. I had to explain it to myself.
There sometimes what I would do with the YouTube reviews is make like a kind of an outline script, but I would always go off it. But usually what I do, and I'm an idiot, is I start reviewing. So even when I do the intro, outro, and all that by myself, I'll go and I could easily stop. Like if I make a mistake, I could easily just edit that. And
of course, that's what I do all the time.
Yeah, I start from the beginning every time. And there are times, there are times when because I like the flow. And then when you've done it, I legit one time, 36 times. Attempts, and then when you get to that, you don't remember what you said. Oh, it's the worst. Love the show.
Honest, Jim, with the script thing, like the main reason I did it was because I wanted to put it on, you know, the Weird Science blog. That's right. So it's like that really works out well. And I tell you, it makes a big difference writing a script. It's like, no way, this review's a lot shorter than usual.
Yeah, oh my God, I'm not hemming and hawing.
Right.
Yeah, like not talking about bowel movements.
Oh my goodness.
I don't know that you would do that. Love the show. My favorite book right now is Absolute Wonder Woman. It's a banger, and me and Gray do the Absolute Show every Friday night. If you want to go live stream, we do it 7:15 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Gray will not be there this, it's tonight as we're recording. He won't be there this week. But the idea of that, and also I say that and not realize that nobody's going to hear this until Sunday. So it's a weird ad, but every week we do that Absolute Show. But I said that you were off doing karate and you were mad because you're actually working.
No, I'm actually doing like a flower arranging class or something.
I don't think people are going to be mad at you that you're doing the karate.
When this podcast comes out, I should be in Osaka, hopefully, Jim, if all the plans work out. But yeah, I do have work tomorrow. For me, Saturday morning, it's a very rare thing. I've got junior high school. It's called the open day when parents can come and watch the classes. No way, yeah.
That sounds ridiculous. Like you're in a zoo.
I've got to be on my best behavior. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, really. It's like the idea that in England or mainly America, I don't know why I said England. In America, you would be worried that the kids would misbehave. Not Japan, right? They're like this guy, this foreigner. He better watch his P's and Q's. Also, I think it would be fun for someone, say Simon, to join you and Gray, the Japanese AI, as guests sometimes on the Absolute books. Now, me and you have actually asked Simon.
We tried to get Simon for the Absolute Martian Manhunter.
Yeah, and that's the best. We tried to get him for Martian Manhunter #1. He didn't do it and then talk shit on us.
Then we got dissed.
So then I wanted him to do this week because you're doing, your Wing Chun. And so with all that, he wanted to do it, but he can't. But it's because it's live. That really is tough for scheduling.
Changes every time he says it.
But you have to do it. Yes, it does. You have to do it at that time, and that's Simon can't do it on Friday nights.
No,
so
fair enough.
He can't do that. So I was going to do a recorded review of Martian Manhunter with Simon, and then go and do the Wonder Woman by myself. And actually, Zach said that he would do Wonder Woman. And I said, well, if you're going to do Wonder Woman, you could catch up and read the Martian Manhunter.
Cool.
He reads the Absolute books when they hit the Ultra app. He reads them a month behind, but he did end up getting this week's Wonder Woman and said, he just out of the blue asked if he can, join me. And I said, yeah, because, now I'm trying to think of a different form of karate or martial arts, so I can end up since Gray's not going to be there. Because
boxing, Jim, don't forget good old Jackie Chan.
He's off doing the Lambada, the forbidden dance. But we'll end up, me and Zach will be doing that tonight. Again, 2 days in the past when people hear this. But we're up, me and Gray are up for anybody joining us or whatever. He does say, and the funny thing, he says, I know that would be a nightmare to edit, but it'd be fun. I'll tell you, I've realized the key to the live streams, why I love doing them. And if you don't know, everybody, I do a show in the morning on Sunday morning at around 11 a.m. Sunday morning comic talks with Sully. Then I do a live stream of the books, best books of the week on Sunday night. And that's at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and then do a show on Monday night at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Right now. And you know why I have live stream fever? You don't have to edit it. You end up
That's
doing
it.
it, and it's
That
done.
is
Now,
the
and
beauty of live
it
streaming.
is. That's it. It's done. That if everything was like that, I would have a trillion shows. It's the editing that stinks. People think that
Done.
it's the
You have
idea.
been, mate.
And again, it's one of those things that you rarely would ever know or think or whatever. But when we're done this stuff, then I have to go edit it. And sometimes the regular show, it could take up to 4
Folks,
hours
you've
for me
no
to
idea
edit.
how long
It
editing
is
takes.
awful.
I tell
And
you.
this is
Oh.
why, again, if you want to hear me get mad, when I have somebody like old Eric, me boy, who would say, "Oh man, that was terrible. We recorded too long," and I have to then go. And that's when we would do the show Saturday. Me and Eric would record every Saturday. We'd get done at about 8:00 Saturday night, and then he'd go off and do whatever. I'd be editing until 1:00, 1 a.m. just doing it, and he
It's
would
a
get like.
hard
And,
life.
and I'd be like, and then put it up and whatever. He would just show up and do the show, and he was done. I'm like, I wish it was you jerk. I hope he's listening. Sometimes I would flip out at one, like he would say something, and I'd get so angry. Like he would say, "I think that I'm doing too much, and you're not doing." I'm like, really? Oh man. Also, if you do go to the Patreon too, you also realize that I like to record things and review stuff and have all this in it. So it's with everybody else. You, Simon, everybody who does things, because Eric just wouldn't do it. So.
Come on, folks. You know what he's really saying? He misses Eric. Come on.
Yeah.
It's so obvious.
The other thing, though, is I will say on the positive point of this, if Eric did all the stuff that I did, I don't know if we'd have a podcast, because I wouldn't know what to do. If I ended up quitting, he would have just been done. He wouldn't know how to edit or stuff like that. That dummy. So he says, thanks, guys. He said, but the live stream's the best. You get done and you're done. And you're like, yep, that went good. That went bad. Whatever you've done, it's good. Now, if you say something stupid in it, then you're like, oh, God, I hope that people don't get upset about that or whatever, because it's just live. And also, I will say, when I do the live streams, that also almost goes to the point of having somebody with me at times. Like, I'll just keep talking because it's live, and
because
I
the
know
chat,
in my
Jim,
head,
the
because
chat
you
is
go
there.
in
The chat is
yeah,
the
it's like
key.
I'm doing that and I'm talking to them. I always have to
even
think
me
I'm
when I do my live
talking to
streams, I only
somebody.
get a few viewers, but when the chat gets starts interacting, it's so cool. They
Yeah,
keep it going.
and you talk,
So
but
I
then
run out
it
of things to
keeps going.
say. Not
Yeah.
like you.
Yeah. The best was when we did whatever book it was, that Batman or whatever. I was
Oh
all
my
fired
God,
up.
that was awesome.
You went off to do your cha-cha, and I talked for another 4 hours, and you had come back
I
from.
came back and you're like, great, what are you doing?
Yeah, I
Are you
wanted
still
you to join
there? I
me.
was like, do you want to jump back in?
That's a 4.5 hour live chat.
He's
It
still
was
live, you
crazy.
madman.
Yes, and he says, thanks, guys, Wayne. And I think, Wayne, we ended up doing this. This is where you get nonsense like this, and we got to go because me and you still have to record. It's getting late.
That was a great email to get, by the way, and thanks very much for that. But Jim, I'm sorry I've been messing around, but we stretched it out for 20 minutes.
I know. Here we go. We got one other one. This is quick. Sorry, Tom. Tom B says, hello, Jim. I've been listening to your show for about a year, and I love it. It sucks that Eric ditched you. But all the different guest hosts have been great, and I love the expanded coverage with the news, retro comic section, even those stork like Star Trek, and all the current books you've added. One question, though. Did you drop Flash for good? And I said earlier, that's the deal. Yeah, until Gray decided to open up that can of worms again because he did a review. And we're going to go to the review after
Blame
this.
it on me, folks.
And yeah, blame it on the rain. Like the deal. But after this, this week, you did it solo. And I'll catch up, and me and you will talk about it.
I did it as a challenge because I said this in the review, but I dropped it like you. I can't remember how far you guys went because, to be fair, you guys stuck with it. I dropped it around issue 12 and was like, I'm out. I tried.
I think we're 3
I'm
issues.
lost.
I think I'm 3 issues back. I think I'm 3 issues.
Okay,
so I'm not
you're
that
pretty
bad.
close.
Yeah, it's just been a month or 2. I mean, Eric only left like 2 months ago, so it's been then. I think something came out right after. I'm like, I'm not talking.
Wait till you read this opening to the new story arc.
Yeah, well,
oh my
I ended
God.
up where the
You're
problem
gonna
is,
love
and this is the thing too for everybody to know. The books that I dropped weren't just because I didn't like them. It's because I could not find a single person who was reading them. And I couldn't find anybody who was current with Flash that would be able to record. And I couldn't find Catwoman's the other one. That I love Catwoman. I'm not liking Torrin Grumbach's deal. but I end up not having anybody.
No, that's a
review
shame,
it.
isn't it, Jim? Because, Catwoman, it is a major book these days.
Yep.
But as you say, it's not good enough to pull people in.
Nobody. So in the meantime, Brad, he's now current with it. So next time that book comes out, me and him are going to talk.
Oh, nice one.
He ended up saying this month, but we were already, it wasn't planned and we were already recording. I said, I didn't read it. But, lo and behold, get this, Gray, this will shock you. We actually will, in the, coming up on the podcast, we do the Green Lantern Dark, a book that I wasn't reading. I read 2 pages of the first issue.
If you're going back full dark, you're going full dark, Jim.
Yeah, so we're adding all these things.
I thought that he'd finished, not even heard about that book for ages.
One more or something, 2 more issues. Way. It's not great, but we talk about it. We try to, make heads or tails of it. It's okay. I'm not a big fan of the art.
This is dedication, ladies and gentlemen. Look at Jim.
I even do DC Teen Titans Go. I'm in with them. But he says, I know Cy Spurrier isn't everyone's cup of tea, but it feels weird not having the Flash on the show. Keep up the great work and more. Gray, by the way. Why do you say he is Japanese AI? And that was because Eric, I ended up saying that. Gray said this, and he's like, I don't think that guy's a real guy. I think he's AI.
He's too nice. He's complimenting Jim. Exactly. He can't be real.
You were complimenting. I said, Gray said that it's whatever. And he's like, I don't think that's real. I think that he's AI. I'm like, Japanese AI? So that's how that went. And
Back in the day, folks, I really wanted to record with Jim, I was like, look at me now.
And now it's too many times. Also, and I'm glad you're with me because he asked, what is your favorite Beatles song? He asked, I know mine right away. Mine, at the moment, it does flip around, but Rain is my favorite Beatles song. That has been for a while. I love that song.
You son of a gun, Jim.
Is that yours as well, or?
It's between that and Tomorrow Never Knows is too obvious, but oh my God.
Good. I was listening to that the other day again.
Do you know what? I've got a big soft spot for Ticket to Ride. How about that?
Yeah, that's good.
That's the karaoke special.
Actually, I love the deal where the drums in that are so bizarre that they're not like standard drums.
No. It's surprising. It's kind of really almost like an off beat, isn't it?
And I love how Ringo does that. People give Ringo some shit, but he was all about the feel. My second favorite would be Strawberry Fields Forever.
I can't name one. It's impossible.
My third, usually these change, but Rain I love so much.
Rain is amazing for a B-side as well.
Yeah. And I was thinking when I got this, the other thing about the Beatles that they kind of regret at points now is they refuse to release their singles on the albums. The singles were separate, and then they wouldn't be included on the albums for the most part. You have Penny Lane and Strawberry Fields. Those are just singles. Later they'll shove them into compilations. And they said if they would have put those on the albums that are already stellar would have been even bigger.
Oh my God, yeah, absolutely.
So you have that's things.
I've got another one, Jim, because me, Mr. Positivity, and this song always makes me happy, and it's a very happy song. Can you guess what it is?
It is Good Morning Sunshine.
Oh, it's close. It's And Your Bird Will Sing. How about that?
Yeah, how about this one? I actually was thinking about that song the other day because I listen to the Beatles every night. Now everybody's like, "What is this? A Beatles podcast?" Look at the time length of And Your Bird Will Sing. It's like 2 minutes. I think
it's really short.
Less. It's really short. It's like one of their shortest songs.
Also, listen to that, and then go listen to U2's Even Better Than the Real Thing, and that's their cover basically of And Your Bird Will Sing.
Yeah, they love to.
That's their Beatles song.
The one thing that I remember when U2 had the God Part 2, and it's a Part 2 of a John Lennon song. God, it's a deal.
Oh right, no way. Yeah, I forgot about that.
Yeah, and that's a song that John at the end says he doesn't believe in Beatles. It made me so sad.
Sat there in your giant mansion.
Oh my God. So I do.
In your estate.
Yeah, really.
Say imagine no possessions. John.
Yeah, really.
Come on.
Yeah, don't get out of town. I also love the idea that John, he hated so much of the Beatles stuff, and then they're like, oh, what about this song? He's like, yeah, that song was a pool. Because he just let's write a song. I need a new car. Oh, what a jerk. He just was trying to be difficult.
Don't care, Jim. I still love them.
There you go.
There
you go. Tom B ended up triggering Beatles talk, which I'm sure everybody loves. Again, though, even if you hate the Beatles, you know who they are, and you can't name that many bands from that period where there's so many that just disappeared, but they just.
It's like 3 hours later, and we're still answering Tom's email. Tom, look what you've done. You into the Beatles.
Favorite song is tough. Because
like you say, Jim, it changes every day, doesn't it? It changes depending on your mood,
Yeah. Or if you like John that day, or Paul, or Ringo, don't pass me by. You can throw. Nobody's throwing that one in there. But yeah, so that is the mail. So if you want to get involved in the mail, and again, this is where you kind of get old school feel with the mail, where a lot of people would email us and never mention a comic and ask for things. But also, you doing the review by yourself is what I wanted to mention. We used to have a lot of that. Simon actually did that Lois Lane, Greg Rucka book.
Okay.
So he did solo reviews. And a lot of people would say, hey, I want to review this, and ends up where Batman Beyond Mark would do the Batman
I know Zach
Beyond
was
stuff
doing
on
the Alien reviews for Marvel, wasn't he? But I know it's hard work, you do miss something like being there. You need a wingman when you're reviewing. It's not the same, so it's pretty short, my review.
Yeah, and again, that's why, going back to the idea of Flash or whatever, first off, I don't even know how to say kudos to you for talking about it by yourself.
I took it on as a challenge, Jim.
The next one.
Thought, can I do this? Can I make it to the end?
I don't think I could go through like Catwoman by myself or the Flash or those things, so screw that. But that is it. Please, if you want to email WeirdScienceDCComics@gmail.com. We read all the emails, good, bad, or indifferent. I don't know why you'd send an indifferent email, but you can. And we'll have a bunch of people do it, but I do like doing it with Gray. So, Gray, you'll probably be doing some mail more than not, but we'll switch it around. And that's kind of a cool thing, too. Like, we'll see how it goes with everybody doing all the sections and things like that.
I think it's a great idea.
Yeah, it'll be fun. So I'm glad Wayne did that. So thank you, Tom. Thank you, Wayne. And we're going to go to your Flash review. So everybody enjoy Gray's testing himself.
Oh my God. I'm sorry.
But we'll go to that right about now.
Hey, konnichiwa minasan, it's Gray from Makazashi's tea house over in Japan. How are you doing? Are you good? Are you genki? Are you confused? Well, you will be, as Yoda said. I've got a review of The Flash, issue 20. It's written by Simon Spurrier, arts by Vasco Georgiev, colours Matt Hems. The letterer is Hassan Otsmane El Hao. The left-hand cover here, the main cover A, is by Mike Del Mundo. This variant I'm showing is by Jeffrey Spokes on the right. Which one do you prefer here? Okay, this is Legacy issue 820. It's Bad Moon Rising, Part 1. $3.99, by the way, a rare $3.99 from DC Comics. Now, I'm going to go into quite a detailed review because this comic was really, really hard work to get through. It's bright, it's colourful, the art's a little bit hit and miss at times, but I tell you, being positive, because you know me, I like to focus on positives, you can say at least this is original, you know what I mean? It's got a lot of original ideas. It's also got the trademarked Cy Spurrier techno speed force nonsense babble going throughout this issue, which I do try and explain thanks to one of the characters in this issue, one of the Michael Terrific's T-Spheres, who acts as like the confused reader, asking for clarification, asking questions, asking, what does this mean? And at one point almost like blowing up and just giving up like I almost did. But I really did want to give this a chance. I wanted to dive back into Flash. I was reading it for the first, I think about 11 or 12 issues, and then I dropped it. Just couldn't take it. I thought, I don't know where this is going, but it did start kind of, interestingly. And Cy Spurrier, I've liked his work in the past, particularly his first run on Hellblazer. Maybe the recent one, The Dead in America, not as much, but the first one I thought was really, really good. And I've liked some of his indie work. So that's it. That's my background. Enough babbling from me. For a score, I'm sorry to do this, but I'm going to give it a 5 out of 10. Now, let's get on with the reasons why I gave it a 5. Holy guacamole, where to start? I thought I'd jump back on board the crazy train for the beginning of the end of Cy Spurrier's run. Now, this isn't official, but I've heard rumours there will be a creative change from September. Maybe the book won't continue, I don't know. Spurrier has said in interviews that he had about 2 years worth of story for Flash, so we'll see what happens. But as we approach issue 24, we're getting to 2 years. Now, I apologise at this point, but I had to borrow a snippet from good old Geek Dad's review. I know, don't kill me. To help me catch up with what had been going on. You see, I was reading Flash, but I dipped out around issue 12. This is Geek Dad. Over the last arc, Wally split himself into 2 Flashes so he could do both Justice League duty and family time, only for one Flash to become increasingly unstable. That led to Eclipso returning, consuming Speed Force dog Foxy and becoming a cosmic entity. Did you get that? Okay, on to this issue. We open with one of Mr. Terrific's T-spheres approaching the moon. It's having a dialogue with somebody there, probably one of the Wally Wests, but it could be Mr. Spoon. Button Moon, anyone? No? Okay. Wally is asking if the Justice League is coming to help because there's a war on the moon and it's been raging for years. The T-sphere replies, it's been only 15 hours since this current situation developed. Apparently, this is because of time dilation due to super speed. Stay with me here, okay? The T-sphere arrives above the war-torn surface of the moon and meets one of the Wally Wests. They proceed to HQ, and the sphere asks how many Flashes there are in this war. Around 7,000, but we don't go by Flash as it gets confusing. Call me F8-3-1459. Okay. Then F8 tells the T-sphere to go and talk to the Splitter, as F8 only got sharded a few hours ago. AR. There might be fresh intel. Look, I know, don't kill me. I'm quoting the dialogue directly from the comic. This will give you an idea of the techno-speed force babble to be found throughout the story. At this point, the T-sphere starts explaining things to us, like the word sharded. That's Flash's new power, right? Like divergent timelines, but all held in one universe. The sphere then asks if all the Flashes are copies or the original. F8 Flash replies, 2 things can be true. Oh, come on! And then we finally meet the real Wally, or one of them anyway, who's dressed in a black Flash costume with no mask. He looks wrecked. Wally tells F8 Flash to go find General Garrick. So, we have the T-sphere acting as the confused reader, asking for confirmation or for the meanings of the many technobabble terms. I'm reminded of Harrison Ford famously telling George Lucas that, you can type this shit but you can't say it. But here I am saying it. Who's the more foolish, the fool or the fool who follows him? Okay, that's enough Star Wars. Back to the issue. And by the way, I'm only up to page 4 at this point. I can't continue the summary at this level of detail because I fear for my sanity and yours.
Like, how come a ghost from space keeps chicken and ham around? You're right.
Wally leads the T-sphere through a room of wounded Flashes, and we hear one saying, Radwave's back, cooked us before we could Newton out. Then we meet Inspector Pilgrim in what appears to be the control room. There's a 3D image of what looks like the Death Star. Behold the war for the moon, says Inspector Pilgrim. That's no moon. It's a space station. Sorry, couldn't help it. I did it again, I know. Pilgrim theorizes that the enemy is using Godspeed's powers and that they're trying to steal the moon. Who is this enemy? Asks the T-sphere. It's the heliophage, or what you get when Eclipso eats my damn dog. What? Replies the T-sphere. And me. And most of the readers at this point.
I don't know anything.
Next, we get an all too brief interlude where Jay, Linda, Iris and Wade appear and ask when Wally is going to avenge Foxy, their dog. Then they're gone and we're back on the battlefield. The shields drop and the Terrible Two arrive. It's Avery Ho and Wallace West. Why are they here? Here's one of the Flashes with an explanation. Are you ready for this? Okay. They figured they could make disruptive phase forms, like bouncing vibrations off each other so they spike, like a cluster bomb made of angry space-time. What good is that? Asks the poor, sanity-slipping T-sphere. Seriously, I've no idea how it's still functioning. I would have self-destructed ages ago. How about you? General Judy Garrick tells the sphere it's to let the meat get further. Then she orders the Flashes to die well and they charge. Here we are treated to a double-page spread of hundreds of Flashes attacking the enemy. It looks a bit like toy soldiers being viewed from far above. There's not much detail in the art by Vasco Georgiev, but at least it's colourful. The Flashes are charging towards the enemy's energy vent when a purple-clothed figure appears from above. It's Magenta, or the Purple Piranha, shouts one of the Flashes. Don't ask me. If you know who this is, more power to you. Following Magenta, we see what one of the Flashes calls Captain Zero, who blasts them with some kind of ice weapon. Is this meant to be Captain Cold? And then we finally reach the final page, and I'm lost in space, and in time, and meaning. Okay, here are my sharp points for the issue. Hey, at least the story is original. Plus the art, while fairly basic, is bright and colourful. Dull points. Where to start? I think the biggest problem with this story is that you have to attempt to explain it rather than sit back and enjoy it. It's filled to bursting with Spurrier technobabble that the T-Sphere keeps explaining to you, the reader. Now, if the writer has a character explaining the story to the reader, then something is rotten in the state of Denmark. Right, Horatio? It is way too complicated, and it left me scratching my head at what I'd just read. The characters almost all have the same voice, and some of them appear randomly and briefly for what feels like the sake of filling story space. Hey, maybe it will all make sense at the end, but I doubt it. My final thoughts. I'm sorry, but this issue was a chore to get through. I felt like I'd been set a homework assignment to research and work on instead of a superhero comic book story to read and enjoy. The art is hit and miss throughout. Unfortunately, for me, mostly miss. The figure work and the backgrounds lack detail, but the colours look good. As a positive, it's inventive and original, but I don't see this heading anywhere exciting enough to continue with, or making sense. But hey, what sense? And don't forget, I'm a dummy. Whew, are you still here? Are you still sane? I don't know if I am, but anyway, thanks so much for listening or watching this far. I really appreciate it. Let's have a look at two more variants. The one on the left is by Leslie Lee, and the one on the right is Danny Earls. Not really sure about those two. Maybe the Danny Earls one's pretty cool. What do you think? Okay, so please do drop a comment. If you're a Flash reader and you've been reading Si Spurrier's run and enjoying it, do let me know what's going on. You know, maybe I missed too much by missing all those issues, but I did try and catch up. I got a summary of what had happened, but from looking at reviews, looking at mainly user reviews, because the critic reviews, I say critics in quotes, the critic reviews are overwhelmingly positive, but it's notable that they've only been like 1 or 2 reviews for the last 5 or 6 issues from critics. Users, there have been more reviews, but like the average, the weighted score, it's coming out between a 5 point something or a 6 point something. Sometimes it gets over a 7. So, not exactly amazing, but not terrible, kind of in the middle. So as I say, do let me know what you think, why you like it if you do, why you love it, why I'm so stupid I can't understand it. This has been Gray from Makazashi's Tea House, lost in time, space, and meaning. Matane.
He swaps his long sword for a wakizashi, so...
Cry me an ocean, cry me the rain, cry me my own song, cry me my pain. No, not for you, sir, you're just not that super. You don't have to be a bird to be heard. You can say I'm unique, that you love how I speak, that I'm all that you seek. But honey, you'll never be in my Justice League. And it hit me like an arrow, 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 like a green arrow, 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 arrow. Say I'm unique, that you love how I speak, that I'm all that you seek. But honey, you'll never be in my Justice League. And it hit me like an arrow, 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 arrow.
And here we are, and I say we, and I mean me and Brad. What up, Brad?
Hey, Jim.
Hey there. We're
long time no speak.
Hey, what up? We're here with the green section. And maybe, just maybe, you just got writing credit in the song we just played, but I don't know. We'll see. If it
the song has not been created yet.
No, but you gave me some ideas, and you want wordplay credit. That's what we'll go with. So I'm forcing myself. I have to.
I feel, you've put it in the podcast, so now it has to be.
Yeah, now it has to be. Or it won't, just like half the things anyway. But here we are with the green section. And really, the big book that we're going to be talking about will be Green Arrow, a book that me and you have talked about. And you do like more than me. And you have just gotten back from vacation. You were in Italy. And you said you were catching up to some of the podcasts. You're a couple episodes behind. I should hit Greta because how dare you do that? But you did say that you had just heard me say that I'm being a little more positive, and I think it's because I'm talking to a lot of other people, and it is things, and you're one of them. You're one of them. The blame.
I'm honored.
Is what you are because you actually, lo and behold, some people like some stuff. And I think that it's one of those where, me and Eric, we like the stuff we like, but it becomes the same kind of play. It ends up being, I know what he's going to like, and usually he likes things I hate. So
and sometimes you would work yourself up because you knew he was going to like something that you would hate, and then you'd get mad before you started.
Or, lo and behold, there are times, and I would always ask him before, hey, what did you think of whatever? There were times, and I'll point out the book it was, and I think maybe some people would be like, I kind of heard the air coming out of your sails at points where I would read Green Lantern, Jeremy Adams' Green Lantern. I'm like, oh my God, this is so fun. Eric's going to love it. And then we'd get there to some continuity thing. And I'd just be like,
stupid little continuity thing.
And I'm like, oh man, the one time.
It would bring you down. The one time you're happy. It would destroy the one time you were happy. The one time
I was ever happy in my entire life. And I was like, oh man. And that would be what I'd actually really get upset about. Not the idea of it's fun or whatever. It would be a continuity thing. And that's when we did have a lot by the end. I think there's something to it with me just yelling at them saying, they don't care as much as you. You're asking for things, but I wasn't putting him down, per se. But he would love the idea. We have a green section, though, because we're going to be talking Green Arrow. Again, a book that you're making me like a little more as we talk.
Hey.
We'll see this issue. We'll see. And then we are going to start a new book on the show, which we haven't talked about. And me and you both had to catch up. We weren't even reading it, but it is the Green Lantern Dark book. So we'll check it out. I did start reading it originally, and I'm like, it doesn't seem for me. And
I had the first two issues, and I was like,
Yeah, when we talk about it, we both have the same opinion. I think that we both stopped reading it for one particular thing that might be half of the creative team. But we'll talk about that when we get to it, because we're going to start with Green Arrow number 23. And probably one of the better numbers in sports, by the way, 23. Pretty cool number in all sports. But it is written by, I'm telling you, now I'm getting angry again. You're going to have to, because the credits, I think I mentioned this last time, they're on two separate pages. It drives me nuts.
Also, previously they were putting them when you got to the last two pages. Now it's at the beginning this time. I
really was angry before because I hate having that. I'm so lazy. I hate paging the back of a book for credits, but also when they separate. But it's Chris Condon writing it, Montos on art, colors by Adriana Lucas, letters by Hassan Atsme El How, and you end up edited by Chris Rosa and group editor Paul Kaminsky. You even have an April Fool's variant cover by Annie Wu. I see. I did not see what that was. Now, I will say that it's a kind of cool thing. We have a green section, right? I think that I'll bring it up. We don't like the art in Green Lantern Dark. That's what we were talking about in the deal. I like the art in Green Arrow, but yet
I do.
They're kind of similar. It's just that, you know what I'm saying? Montos,
they're both scratchy and shadowy.
They have the same kind of concept, right? But Montos gives you a little more detail, and also I think does a lot more storytelling. And I think that it works out. Now I'm thinking, because all I thought of, and I'm looking at that credits page, I'm like, I wonder if I would like that Green Lantern Dark if Montos was doing it. Because I'm not necessarily a huge Montos fan. I become more of a Montos fan from this and also the War Journal and stuff that he's done. So I do think that his style would have fit that Green Lantern Dark perfectly.
It would have. And he does have some really good visual storytelling in this book. You're never really confused about what's going on. And I don't want to talk too much about Green Lantern Dark yet, but you do get confused there. And like you said, there's some good panel progression, some good, some good artwork. I think he's really good, but I do understand what you're saying. They're both heavy on shadows and
they have
scratchy lines.
kind of a similar, like that scratchy, heavy deal. I used to always say, it's too scratchy for me. And it was really like John Romita Jr. I remember seeing that. I'm like, it's very scratchy. When you start out, we did have a bit of a problem. Not a problem, but we said at one point, okay, you're jumping back, you're doing these recaps. But the thing is, even without it, like before, whatever, you get the lay of the land. You understand because it fits the story when you start off and you end up having this kid who we kind of knew was going to be the guy who ends up stepping forward. My mom had cancer. He ends up being the main guy yelling at Green Arrow later. But he is like, hey, look, we're going to do this. Now, he does go down. I wanted somebody to just in this crowd say, we get it. We're going to do a lot of things with water and plumbing.
And pipes. He's very heavy on symbolism. He's very heavy on symbolism.
Yeah, I swear to God, at one point, he's like, and when we go to do it, you got to pull your pants down so you got the plumber's crack. Because the plumbers, they're involved. And I'm waiting because he's like, it is one of those plays where you could make a skit at some point that 5 pages and you keep going and he just keeps going. And then you do this and then you do this because in that, the biggest thing he doesn't say. Remember the big thing was putting the litmus paper down the throat, like checking the water.
That's right. Then he doesn't mention that.
And
I forgot about that.
That is the big play. That's the calling card. That's the wet bandits.
Yeah.
And you end up where it doesn't happen. I'm like, oh man, maybe they're like, well, we showed that already. Let's show the pipe.
Like the origin, like they're giving the origin of the costuming of them and all of that stuff. And just they're going heavy with it, man. Toxic face mask for the toxic water. Yep. You've got the red coat because they were lured in like a little Red Riding Hood by the wolf. You got the actual pieces of pipe from freshwater to beat them with, the freshwater water to drown them with. It's like, man, this dude, he's all in on his theme.
He is all in. Yeah.
He's like Batman for villains. Like he is all in on the theme.
I wanted the litmus paper. And
I know, but they didn't mention that.
And
weird.
then he even says at one point, he says, but I haven't gotten to the most important detail. This is the key. I'm like, here it is.
The litmus.
He's going to say afterwards, we shoved this paper down their throat to show them that we're testing their toxicity. No, he's just talking about the water. And what it does remind me, if you're a fan of early Simpsons, it's when Bart is doing the lawn work for the old lady and sees the picture of her son who died in the war. And the guy pulled the grenade and he starts yelling, this one's for this and this for this. And he keeps going. The grenade blew up because he was talking too long. That's what it reminded me of. But it's the water then. And I was like, oh man, I thought it was going to be the thing because we kind of know that the pipe was new to me. And, I didn't think that before we saw a pipe, but okay.
No, I think we
probably did, but I didn't think anything of it.
No,
right?
I didn't.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it is part of the costume, and he's really big on this. And then the weird thing too with this is he says, and then we don't want to kill them just yet because they ended up making it slow for us. And my mom. But the thing is, when he's like, "Here's the water," and then I'm thinking, okay, do they actually legit try to drown them with the water?
I think so.
You know what I mean? Because he's almost saying and then they'll get sick. And then 5 years later, but then I'm thinking,
no, he doesn't.
Yeah, then I'm thinking, dude, you kind of do maybe kill him with the pipe. They just bleed out afterwards, but they really the idea.
No, if I remember correctly, they were drowned, but they always just found there was never in a bathtub or near a body of water. They were just sitting there in the middle of the floor drowned.
And that's the freshwater killer. You get it, but the litmus paper, and it was great. I'd like it if they did, and then you check it. And make sure that he doesn't even say it. But the idea is we're going to give them back what they gave us. And okay. And I think that
it's good though. I mean, it's like the symbolism works. It's not silly or nonsense. We're joking about it because it's
a lot. He goes a lot with it. Now
he's very angry.
He's very angry. And so
he is pissed.
I give Chris Condon credit. One of the reasons why my score will probably be a little better again is the idea that you're not most of the time, and I complain about it all the time, complain about it in Nightwing, complain about it in Batman, the idea where, a villain is just a guy, your best friend you haven't met yet. The idea that you do feel bad for this guy. But Chris Condon doesn't want you to feel bad in the way of, oh, like me and Eric argued about the idea that they should be set free. This guy is so over the top, and he says, listen, they screwed us, and now we're taking it to them, and we're going to be awful. Like, he is really like, we're murdering people, and he's not pretending that it's for anything else but vengeance,
but pure
and
vengeance.
we're going, and pure vengeance. And then it'll get into the idea, oh, yeah, you know, you tried to buy us off and whatnot, but he still is, I'm killing everybody. And even when you get,
it's not like the Wonder Woman run that we had where every single villain was just needed a hug and then they became you're not doing that here. Not doing that here. He's sympathetic.
That's what I like.
But he's still bad.
You know why he's doing it, but it's still bad because he's doing it the wrong way. And a lot of times if you're going to do things, I mean, actually, we just had it recently in the Tom Taylor deal with this ASMA, thinking that, oh, Batman's going to like me for killing people, whatever. They're just, they're doing it the wrong way. But this is actually more grounded. It actually makes sense. We said Green Arrow should be like a street level deal, and this is something street level. This doesn't end up being a ghost. It doesn't end up being an alien. This is a kid who ends up with the idea of, my mom got cancer. We all are sick. Let's take it to him. Let's kill everybody involved. And you do get the play too that, again, you could play the idea that the crowd is like, well, this guy's really charismatic. I'll do anything. No, they're just pissed.
They're pissed.
And and so at this point, these people together, they were, it seems, met at that, support group, whatever. And they just all, I'm sure by this point, the stories of, and they gave us some money, but then my 2 kids died. So what do I do now? Whatever. And everybody's just pissed. And these are the most pissed, and they're going to take it. It's not the idea that this guy is even believing. And this is what I said to Eric about the serial killer and wanted to say to him at one point. When you had the lady who ended up dying and Green Arrow's like, oh my God, she shouldn't have had this happen, whatever. She knew that what she was doing was wrong. She knew probably that, hey, I'm dying. I'll go to jail, but not for long. And she didn't care because she's as mad as these people are.
Yeah, because she's pissed and she's dying and she has nothing to lose.
She just was saying, I want somebody to suffer like I did before I die. And that's what he's saying. We're going to take it to him.
But they also want to re-raise the issue in the public consciousness of what happened to Freshwater, right? They make multiple comments about how, even at the end of his monologue here, they thought we were gone. They thought they got rid of the problem. But you can't, they thought they buried us, but you can't bury the truth. Which also I had a bit of an issue with. I'm like, I'm pretty sure you can bury the truth. I'm pretty sure that happens all the time. But, fine. It's fair enough. That's what he's trying to do. He's trying to unbury the truth. I get it.
And again, to me, it's where they're going to kill everybody anyway. But then after the fact, when people might say, oh my God, these people are jerks, that's going to come to light and they're going, oh, I get it.
Well, I think, and he wants to make sure that nobody ever forgets, right? Like that, because they said that in one of the earlier issues, like with this iconography of the way they're doing it and the way they're dressed and everything like that is to make it a symbol. Again, kind of like the inverse of Batman, right? You're a symbol for Freshwater. People will never forget from now on because
that's
of
why
what
I think he's going through the big process. And then we get the pipe and we cut that right out. I'm telling you.
So we put a water symbol on there.
Yeah, I love the
pH
idea.
Water.
Yeah,
H2O is on there.
The deal with the pipes, and he's like, we took them right from the source. Like, we're doing the real thing here. But you end up where in the here and now they took the police officer, the detective, and put her in the school. That was what you ended up having. Last issue, the only Green Arrow action we got was shooting arrows in that electrical pole to go up and see the school. We do get a lot more here, but it is a lot of fighting. And so Green Arrow's staking it out. He looks in, he sees these people, and I like these guys out here where you do get, you really want to stress because they are dressed in their outfit. So you have gas masks, very like evil looking, whatever. You do still want to stress they're regular people though, right?
Yeah. Oh, I love that aspect of this, actually.
It's like, shit, it's raining. We should go in. Kenny said this. And I'm like, all right. Kenny isn't right on everything. They're just arguing a little.
Yeah, they're just regular people. In fact, later, and we'll get to it, I'm sure, but, he shoots an arrow into one dude's leg, and the dude freaks the hell out.
The guy's like, I went out. This isn't what I signed up for. But even these guys, like, I felt bad for him, actually.
Oh, yeah, he takes this hammer arrow to the face.
Right to the face.
Oh.
It's funny. This guy's like, hey, screw this rain, man. I'm going in. Yeah, just what Kenny said. And he's like, hey, man, Kenny ain't always right, and I'm cold. And he goes, fair. But boom, gets hit because one of the things is to distract him. Hits an arrow near his feet. He bends over and then boom, he gets like uppercutted with this arrow. He's out. Yeah, he's in concussion protocol. And then even then, Green Arrow comes in with a boot to the chest. Like, he is really going for it. But it's a really cool play where actually at one point, if you see, he jumps, kicks the one guy down as he leaps off of him for leverage, and then shoots his grappling hook, and then is scaling the deal. I'm like,
super cool.
That's pretty cool.
This is where we're talking about good panel progression in art, right? Like good detail, good storytelling with the panels. Yeah, very good.
And seriously, the story here is that Green Arrow says, I haven't done much. I'm going to get the most out of this. So he's doing tricks and stuff.
We've hit the fireworks factory now.
Oh, yeah, it's really cool. So he goes up, and you end up where there is a big hole on the top of the school. And they even mention it. Hey, even this is damaged. Everything in our community is just built to fall. You guys all set
that was
us
an
up.
interesting thing that we learned. Like, even like the buildings they built, they're all piece of crap buildings.
Yeah. They just didn't care at all. This community they made, it was on top of this nonsense, fresh water, and then also made them like shit. So they took advantage. And the big play of throughout all this, even when the guy starts yelling, Kevin, I guess, yells at Kenny yells at Green Arrow, is just the idea of they tried to fool us. They ended up thinking, and we thought, and that the big play that I think I get from him for the most part isn't just the idea that these people are bad, but it was that they gave us hope, and they were awful the whole time. The hope that we had, because, oh my God, we're underprivileged. We don't have this. They give this, and they set us up to just die. And it was awful. But you do have a play, too. And again, I'll give Chris Condon a lot of credit, where they do have the detective. And she's there and like, hey, detective, what's good? She has nothing to do with it. She did bring in that one serial killer. Her and Ollie started getting in at the issue me and Eric argued about. But she even said at the end, I get it. I feel bad for this, but I'm still a cop, whatever. And that comes to play of the idea of who are you going after? And the idea once you start, you may not stop. And it starts to be that you're more of a villain than even you think that you want to be, or the message is going to get lost if you keep doing a lot of these things. But I do like that they over this pit of that water. And it's a
very
like
comic booky
deal. Yeah,
very super villainy, very James Bond super villain like.
But like in the low rent version, in my mind, like it is that because they're in a gymnasium and there's that pit there. I'm like, that's evil stuff. Like it's playing it out.
But I do like that they can Chris Condon's good, man, and he's really selling you on this. Like, not everybody here is as crazy as Kenny, right?
They're into it as Kenny.
Yeah, they're like, man, she's just a cop. I don't know, and he's like, no, we got to do this. She's just working for them. He even says, like, I'm sorry you got involved, but it doesn't change anything. Like, you're going down, basically.
And what I like the idea, I mean, I don't know Chris Condon, and I do like his Enfield Gang Massacres, Texas Blood. Those are really, really good, like great. So I was really looking forward to it. But I wouldn't be surprised if all these characters that he has actually like, oh, and that's Jerry over there. And the idea that some of them, like there's going to be ones that, oh my God, 3 of my kids died. I'm all in. There might be people in that support group. It's just like, well, I got a little sick. But once people start yelling, you're like, you want to be involved because you don't want to look bad. So you're like, I'm in. Once you start saying you're going to kill a cop that has nothing to do with it, you would have some like, I don't know about that there. Getting like a little too much. And it is, but he's full in. Like at this point, he is so crazed to do this that it doesn't matter. And again, this woman could try to stop them. So he's going, but that's when you end up having Oliver come in to stop this because they are like lowering her into this water. And they all run. And I'm telling you, he's yelling like, get your weapons. There's some people in here like, I'm out of here.
Yeah, some of them skedaddle. The rest of them go grab their pipes, I guess.
Yeah, they have their pipes.
And, he comes down with a smoke arrow, it looks like. And, saves the lady. And, it's good stuff.
And you have gadgets. You have the one where this guy's coming up from behind. You think he doesn't see it.
The longbow.
He hits the longbow. Boom, it goes out the back. It's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Even at one point, I swear to God, I thought at one point he was hitting this Kenny with a pipe, but it was his bow that he does. Even though the detective, she's she's pissed, but they end up fighting and she gets free, knocks her free, have all that sort of thing. She grabs a pipe and they're going to, fight. The one thing that I didn't love, that I guess it is Oliver, because it was when he says time to bust a move. I'm like, that's a weird way to phrase it.
That was a bit of a weird.
I thought he was going. He likes Young MC from back in the day. But the whole deal is that, and he is shooting non-lethally, but he is shooting some people. The one guy does get it in the leg. He goes, oh God! Like he's never been shot by an arrow. He's like, holy crap! Like he is so upset. I do like wherever that one guy is like, come out of here. Gets out. And even then, like, Kenny's like, go get him. And there's some people, but even then, they're like, I don't know about this. Then you get the what? Like, it all is just a battle. And you do see throughout done well that Green Arrow Oliver, he's not trying to kill these guys. He understands what's going on, and he's the one who actually feels bad. You don't quite get to a lot of the idea that he feels responsible because it's this big fight, but they do end up, and some of these people just end up slipping and falling.
Yeah, he shoots an ice arrow. That's pretty cool.
The ice. They slip and just conk their heads. Now they're in concussion protocol, but does end up, saying, "Hey, he gets us." Kenny says, "You're the one who's leading him. I see that. You got to stop." And they start talking about it. And Oliver's desperately trying to say, "Listen, I understand what is happening, but you can't do it this way. This isn't the right way to do it. But this is a guy." And this is one of the things me and you talked about it. This guy is at a point where he's given up. He's given up
gone.
on the system.
He's too far gone.
Yeah, and the idea that the system's going to help him, he does not believe that. And in fact, it's been proven that they won't. So he goes, now, again, it might be it's a long conversation of him yelling, but I'll go with the idea that Oliver just wants him. It's not like he's delaying it to do anything, even though the detective...
He's trying to convince him.
I think that he wants to let this guy talk about it, and he's trying to convince him because he says, you're losing the narrative. You want to make a point. The point is going to get lost. If you end up doing things to a police officer that's not involved, you end up killing you're now way past the idea that anybody's going to look at you as, oh, I get it. I get what's going on, whatnot.
Right. Like there's an element to this, and to tie it into like current affairs, like where, if they just stick with killing these CEOs or whatever, right? They might even be like kind of like that Joseph Mangione guy, right? The one who killed the CEO of United Healthcare.
Yeah, that people would be like, okay, I get
like,
it. Or
there are people on his
crazy
side,
deal,
right?
Yeah.
Like if
but
there
you
would
start
be people
killing everybody.
You start killing cops and whatever else, you're going to lose it. And I think that Ollie's trying to bring that up, and I think he might. Maybe there would have been a chance that it would have worked, but then he clearly uses a word that absolutely triggers this dude when he says justice, and the dude just flips out because they had no justice. They never got any, so he doesn't believe in it.
And I think Oliver is saying we're standing on just ice. He misunderstood. I think that's what it did.
Oh, come on.
Legit. Second time I've used that joke today. It keeps coming back. It always works. Jim. I used it on the Marvel podcast this week. So he's like, justice. What a useless word. And he flips out. I do like at the point where he throws the gas mask at Oliver. And Oliver even's like, he misses it. It's like Eric trying to catch a ball. And it's, ooh. And then he grabs a light fixture. I'm like, what is this guy doing? Like, he grabs this big, like, almost looks like he was setting up a podcast or something. Yeah. He's going to hit him over.
He was going to do his Instagram page after this. And he got the light stick out.
You could have that. Why not? Yes, it's that stand deal. It's weird. But he ends up where
he blasts Ollie with it.
Yeah, Oliver gets crunched. And then Oliver at one point is like, my ribs. Like, I think
because he kicked him in the ribs a couple times. I was thinking, dude, Ollie, you're ahead. You just got
exactly
cracked with this thing.
And then I thought it was like a misplay. Like my ribs. So the guy will just send around the ribs that are hurt. But he's like, I don't care about your ribs. They heal. Scars fade. The dead. They don't have that luxury.
You know what doesn't heal? Brain damage, which I'm pretty sure Ollie has from that.
Yeah. And then, Kenny has it himself because then the detective comes and just clocks him over the head with a pole. Yeah. One of those poles. He got it. It's irony.
You got the lead pipe. Yeah.
It's not irony, but it is. It's getting his own lead pipe. It's like Clue now.
Irony, yeah.
And you know what? He just fell on just ice. So you end up where even Oliver then, because this guy's tough.
These jokes are awful.
This guy's tough. He's like sitting there. And then Oliver comes over and pretty much, I'm talking the idea that he's in the batting cage. He follows through like he's Ken Griffey Jr. He has a nice swing. This guy gets clocked. He gets thrown on the ice. But he ends up where they're like, okay, what's going on? Detective look around. The idea of what's happening. And
she asks, are you okay? And he's like, no. He's like, I don't know. But she meant physically. And then he's saying, no. He's like, no,
this is bullshit. Yeah, this is bad. And then says it's sad. and then looks and again going like now in that this would be the part where I would say, okay, I get it. You don't know who these people are. You know what I mean? Like the one guy might not be what he says. These are all a bunch of hardworking folks who were lied to. Now they were lied to. I don't know anything about them, but that's how he plays. That's what he wants to, and you go with it. So he's there, but boy, there's a lot of people just laying around, knocked out. Like they really went through a lot of people. Half of them, though, I think, just slipped and fell and face planted.
Yeah, I think a lot of them slipped and fell and were like, you know what, I'm not getting back up because I don't want to get my ass whooped by the Green Arrow.
I was just going to say, you see that guy on the top? That's me. I slipped and I'm like, I'm pretending now I'm asleep.
I'm out.
I'm not going to move. I'm not fighting any of this. And plus, kind of wanted out of this situation.
Yeah, this went a little too far when we were hanging the police officer over the doom water.
But again, I like that Chris Condon plays that gray area of people who these aren't evil geniuses or hardened criminals. These aren't people who after this they're going to go start working for the Penguin. These are just regular folk who ended up being treated really bad to the point where they decided to take to the streets. And I think a lot of them didn't understand what that meant. And now they're caught up in it, and you end up having some of them you did see, but some of them are all in. Some of them actually would be like, screw it, I'm already in. I'm going
in for a penny, in for a pound, right?
Yeah, exactly. So you end up where at the end says a rotten world that does it again. He's also doing like a Macbeth with that crazy gas mask.
He is.
Yeah. It's kind of funny, but he's looking at it kind of like, what does this symbolize? And again, it's an Oliver thing, and then it says to be concluded. And originally this was spelled out that it was going to be like a 6-issue mini kind of. All these seem to have been the idea that we'll give you 6 issues, we'll see how it goes. But luckily, it looks like we continue on anyway. But it definitely looks like this was made to be a 6-issue mini, at least this. Because they do that sometimes for an arc, but a lot of times to say to be concluded with an exclamation point really stresses, okay, this was going to be 6. And we'll see, but not selling well. It's a very slow-paced deal. Another thing I mentioned on the Marvel podcast, something that I've recently been saying, probably because I'm doing more of catching up the books, like the next one we're going to talk about, the idea that I think this will read a lot better in trade. And it's something I would never say. I know it's something a lot of people say. I don't really read a lot of trades. I usually read the things coming out. So I always feel like I'm like, that's like, reviewer 101 cliche things that I couldn't really say. Why also?
Sometimes it can be kind of a cop-out sometimes.
Yeah, I think, well, you know what a cop-out is, just as an aside, is when people say, I don't want to spoil things, and it's because they have no idea what happened. So I don't want to spoil. But also, just as an aside, I don't know that people would realize this. I think we mentioned it maybe 1 or 2 times ever, but the reason why we don't ever bring up the price of a book is for a while, we were getting free copies. So the idea of me saying, oh my God, this is the worst and this is a ripoff, I felt weird because I'm not paying for it. That's up to people to decide once we talk about it. But again, no copies anymore from DC, but still. Yeah. But with that, and also was told once, I keep getting updates of why we're not getting that. I'd like an update that we're getting them or something like this. I keep getting updates from different
I don't need
writers.
Explanations anymore.
Yeah, I'm like, I get it. We're not getting them. You don't have to, pour salt in it. It just ends up like, okay. But it's always some weird comments. I actually put in the Slack. I'm not going to even say it here. But the idea of why at points we lost or were told why people didn't like us at DC, and it's made up bullcrap. But the idea of all this, basically now they could just blame Gabe, and I'll agree. But what would you get?
Yeah. So kind of again, the more we talked about it, the more I liked it. I was at like a 7.5. I'm going to bump it up to an 8 because I really did enjoy talking about it with you. I enjoyed there's so many little moments I think that we highlighted that kind of. I was like, yeah, you know what? When I read it, I kind of breezed over it, and when we talked about it. So yeah, I'm going to go up to an 8. I really liked it.
Yeah, you son of a bitch. I'm going to go 8. That makes it it makes one of the best of the week. I don't know what's going on. I think that you're mind controlling me. I think that now next thing you're going to have me like putting on a mask with a pipe.
Yeah, I'm like Kenny, except happy. Yeah,
you're happy, Kenny.
Happy Kenny.
I wouldn't mind a happy Kenny. But yeah, I'll go 8 because I do think that it's being shown by this point. I mean, I still center on the idea that most of the issues leading up to this, you really had a pacing problem. You really
Absolutely.
did.
And you don't have it here.
And even with the idea that, okay, but you learn stuff, even if it is just in a gymnasium and the pacing
even if it is
good.
In the fight, there's good there's good character
Yeah.
development and there's good like storytelling moments even in the middle of a fight scene. It's not just a
Yeah.
bunch of punching.
Yeah,
You know?
yeah. There's some funny. There's Ice too. It's got a great joke out of me.
Just
But yeah, I did. I did like it. I'm starting to like it more. And again, what happens when this happens? He'll end up being off the book in September, and then I'll be upset.
Probably.
So we'll see. We'll see how this all goes because, like I said, I do think something big, some changes, at least creative teams in September. Seems September around that time. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. And I did look. Have you seen any solicits of the?
I don't
issues
usually look
after
at
this?
solicits. No.
I always say I'm going to do a solicits podcast, but it ends up being so long. But I did look only to see, is it going on? And is it? And it mentions Leanne. It mentions a lot, so it looks like some of the Green Arrow family might be a little more involved, not fully, but I think that might be
that's
interesting.
been completely out of his run so far.
Some
so
people
that'll
were
be really
happy about
interesting.
that because of the idea that it can get back to like old school deal, but we'll see. But
Which is what you're getting, But
and so we get that,
yeah.
and then when it goes forward, I'd like to see Roy show up and things, which it looks like that will happen. So
cool.
In that this week, I did put for the retro book of the week. I ended up putting the first appearance of Green Arrow and Speedy, and nobody voted for it. That was weird. I thought that people were going to go with that. But we'll move on to the next book, and we said it's a book that me and you both caught up on. Again, what I said about I usually don't read things like all in a row, like a trade type situation. But when you have to catch up, obviously you do that. So I kind of get more of a perspective of it. And I tried to read the first issue. I didn't love it. I thought it was very slow paced. I thought that the art just threw me. And that's not really going to change. We ended up going, and I'm not going to say that we decided to do this because you said to me, oh my God, it's awesome. We have to do it. I just asked you if you wanted to do it. Because just to add a book that was coming out and maybe some people enjoy or would like to know, if it is good. I've never talked to anybody who said that they're reading it each week or that they love it or whatnot. So maybe some people are curious about it or what it might, is it worth checking out? I don't know. I'm telling you, maybe you can convince me of something, but I really can't tell you that I know even now if I would suggest it to people. It's a weird book, right?
Yeah, I mean, so I think if it tells you anything, I'll pick up the first issue of almost anything, right? And I'll check it out. By the second issue, if I'm not enjoying, I'm kind of like you used to say, you give it 3 issues or whatever. But this one, after the second issue, I was like, nah, and I dropped it, right? So I had to reread and catch up and, everything else. So, I mean, that should tell you a little bit about how I feel about it, right? But I will say that, there's elements of this that are good. I like some of the character work and the characterization, but, especially whenever you're dealing with an Elseworlds like this, it's never a necessary story. So it's kind of hard to tell somebody, oh, you got to go out and read this. And there's nothing that I'm seeing here that's so great. I mean, it's not bad, but there's nothing that I'm seeing here that's so great that I'm like, oh, yeah, you have to read this. And also, I have never read any Tangent Universe stuff. And this is fully in the Tangent Universe.
The Tangent Green Lantern, kind of. Like, it's a weird play, but
it's like a legacy. Deal. It's like a legacy of the Tangent
to
Green
have
Lantern,
a legacy of a Tangent Universe thing that not a lot of people end up dealing. And quite frankly, when this came out, because me and Tom do the Elseworld stuff, and we discussed it, we checked it out, didn't like it, so we didn't do it. So the idea of us just jumping in here is because, hey, let's see how it is. And you were game, so we're in. Yeah. But I'll give you again, it's Tate Bromall writing, who does the Batgirl, the Cascade Batgirl right now. And that has pacing problems in it as well, in my mind. And you kind of get that here, but you also have art by Werther Del Adera. And I didn't do my due diligence and look up what Werther has done, but I did see that Geek Dad said that this is, top level art done by the best horror artist in the business. So I'm like, okay, like, I guess maybe. And I don't know. Maybe I should have looked it up, but I didn't. I'll take his word for it. But I don't agree with anything of that sentence because it's the art that throws me constantly in this. And when I do get into it, I realize that I'm actually getting into scenes that not much is happening, but it's because the art actually settles down a bit and I can see and then when you get things that should be huge, and I'm like, oh my, I don't know what's going on half the time, but it's colors by Giovanna Nera. Nero, and letters by Tom Napolitano.
Oh, he's doing Something is Killing the Children, which is huge.
Okay, yeah,
So-
that is huge. That is huge with James Tynion. So that is really big. But again, I think I remember trying to read that and not liking the art. So that's a problem. I mean, it's very, very stylized in a way. And boy, it's in a dark story universe deal that's really throws it too.
Yeah, a lot of times it's hard to tell what's going on. Panel progression, story progression. A lot of times I feel like I have to go back and read, a section a couple of times to try and figure out what the hell is happening. Yeah,
and it's edited assistant editor Ash Padilla, edited Andrea Shea, and senior editor Andrew Marino. So we end up jumping into this, and the whole play of this, I mean, it's very easy to kind of spell out. This is a weird, dark universe, tangent stuff, but it is a Eclipso kind of thing that ends up with their spores. People end up being affected. It kind of changes the feel a lot throughout the whole deal of what exactly is the enemy and what they have to do. But we finally did end up, meeting or seeing this lady. And she is like the big bad. And we're going to continue, it seems, with that. Again, I don't know.
Well, and she's not even like really the full big bad either, right? Because the full big bad is the Eclipso crystal that turns people into monsters.
In the meantime, she has taken advantage of it, it seems, to take over New England. And in this, I thought, okay, I see Tate Promo. He wants to play the idea of it being New England, and you're going to play off. And now this is where things get wacky. You end up having a tangent universe, Green Lantern, who seems to be a legacy character, as he said, but really doesn't want to accept that, ends up being a drunk for a lot of this. And
she's
really
very Constantine.
Yeah,
me.
very.
Very strong Constantine
and
vibes.
She ends up where, like, she can't figure out, like, I don't have a source of, like, well, I don't want to do this and whatever. And then she ends up meeting this girl that is, like, the biggest fangirl of this Green Lantern. That gives her kind of the push to go. But then in the meantime, you're going to get crazy things like a ghost bat race. It's a ghost Batman. It's wacky. It's very
Have you
wacky.
read tangent stuff?
Yeah, I read a little bit of the tangent stuff, but this is just...
Yeah, because I researched it for this because I was like, are these references that I should be getting? And like, sure enough, that is the Batman from the tangent universe. He's a ghost armor.
He's a ghost armor deal. So you have these things going on, and this is legit like a old ghost armor kind of there saying,
he's a knight of the round table.
Yep. And
he's actually a knight of the round table.
And that's why I said it's really going with the New England. And that's why I'm like, okay. So I'm telling you, the book doesn't have a great focus in my mind. The biggest focus is the idea of this Green Lantern not really wanting to be that, and her dark past that we don't quite know. They have run into and actually have grabbed what would be Beast Boy in a weird way. The thing that I will ask you, though, is because you have these two, well, you have a girl and a boy. I keep thinking of the ones, the main character, the kids, their mother was killed very quickly in the
first
series.
issue.
Did you ever get a thing until this issue? They finally end up saying, like, I didn't really get to mourn my mom because they didn't seem to care at all.
No, right? That was one of my, because
that's
when
my
I was
biggest problem. Yeah.
When I was rereading it and, to catch up and everything, and I think it was because she dies in issue 1. In issue 2, one of my notes was, the kid seems a little chipper.
Yeah, like
for her mom being dead. Yeah.
Oh my goodness! And
I guess it's everybody. I mean, I guess in a world that's broken where everybody's dying all the time.
That's the only reason I could come with. But a
that
kid
was
like
went
that,
with it.
You know what I mean? That's okay for adults. Now, in the last issue, I had the same problem with the mom whose son was kidnapped, and it ends up being Beast Boy, kind of a weird thing of the being controlled or whatever, where the mom's like joking around and her son was taken, where at one point you even have the girl come in and say, I knew you were talking about me, I'm a burden. It's like, oh, see, that's what it's like to be a parent. I'm like, your son is now, you don't even know, you think he's being eaten. Like, what are you doing? It feels weird, some of these things.
It was a little weird. There's definitely been some, like you said, some pacing stuff where there was some confusion in terms of like what exactly is going on. Like, especially because in the first issue, we get a little bit about the Eclipso stones, which are the things that seem to have destroyed the world, right, and taken the darkness. But then we also got, in the first issue, your first villain was Solomon Grundy, who was leading an army of the undead. And you're like, okay, but, and they mentioned like, oh, the heroes all sacrificed themselves to push it back. And it's like, well, did they stop the darkness? Because they don't seem to. Is Solomon Grundy part of the darkness? And no, he wasn't. And then she defeats him at the end. And you're like, oh, one of my first thoughts on the first issue was like, well, that was a pretty good one shot. Like it seemed like a one shot. Like she embraced the Green Lantern's light. And, she has this little kid that helped her do it. And then they defeat the big evil at the end. And you're like, okay, it's over. But no, then we go into the second issue. And then we get the whole, the Castle of Camelot, like you said, New England.
New
right?
England. That's where I thought, I get it.
Yeah, the Castle of Camelot. And so, which is oddly in Rhode Island or something. I don't know, whatever. And so they, then you've got this beast that was kidnapping kids, but was actually keeping them alive. And then it turns out that was, making them eat raw animals, which is gross. But
didn't know what to do and was fighting it. Yeah,
right.
Even that played out weird. But yeah, you go with it.
It did. It played out very odd, and I was kind of surprised. I thought we were going to get like a villain of the week kind of issue every issue, but that was a two-parter. And but that's where you kind of find out that there's this witch that's controlling it all from behind the scenes. She possessed Beast Boy and made it. Yeah, exactly. The Beast was Beast Boy. His inner goodness was stopping him from killing the kids.
But he still had to grab them, almost like he had to pretend that it was happening.
Yeah, that was kind of my thought too.
Because it's Demona is this big bad. She's this witch. Now, in that, this is how crazy I was when you end up having the issues and you have Beast Boy, and you end up where the Lantern comes in, like, I had to save you and whatever, and goes through, no, he's good. He's not the bad. I actually then thought, oh, there's another monster that he's protecting him from, and oh no, it was just him, but he's actually trying to. It was very convoluted for what it was.
It was a little bit confusing, definitely, and like we said, the art doesn't help. But at the end of that issue, they healed Beast Boy, so now he's a purple monster man, big muscly purple monster man. So we've got our heroes are the Green Lantern Dark, we've got the girl and her brother, we've got Beast Boy, and we've got Batman and his Ghost Batman on.
And his Ghost Batman. And they're kind of like walking around. They're heading towards, I guess.
They're going to resupply.
Yeah, it's a weird play. Like a lot of this where the pacing in my mind is they're just kind of wandering around a lot. Like it's not even like who, like you said, you have this Demona that is the person kind of taking advantage, but that's not the real big bad, but they don't know, or they're going to. And so you're like kind of left with, what is this? Like, what's happening? But they do end up going and they're in this village. You also start with the crazy deal that it is. And you did see Demona at one point where she was walking through a town and she's like, oh, and this kid was like on a wheel and some people suffering. And he's like, I'm suffering for you, my lady. And she's like, thank you. I love your suffering. And then you get this weird play of like a Puritan village. There's a lot of weird stuff in this that ends up just kind of popping up. But this seems to be where she is.
Somehow she's harvesting their pain and misery to create sunlight and greenery, which nowhere else has, right? Because the sun is only out because of these Eclipso things for an increasingly shorter and shorter period of time. But somehow she's harvesting that to create
she's
sunlight.
Creating a place where there's green, and we're not talking the green, it's just, grass and there's sunlight, to then draw these people there to get more suffering, to keep doing this. And it's just like a perpetual engine that she's going with. And then it looks very Puritan. Like I said, they're like, welcome travelers to Providence and we'll take care. But they're not even trying to even fool anybody. It's like, we'll take that awful kid of yours off your deal. We'll deal with them over there. This kid's like, don't leave me. And here you go. But you're playing the idea that a lot of these people, because of the darkness, even had where mention of depression and things like that, why people are not doing well. The sun isn't out a lot, all this stuff going on. But it's really odd. It's such an odd book, the way they play it, because then we go and see this Demona who really likes to use the term scrummy suddenly. That is like the telever. And really,
I think it's like shortened for scrumptious.
Yeah.
Right?
So she's like, oh, these scrummy people, and they're scrummy pain. Oh my goodness. And then there's weird Solomon Grundy who's there, and he's kind of regrowing. And he's talking about, I'm not pulling here. He's so desperate for her to like him. Like, he
Yes.
really likes her, but she hates him and just gives him shit all the time. And it's a weird play, but I kind of feel bad for Solomon Grundy. One of the characters is actually more developed than a lot of the others is Solomon Grundy because he's just doing this stuff. But the idea, again, at one point, he was like following her and he's just like a torso trying to like crawl after her. It was crazy. But then we go back to our main characters and you just keep getting this Green Lantern who just does not want to be a Green Lantern, just wants to yell and scream. And you have the Bat Wraith of the mind, but then you see that others can see as well eventually. But the idea of you have to be this. This is the way that this has to be. You're the big savior. You're supposed to be the one who stops all this. And she's like, that's not me. I'm no prisoner. And she's yelling.
And he finally gives her the quest that we need to complete by the end of the story. He says there is a woman named Demona. She didn't cause the downfall, but she wields it for her own designs. Her dark magic feeds on suffering, which I will give a lot of credit to this one line right here that actually made me laugh out loud. He's like, she feeds on her suffering, and then the Green Lantern says, yeah, somebody call her because this conversation would be a feast. I was like,
and I'll tell you.
She hates people. She hates interacting with people.
She hates everybody, right?
Yeah.
She's very like almost like goth, kind of, but she's very sassy and really wants to be left alone. And there's the concept of the whole play as the savior of the world, a Green Lantern who does not have any willpower and really doesn't want to do this, ends up
and seems
having
to
to be
suffer from
inspired.
chronic depression.
Yes, depressed, all
too.
that stuff. And and the light is, the friends you meet along the way. Because so that's pretty much the play. And there is a lot of talk. There's a lot of talk about trauma and depression, but not like the idea of really being forced. It's actually almost like a kid's eye view a lot of times. My mommy told me this, but it's actually nice not realizing she wouldn't realize that she's actually kind of a light. I mean, that's the whole play of it. The twist is this little girl is more the light than even the green light for this Green Lantern because she and we don't know a lot about her. It's the problem. And she keeps kind of mentioning things. And this issue we get kind of
we finally get the background a little bit. Yeah, for both her and Beast Boy.
Yeah, it's a kind of a convoluted. Beast Boy, I just feel bad for. Because they end up in this town. It's, again, a lot of this feels a lot like a TV show. It would feel like a Twilight Zone episode. It would feel like, that sort of thing where they go into this town. I do like that at some point. I love the idea. It's like Port Harbor, city limit population. It looks like at one point it was like 31,956 and they scratched off the one. So I'm like, yes, 956 is still a pretty good amount. But nobody's there.
1,000 people.
Yeah, everybody's gone. And even then, when they're actually just walking, you see Beast Boy having fun. Like, everybody seems to be having fun except Green Lantern, who's so miserable. Like, she will not smile. And they go into town, and nobody's there. Like, everybody's gone as if they just got, boom, like teleported out. Like, things are still laying where somebody dropped it and things like that. And they're wondering what this could be. And it is kind of a weird play here of how this progresses because then you end up seeing these two kids. And like two kids. Gar ends up, boom, monster. And it's going to attack.
Turns into a monster, charges and attacks,
Don't eat the kids, but they end up.
And it shows that she still doesn't trust him from the previous issue when she saved him or whatever. Because she's like, I knew I couldn't trust you,
At this point, they're calling him Gar only because he goes, grrr. And she's like, I think his name's Gar. And he's just growling at you. He hasn't really talked. And they go up to these, what end up being like ghost kids. And it's the Green Lantern and Gar. And he's like, me? And she's like, is that? And they're like, Gar, don't touch him. The kids are like reaching out. Don't touch him, Gar. And he touches them. And then boom, they seem to be in the dreamscape.
Yeah. It's almost kind of, it's kind of Black Mercy-ish to me.
Yeah, it is very Black Mercy. Yeah, that's what I thought too.
They end up frozen in place while they're doing this.
It's a Black Mercy where when you go and you relive your worst nightmare instead of reliving your greatest dream, because their worst nightmare, and in anything like this, would probably be the thing that like turned Beast Boy into a beast, or the thing when she became the Green Lantern, and that's what we get. So it's pretty good. And again, Gar being Beast Boy is very simple. And I just feel bad for him because it just appeared like him and some kids were there. You have some little black spores coming down the Eclipso deal. Hey, I bet you won't touch it. He touches it.
Yeah,
I'm like,
he touches it, and that's it. And then he becomes a monster.
He becomes a
That's his
monster.
whole
So
backstory.
that's his whole deal. And again, you can almost go with the idea that when you did see him, he was acting kind of like a kid and playing around and things. And I kept forgetting, but Loon, Dave and Lunette, the girl, the main girl, and Kane, her brother, but they don't know what's going on. And they're like, they just froze.
They can't see anything. They're just frozen in place.
Yeah, they're just there. Yep.
Yeah, they're just standing there, locked in place.
And
they don't
yelling,
understand.
Rena, who is the Green Lantern, Rena, wake up, Gar, wake up. And they're not. And they're kind of together, but not in this dreamscape. And they're reliving the deal. Yeah, it is weird. But you do see, and you kind of would guess that when all this happened, there's something horrific that would have happened to her mom and dad and her family. And you kind of do see that kind of, and the idea that she ends up becoming a Green Lantern when she really didn't want to. It's both the idea of touching something that you shouldn't.
Yeah. Probably shouldn't do that.
Yeah, and again, where you have like a black spore that just came out of space and lands, and your friends say, I bet you won't touch it. Maybe you shouldn't
You're right,
touch
I won't.
it, right?
You're right, I'm not going to do that.
In this, it does look almost like a weird Ab Insert type deal where there is that lantern and she just kind of reaches out, and it's a very odd play. But you do see that that's how these things happen. And then it looks like the Green Lantern, even when that happens, like shit just exploded and she ends up being like the worst. And this happens a lot. Somebody gets a power or whatever, and she can't control it and blows up everything. That's fine. But then in the dream then comes Bat Ray. And then he's kind of going and trying to guide her and things. And I'm telling you, it gets wacky. I knew this was going to be hard to talk about, but it's a wacky book that you end up in this issue. At least you find out, okay, I get it. Her mom and dad, and she's like, I'm sorry, Mom. I'm sorry, Dad. It looks like she blew everybody up. Poor Beast Boy just touched the deal, right?
Yeah, I'm assuming that she blew up.
That's what it seems.
But they don't show it. If they do show it, then the art's not clear.
No, they don't. That's the problem. You see everything, but she was in the woods, and the woods are destroyed.
She had a fight with her parents, right? She's like, I hate you. I'm sick of you both. And then, classic teenage kid. And she runs off into the woods, and that's when she encounters the Green Lantern thing. And I do think that this, at least the initial dreamscape, kind of works because we see the parallels between her story and Beast Boy's story, and we get some background that I think we've needed for a while at this point, and it works pretty well. And then we get kind of the interlude where we see the kids are trying to wake up Green Lantern and Beast Boy, and they're throwing water in their face, which is kind of funny.
That was funny.
And then the Bat Ray shows up, and he's like, hey, here's the deal. There's these leeches that are on them that are feeding off of their worst nightmare. Again, very Black Mercy-like. And he says the way to stop them basically got to overload them with misery, essentially. So they feast too much. Oh, I can't handle it. And then they die, right?
Visually, though, I wish we would have seen a little more. Like when he says this, I'm like, okay, but we're not really seeing much. You just ended up having them stop. But it does play. And now that I'm going through, me and you are going through, I do almost think, because at one point you do see Rena with her parents and like, hey, I love you, Rena Bear. And like she's remembering how much she loved her mom and dad. But I think that might be them, that they also became spore people. And that might have been the play because I think that's them on the upper left-hand side of the panel.
I think that's Beast Boy and Rena. Because you see how the person standing next to her has a huge arm. Yeah, that splash page didn't work for me.
Yeah, and now
all.
You see it, like, I get the idea, but you don't. When you come in the real thing of it being a spore, they're not able to be seen by the human eye, so that does make sense. But yet it was
confusing
visually.
because you see the Bat Ray shows up. He's like, the kids are splashing water in their face, and he goes, dread leeches. I'm like, is he talking to the kids like that? Why is he calling them leeches? And then he kind of goes on for a bit, and then finally reveals the leeches. You go, oh, that's what he's talking about. It's a weird progression.
I will say Rena might have, she's inspired for that haircut from her dad. He got the same haircut.
Yeah,
but they have that. And again, it's not well played out. It's very ambiguous with things. And then the art just is kind of there, not really telling the story. It's just giving you these moments that you kind of have to really kind of, wrap your head around. In the meantime, these leeches, he says.
Yeah, the second dreamscape doesn't work as well. So the Bat Ray says, we got to overload them with misery. So he's like, I'm going to share my misery from his millennia of suffering or whatever. And he's like, I got plenty to spare. And then Lena says, okay, I'm going to give her my my misery from. So finally, she's starting to address the fact that her mom
finally
died.
addresses her mom, and you could say she was in shock, and like you said, all those things. So it does work
Yeah, she
out.
says I was too scared to feel, and that works. You know,
It almost
so
feels
fine
like
she
somebody, like an editor, said, "You know what? You really didn't make these kids
It's too
seem
brief.
like they felt."
It's too little.
It is. So, but she does it, and then I like it. I mean, there are some panels that I'm looking at it right now. I'm like, I don't even see what is happening on that panel.
Yeah,
but
especially when we go into the dreamscape again for the second time, was very wonky and weird as to, okay, so he grabs an axe out of nowhere or manifests it and slams the ground. What does that do? Why is he doing that? I don't know. But whatever, it works.
Were you surprised when Rena, Green Lantern, gets out of the train? And she does go up to Lynette, and that's cool, and she does really like her. She wants to pretend she doesn't care, and she keeps doing that, but she did go into that castle, fought Beast Boy because Lynette was in there, and then when she comes out, she hugs her and says, "Hey, kid, don't worry. It's a nice moment." Says, I can't be taken care of. And then just all of a sudden gets all Green Lantern up and yells, "Reveal." And then you see it, I'm like, and then I'm like, I don't remember her doing any sort of power like that. Whatever it just felt weird. Like,
well, that's one of the issues that I've had with this series is like every time that she defeats the villain of the issue, it's kind of just like, and now my Green Lantern problem solves all the problems. Now my Green Lantern magic solves all the problems.
Yeah. So what each issue or each thing ends up being it's the I don't wanna, I have to, boom, solves it all.
Yeah, exactly. It's every single time. It's Flash's Speed Force. It's anytime you're dealing with magic. It's that kind of just, Magic MacGuffin solves all the problems at the end once the hero chooses to do it finally.
And you get the revealed deal that it does look like she killed her parents. So that's going to be and maybe a whole village. I don't know, but that's kind of the play. But I was waiting to see something else, like when she does this reveal, because she's mad. And it does reveal all of these spores. Now they look like magic mushrooms, and she ends up burning them. Snaps her finger, burn, boom, they're done. And I thought that there was going to be like, oh, we're going to see a cost of magic. He said about Constantine earlier and things like that. The idea that, the cost of magic might do this or whatever, and we'll see.
Yeah.
But what we get instead is they all go to sleep. They're all there, and you see the brother, King, who's there, and he's crying. And then you end up seeing somebody wiping, and I mean, it looks like a spider leg or something, like a tentacle, and said, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. And in that, I'm thinking that it is thinking about his mom, the whole play, and has been kind of mean at points for Lynette, even though you can tell, but ends up like, I'm sorry.
I think he loves his sister, but he doesn't like the Green Lantern.
No, he doesn't.
He hates
and he really, in my mind throughout, and I think they're trash. Playing with it, thinks trash and also thinks that it's causing all the problems. Like, if we could just be by ourselves. When you start out this Lynette, her big thing is to get in they have these meetings. This is post-apocalyptic thing. You don't have the internet, so you're going to tell stories. And she gets up and tells her Green Lantern story. I'm getting that everybody's being nice because she's a little girl and they're bored of it. But they seem to like it, but not Kane. Kane's like, I hate this story. You think this. And then when you do end up having the Green Lantern show up, he's pissed. And then their mom and all that. But it's crying. And then you see it, and that's the reason why the scrummy was, hit, so you can see, and I get the page turn reveal. Let it out, sweet boy. So scrummy. And then you turn the page, and she is like, massaging his shoulders.
Yeah, she's giving a little shoulder massage. She's got the gross spider leg tentacle coming out of the middle of her head,
Oh, yeah. And says, let it all out. You can still make it up to dear Demona. And again, you're in a place where you're with the spores, all these things going on that kind of fits a whole play, but it looks like maybe he is kind of selling them out and leading them towards something. Yeah. I'd like to see how that was developed, but
Yeah, I think we'll probably get it eventually, but he did, that kind of does recolor that thing where he's the one who tells them to go to this town. He's like, oh, this is where we can get some
stuff. Yes, as I remember, me and Mom went there at one point. And I actually thought in my mind when he said that, like, dude, you're not that old to be starting and saying, oh, I remember back in the day, because I think it's weird. So when he does this, obviously it seems, I can't say obviously, but what we would probably think is, again, he's been convinced that he doesn't like the Green Lantern, thinks that his sister is being duped by the Green Lantern, is in danger because of the Green Lantern, even did get scooped up and almost died because of that, is probably convinced of, okay, I'll sell out the Green Lantern to this Demona. She obviously will be talking nonsense as well, but saying, oh yeah, I just want to do this. Everybody will be fine. You can live here. Everything will be great with you. Maybe even promising mom back. I don't know.
Yeah.
But
and there's also the wraparound stories about how these people get depressed, and their hearts are broken, and that's why they turn to Demona. And it seems like I wonder if that's maybe what's the case here, right? Like he did that.
There was a funny play where Lynette says to Rena, the Green Lantern, it's like, listen, my mom says that we're not getting enough vitamin D. And that's why we go for walks when the sun does come out. And then Rena goes, yeah, it's not the monsters. It's the vitamin D. Yeah, I think the vitamins will help out. And she's like really a jerk about it. But again,
she is funny. She is a jerk, but she is funny. I do, the same way you like a Constantine or a Guy Gardner, kind of.
Yeah, I agree. I do like her. I like Lynette, the girl, because she's so happy and trying to do things. And I'm telling you, the one panel when she's like...
it's a classic trope, right? Of the grumpy, reluctant hero with the chipper young kid who brings out the best. And it's there's a million examples.
And legit, Beast Boy is being played out as a beast, and she's kind of tamed him. Like at one point, I said that one
like
panel...
Beauty and the Beast.
They're walking, and she's on his shoulders, and he's laughing like he gets to be a kid again.
Yeah.
And so here's the thing: this issue, everything else from before, there's something there. I just think that you never quite grasp it. You never quite get to the point where I'm like, oh my god, this is really good. But some of the concepts, first off, a lot of them are classics. You're bringing up classic things, so it's there, but it's not. It's to me, it's the art. A lot of it. But Tate Bramall isn't explaining a lot of things either. A lot of things are kind of like up in the air. You have to fill in the blanks. And in a story like this, it's hard to fill in the blanks. So with that, I like it. Maybe. I'm telling you, it's such weird where I even said the idea of if somebody said, do you recommend it? I'd probably sit there and like think about that for a while before I'd even have an answer. But I think the answer was, I don't know. You have to just read it yourself and see if you like it.
You have to just check it out for yourself because it's so, I don't know. It's
ambiguously okay. It's weird. Again,
it's not bad. It's not great. I think that this issue is a stronger issue.
I think it's the best issue. I think that this one is really good because you actually get to settle down, get the main Demona, at least main for now. And
we've established the villain. Yeah, we've established the villain. We have set the hero on the path to go confront them. We're not meandering around in the dark anymore. There's a light at the end of the tunnel, and we're heading towards it. We have a mission statement. We're ready to go. There's a good little plot twist at the end. But yeah. It's the strongest issue.
Yeah, I think so. So what would you give the strongest issue?
I'm going to give it a 7.3 out of 10.
Okay. I'm a 6.5. I'm still low. I'm telling you, at like issue 2, at the end of that, I was like, I don't know about this thing. This is
issue
rough.
2. So issue 1, I was like a 6. And then issue 2, I was like, oh, this was better. But it wasn't enough to grab me. So I was at like maybe a 7. And then with issue 3, I went back down again. I was very confused by a lot of the art.
Maybe it was issue 3 that I'm talking about. Because
issue 3 was rough.
Here's the thing that would make complete sense. I started at a 5. My base started a point lower than yours, and then we kind of progressed the same way. And so we're kind of that play. Yeah. So when we get to what I think is the strongest, I'm like a 6.5. But I still feel like, all right, we're getting somewhere. We're doing things with it.
Well,
and I didn't hate it.
There's some good character work, and there's some good character moments, and but the art does hold it back a lot. Even though some individual stuff sometimes looks great, overall it can be a little bit confusing. That whole dreamscape thing didn't help. But that's where I'm at.
That's that. So so with that, I would think that from here we will probably be going off. I'm going to guess that we're going off to the retro book. We'll be going off to have me and Stork talk a little retro deal. Brave and the Bold, the first named appearance of the Teen Titans. Also the first appearance of Wonder Girl. So we'll be talking about that and then continue on with a couple more books by the end. But thank you for joining me, Brad, as always. You're back from Italy, so now I can lean on you a little more. I have people get off my back. saying that I
They thought
ostracized
you drove me away, huh?
I'm telling
No.
you, did they think that I legit sliced you because you were not even around anywhere? So it's like they're like, this guy disappeared. What did he do? Jim and him
No,
got
I was
in a
not.
fight.
I was not kicked out of the.
No,
out of
you
the
were
band.
not. You are in fully, and yeah, we'll be talking more and more books, and there are some new ones coming up, so that'll be fun too to see,
Yeah.
who was involved and who wants to get involved. So with that though, thanks for joining me, and we'll go to the retro review. And here I am with Tom. Welcome, Tom. See, I'm changing
thank
it
you,
up.
Jim.
Welcome. How are you today?
I'm great.
That is lovely. Here we are to talk a book that well, first off, I don't know if you saw it leading into this week's issue. It's Superman Last Days of Lex Luthor. We had talked before pretty much a lot about why there was the delay, why you ended up having that kind of a year delay to the second issue. And so this week, I ended up where I was getting ready for the preview show, and I'm looking forward to this book. And so when I went, I was on the League of Comic Geeks, which is usually pretty positive, but I get the thumbnails and get the solicit, and I see everybody. That's bullcrap. It's not coming out this week. This book won't come out for 3 years. This and that. And I said to one guy, I actually commented, said, no. The delay before, that was because things got wonky. It wasn't supposed to be released, all these things. It wasn't like they couldn't keep. And the guy's like, bull crap. It's all Brian Hitch. The guy can't keep a schedule. I'm like, whatever. And then again, though, with all of that, I did see, and Yaya did mention, I didn't put it on the spotlight poll. And he thought it was because I thought that maybe it wasn't coming out. It's because me and you kind of do the reviews on Saturday.
Yeah.
And if it's the spotlight, it's 2 days late. So that's the only reason. It's the only reason I didn't put it on. And then in the meantime, didn't think I was going to do Power Girl, and he flipped out. But we end up having, I say flipped out. He's going to send me a message. I didn't flip out. He does. When things happen, though, I do rely on him that if I mess up something, he will know, especially with the polls that go up. So I do appreciate that. But here we are to talk about Superman Last Days of Lex Luthor, Book 3. It's the ending. And lo and behold, it came out. And it's pretty darn good.
It is pretty darn good.
It's good. And did you hear anybody besides me and you talking about it or getting excited about it? Because I have nobody mention this book.
Yeah, I haven't heard. I'm not on Twitter or anything. I do go on the DC Comics subreddit sometimes and see anybody talk about it there. So I think it's just you and me.
Yeah, I think so. But the thing is, I think it was because of that delay.
Yeah.
And then people just assume, it's not going to come out, whatever. But after this third issue, I do think it's going to make a pretty darn good trade.
I would think
it's
so,
going to be a really good story. And last issue, we talked about it, and we ended up where it did get, it definitely was the worst issue, the last one. We still liked it.
Yeah.
But it was because it was Superman going here, and then Superman going there, and then
everybody talking up Superman.
Yeah, just how great Superman is. Again, we go to Atlantis, we go to Lee. So it ended up okay, it kind of took a stall deal, and I get that. I guess for the overall deal, it was just so Lex could just get mad. Everybody loves you. Everybody loves you. But then when you get to this issue, because at the end, we were waiting. We're waiting for the big reveal of it was Lex. It was one of those where Lex will lie until he can't lie anymore, and he'll still lie then.
I was sure that was what was going to
you were
happen.
sure that Mark Waid was going to convince us it wasn't Lex to then give us that it was Lex. And even in this issue, I still was waiting for some wacky things to happen until I'm like, no, this is legit. And so I think this is the best issue.
I think so too.
Of the series, and that's rare nowadays to have the finale be the best deal. It's sad to say. It should always be pretty much the one that sticks with you, but it usually is. A lot of these things end up falling flat. I do think that this oversized Black Label type format lends itself to just tell a good, complete story. You're not going to have to rush to have this or that going on or tied into that. And I think it's one of my favorite Black Label stories right now. And
I kind of forgot it was Black Label.
Yeah, I know. And because we don't have a lot of Black Label stuff going, and Black Label kind of ended up where it lost its way a bit, and you didn't even know what was happening. When you
did it ever find its way?
No, because it was at first it was going to be all mature. Then after Batwang, that got pulled back.
Yeah.
And then it was just, out of continuity. Then you'd have things that they say, well, it's kind of in continuity. Then I think where a book that I really liked, but really threw it for me, was that Junie Bob Robin, that Damian Wayne Robin book that felt more like an all ages book. And I was like, what is this Black Label anymore? But this one, I think, fits very well in it, in a story that you could say doesn't have to be out of continuity. It could be back in the day. It could be whatever. It's just like a timeless type deal. And I think Mark Waid does a really good job, and the art's really, really good as well. So
sorry, go ahead.
No, you go. And I'll give the credits when you're done.
Well, I was just going to say that, this is kind of Mark Waid at his Silver Age best, like it feels like an alternative story to Alan Moore's Whatever Happened to the Man of Tomorrow. And I think he nails it in it.
And it feels like, again, he's having some fun, but he's also giving us some character work. And what it is this issue finally really gets to the deal of Lex. Mm-hmm. Last issue was a lot of Superman's great, isn't he? Hey, everybody, Superman's great. Look at that Superman. And even when you're going, you kind of lost track of the deal of, Lex is there. He freaking looks like hell. He's dying. And so how is this going to be? Because at the end, I think that you and me, I at least thought, Superman will save him by the end. Superman will figure out a way, and he'll end up living. And that'll be the deal. Like, you should have let me die, you son of a bitch. And then he'd be mad. Or the idea of, how dare Superman be the one to save me? And you get a bit of that in here, but then you get a pretty good ending. But it's written by Mark Waid, pencils by Brian Hitch, inks by Kevin Nolan, colors by David Barron, and letters by Richard Starkings and Tyler Smith of Comic Craft. You got 2 letters.
I didn't notice that.
Yeah, that's crazy. And the art's really good. And again, when I first saw Brian Hitch's art, I hadn't seen anything before. It was when he was doing the Justice League book. I didn't love it. I have to admit, I didn't love it. I don't know how I could explain it. Everything is very angular. I don't know what the deal. Things are skinny, and it didn't. But now I love it. The more I saw it, it's weird. I can't. And sometimes his color palette, the colorist that he gets, is muted. But I really do like it.
Well, it's so interesting because I've been loving him on Red Coat. I think his art fits a historical fiction so well that I thought maybe I just didn't like him on superhero books, or Big 2 books. But this is beautiful. And where I was a little down on it last issue, it felt a little rushed. I don't think this has any of those problems at all.
And doing that second issue, even though there was that delay, but again, the delay was because they didn't know it was going to come out. Yeah. And as you said, if everybody should be, and if you're not reading Red Coat, you should be, and especially when you get to last issue, which was superb, and it looks great. And so what the thing is, though, is a lot of people did say, hey, Brian Hitch, sometimes he falls behind or whatever. But the Red Coat of the books, the first 3 books that started the big deal of, he's the only one who hasn't had backup artists. It's been
he hasn't had a single fill-in.
It's been every issue of him,
maybe and 1 month off.
Yeah, I think they had a skip month that was planned. But other than that, it's been him. And the thing is, even with the fill-in artist in Geiger, which I'm okay with, it ends up. But when you have an artist who's so good. And how good he is at that Red Coat, it's so good that he ends up doing each issue. And that book, again, I think it's kind of back to being my favorite one of the deal. Not that this is an indie podcast, but just to push it. Because I don't see a lot of people pushing the Ghost Machine stuff enough, especially with Rook Exodus on hiatus. So go check those out. So, and especially if you read this and you're like, man, this Brian Hitch still has it. It looks really good, but this looks great. And the whole thing was Brainiac. When we got at the end of last issue, we're like, oh, crap, it's Brainiac. And you end up seeing that all along. It was Brainiac has set up this plan. And he's messed with Lex and Superman to get them in this position where Superman's losing his powers and that Lex is a super furnace where he's going. And actually thinks that he's doing Lex a favor, which made me laugh. That he said it's almost like he has some respect for Lex. So he's going to give him play, right?
It was a professional courtesy, as Brainiac calls it.
Pretty funny with that. And so Brainiac in the fortress, is just there. And he has all of these drones and everything going on. And you have Superman desperately, as Lex is talking a lot of crap at Brainiac. How dare you? This is where it became personal fully. When Lex is now able to see that, lo and behold, this wasn't something Superman did. It wasn't something that's natural. It was that Brainiac messed with him. It's personal now, and he's pissed. So he actually pushes Clark aside to yell at Brainiac. While you do see Clark looking around, like desperately trying to see what he could use to get rid of Brainiac. And right away, the Phantom Zone projector just goes down. And, he's going to get that. What's that?
I was actually very confused with that progression because the way my pages in the physical are split, it's kind of hard to see the Phantom Zone projector because it's right in like the centerfold.
Yeah,
of it.
it's in the center.
So I didn't know that he was looking at it, and then all of a sudden he's talking about the Phantom Zone projector, and there's like green gas coming out of it. So I don't really know what Brainiac does to it. But
it seems like he has either rigged it or he now is able to just look up, because he does look over. And it's funny because Lex is screaming at him. And there's Clark, and he's looking. He sees the Legion ring. He sees the Phantom Zone projector. You see a little Starro deal in the background, but also his mom and dad. And he looks like he's about to. And again, he's not as powered. Like usually he could zoom, and then use it. And then it just kind of melts away. It looks like this gas goes, which is the gas that's surrounding Brainiac. So Brainiac must end up doing, he looks over at it because he sees what Clark's looking at. And then you have these drones just come in and attack. So everybody's getting knocked aside. Everything's going. But in the meantime, Lex is saying, I'm going to, take you down, Brainiac. I don't care what you, and he says, he's like, yeah, I gave you a professional courtesy. You always wanted to destroy Superman. It's my gift to you. And I like where Lex goes, oh, for God's sakes. And then he looks over and he's like, we're trapped. Is there a back door to this fortress? And Clark says, it wouldn't be much of a fortress without one. Then keep him distracted. So the big play here is to get out of here and maybe grab anything. And when the drones come in, they do knock that pedestal off that had the Legion ring, which is convenient because this is what Clark needs to be able to even continue in this issue because of the power. And he does say, I mean, at one point he says, like almost like a last deal, we're done. Like, I don't know what's going to happen, but you're not going to win. My buddies are all going to be around. We have a Justice League. We're going to take you down. And it's just like, oh, you mean these guys? And they're just like, oh, crap. They're in test tubes. I mean, I like that they're all just like trying to fight their way out. And if you did play, and I don't see Batman.
No, you don't.
And I wish that what you saw was Batman in the middle and he's just standing there with his arms crossed, like pissed off and looking, because everybody else is trying to fight their way out. And you have Supergirl. You end up, I think, Metamorphose over there. I see him right behind Supergirl. And he's going all gaseous and yelling and screaming. But
it is funny that you mentioned Batman, because I actually don't think Batman appears in a single panel in the entire 3 issues.
Yeah. And it feels like this would be something where he would at least like say, hey, can I help you out? Or like usually, and maybe it is the play, because usually Superman would go to, oh, my powers are going, whatever. He would go right to the Batcave and say, figure this out. And I don't think that's what this story it wants to be about. Or it could be at this point where Batman might be dead. I'm not even sure
this
of
is
the
set
exact
in the
time frame, right?
Future,
Yeah, so, maybe something's up with him or whatever, but you don't really get anything. So you end up where Brainiac has all the heroes and chest tubes, and he's just like laughing like, yeah, I'm familiar with your friends, but they're not going to be helping you. And so they end up getting out of there. Clark has the Legion ring, and he goes, and Lex grabs stuff. You get it. I swear to God, he was going to mention MacGyver, because that's all it is. And so Lex grabs things as they're going, but it's just things that are half broken.
It looks like
laying around.
Yeah, it looks like maybe a crystal from Superman's thing. Maybe, I don't know, something else. But I love a flute. Yeah,
that's what it looks like.
I love his line that if I can build a gravity nullifier out of 2 light bulbs and a speaking spell, I can certainly slap together an anti-Brainiac weapon.
And I love that Superman in the narration goes, he's exaggerating, but not by much.
Yeah.
And then he does have a play that I'm watching Young Sheldon. That's the thing I'm marathoning. I'm almost done it. But he says, if Radio Shack were still a thing, I could conquer the galaxy. And it really reminded me of something Sheldon would say. But it was really cool. And again, it's MacGyver stuff. He says, no, I could do this. And I like the play here. We don't need to know the science. This is comic book science, and it's Lex. It's mad scientist science, comic book science. So he ends up where he does fashion something very quickly, but he doesn't have a lot of time, so it's just to shut down the drones a bit.
Yeah, it's like interfering with their communications, because we cut to Metropolis and all of Brainiac. He has multiple ships landing there.
Oh, yeah.
And then
it's bad.
It's very bad. And then they land, and somehow Lex is getting the drones to shoot at each other. Some of them are shutting down.
Everything's like getting wacky. It's like, it almost feels like he would have said like the 1-0, he changed to 0-1. So the binary codes mixed up, and they end up going, and then in a thing that can trigger things, even then, he might be making these drones non-binary now because they don't have any signal. So people could get all mad about that, but which would be funny. But the idea where these drones are also leading the people, it is like, come on, you meat sacks, get up here.
Yeah, it is.
And you don't know exactly what's going on, but when we find out, some of it's horrific, and we find out pretty quickly.
It's actually pretty grotesque.
It is pretty grotesque, but it actually works in my mind of what's happening because Brainiac, we've had points. We've had things in the regular continuity of Brainiac. His big thing was he ran out of memory.
Right.
He didn't have enough memory. It was like the computer and the whole deal. And he's figured out that what he needs to do is just get a bunch of human brains and put them in bottles. And he's using to tap into that because he says they're just memory. Again, you're almost playing the idea that the humans only use 10% of their brain or whatever. But he's saying they could be used to really set up a super bank of computer brain type things.
2.5 petabytes of memory capacity,
and he needs a lot. He's downloaded. That's his whole thing. Now, I don't know that you need the eyes still, but you're going to want to have that. So it's grotesque and looks deal because when they fight through these drones, and a lot of the drones are fighting themselves or they're frozen up, they do fight through. And throughout, you do have the play where I like that. Superman's a big dude. Like this guy, when he doesn't have powers, he's still got to be one of the strongest guys on the planet. But you do end up where, again, if you're going to play a story of Superman really doesn't have powers, it ends up where Mark Waid is like every second, it's like, well, he has a little bit more. Or
I can still laser a little bit.
Yeah, I can still do that a little. And he keeps saying, or at one point, I'm going to use what's left to do this. And then it does. But then he has more later. So you play that game, but it's okay because they end up, he's lasering, he's heat visioning these guys. Lex is going and fighting, and they end up, and he has that, pretty much his, I don't know if it would be a staff right now, but whatever it is, it's emanating this interference, and they do get into the ship, and that's where they see, oh my God, they're harvesting brains, and that's not good, right?
No, not usually.
No, so, and it ends up where, again, you have to have more of a threat than, oh, I'm going to let Lex kill Superman. This was his big thing. And really, this was his plan all along. He knows Superman always brings him down. So he ends up making Lex and Superman kind of fight each other, depower. Lex is going to burn up. He knows also, I think he knows Superman well enough that Superman's going to try to save Lex. And then while the distraction's going, he's going to come in here and grab brains. He wants all the brains.
It's actually, it's a little cliche having Brainiac swoop in a big Superman story, but at the same time, like, I don't think there's another villain that you could use that would have Superman team up the way he does with Lex. It's just a perfect setup for, frenemy team up.
It is a good, and it's one of those where Brainiac, he has some crazy things he can do, but it's really his intellect so it's like Lex. He is really a lot of times like a robotic space Lex when he's doing these things, because he's going around and collecting planets and things to get, then they even spell it out to get their, okay, what's their threat level? But he thinks he's doing scientific research that is for the good of himself. But like, he thinks he's doing the right thing. And in the meantime, that's what Lex always does. If you end up getting Cyborg Superman in here, you're just going to have a fight. They're just going to fight, and Cyborg Superman's just going to want to kill everybody and whatever. Brainiac is a little more. And legit, this would be something that like each writer can talk about or, do their thing. But Mark Waid's saying here where Superman says, I'm more afraid of Brainiac than anyone. Like Brainiac is crazy. Like this is more than just me punching things. And even so, Lex throughout this whole story, especially in this, he will keep mentioning, oh, you can't punch that, or you thought you could punch that, or he's really big on saying that Superman is a dolt. But
he says he fights like a tomato can.
Yeah, at one point I'm like, I don't even get that, but it was funny. I thought it was like, Lex, you're a higher intellect than me with your crap talk. And I'll also tell you, I have a new tablet that I read my stuff on. And I ended up going from an iPad, which I love, but I ended up getting a really big Android tablet.
Okay,
It was cheap, so I ended up getting it. And I don't like the player, the comic player. I love the one that I have on the iPad. But the problem is that it doesn't oftentimes get full page spreads right. So when I do landscape and things like that, so I was reading it just like how you said, like some pages are cut and things, and there's a lot of spread pages in there. So what I had to do was I had to recharge because I still have my iPad. I just wanted to, so I had to charge up my iPad when I went to read this stuff because I wanted to see the cool spread pages because they're crazy and it really gives you at one point Superman and Lex. You can barely see Lex. He's being like overtaken by all these drones, and then Superman is just kicking and heat visioning, but that's not working out, and all these things going on is pretty cool as you go down. And they end up where they gotta, stop this. And Lex keeps saying, like, hey, Brainiac, you came to the wrong planet. We're gonna get it. And it's funny. Each place they go, they end up like they have to skedaddle, and then Superman has to use the flight ring to carry Lex to the next place. But you get all around the world, and it's very quick, but this is something I've said a lot where you don't see it a lot in these books like this, where you do see that Brainiac ships are everywhere. Like they're worldwide. They're getting everyone and people are freaking out. And in the meantime, Lex is upset, not because humanity's in trouble. He's upset because he's been duped by Brainiac.
He just wants revenge.
Yeah,
That's
he
all
wants
he
revenge.
wants.
And he even says, he's like, I want my pound of silicon. He's like throwing it in. You know what they say about revenge. And he keeps saying it over and over and over. And Superman, at one point, he does kind of like brush that aside. But he's got to use that too because Lex legit says, you know what they say about revenge? And Superman goes, no, not really.
No, not really. Yeah.
Because he doesn't do
it's
that.
Such a good line. Yeah.
And says there must be place fully shielded. This place, we got to get somewhere where Lex can't supercharge because that's the one thing. But they have to figure out what is happening. And that's where they realize, okay, they find a place where the sun is powering up fully Brainiac stuff. And they got to go and take care of that. But in the meantime, they need to build this device that Lex says, I know what's going on. And I like the idea. Again, Lex, normally you'd probably have in real life, like, this is what we're going to do. I'll explain it to you, whatever. But Lex would never explain anything and says Superman's too dumb anyway to do it, but he needs him to help build it. Lex is going to die. I mean, he looks horrific at this point. So he says, you're going to have to be the labor. I'm going to tell you what to do. Not he, Lex, he's not going to say, well, we're doing this because of that, but do that. But the thing is, what's really good about the story is by the end, you see that Lex isn't as evil as he really wants to believe he is. But you also get the play. Superman is not dumb. He is a smart guy, and he realizes, and Mark Waid makes it so that Superman is putting this together. And lo and behold, he realizes what Lex is doing. And kind of switches things up on him.
I feel like so many people nowadays just really flub writing comic book science. They either over explain it or they under explain it. This comic book science is written so well because they're just building a machine. They don't really go into it. They just talk about what it's going to do. And we get panels.
I'm fine with that, right?
Yeah, me too. I think it's great. And Superman's welding stuff with his heat vision.
Awesome. I thought that was great. And so the play is, though, again, you get the play where you could explain it, but Lex would never take the time to explain to Superman. And then he even says at one point, like, basically, you wouldn't understand any of this.
You're too dumb. You're too dumb.
I'm going to tell you, well, that wire to that, but you're not going to understand what I'm doing. But in the meantime, Superman does. He's actually able to figure out what this thing is, but ends up playing dumb just to play dumb. He ends up like doing it. He never says, listen, and that's Superman. Superman's not going to stop and say, listen, Lex, I'm not an idiot. You don't have to talk down to me, whatever. He's just doing it. They don't have time for that anyway. So he's doing this. And I think that the play of reading between the lines is that he understands that Lex needs to be mad at Brainiac. He needs to think revenge because in the end of the deal, they want to try to save the Earth. Whether Lex is going to do it just to prove that he's better than Brainiac, that's fine. There is a thing that pops in that Lex ends up wanting Clark to do something he wouldn't do, but Superman's already thought that through. So it ends up being the idea. Like, it's funny because Lex is so upset about Brainiac, but then he's kind of upset because Superman has figured out the plan because he builds this deal that's going to end up where Lex, lo and behold, he thinks the only way that this planet's going to get saved is if Superman has his powers. Like, it's really sad for Lex to probably admit, we need Superman. We need Superman. So what it's going to do is it's going to reverse this play. It's going to end up, or at least it's going to suck out, that cellular deal of because what happened in this, Superman can no longer absorb the sun.
Yep. And then it went into Lex, and Lex is
and it went into Lex, and Lex is supercharging. So Lex doesn't have powers that he ends up, and it almost plays out the idea that if Superman didn't go out and use his heat vision, or didn't go out and fly, or X-ray vision, he would actually explode. Like, he is a battery for this deal, but also he's a lot more sturdy. He's Kryptonian, all that. But the idea,
I took it that he can absorb the sun, but he can't use it to manifest powers at this point. I don't know. Lex,
Lex, and that's what I'm saying. Without the powers, I think the powers can be looked at as almost like a what is it called?
Like kind of like outlet for it,
like an outlet to go and release of. So if Superman, maybe if he didn't use his powers at all for a bit, he might get overpowered and might do some crazy stuff. But again, he's Kryptonian, so that's different. Humans are not built for this. And so where Lex is absorbing this power, there's no outlet. He can't release it. So he ends up where he's going to die. He's burning up from inside. They say he's a furnace. And so he says, I'm going to be able to transfer this back to you. But in his state here, Superman says, well, what happens to you then? And he says, I die. I'm going to die. Now, again, in Lex's deal, if he doesn't do it, he's going to die anyway. But he says, and again, the best thing for Lex is Lex is going to die with a smile on his face that finally I was the one who did it. I ended up like Superman wouldn't have been able to do this without me. I'm the one who saves everyone. And and I did this. Like, that's the sort of thing he loved.
And Superman feels like you're also winning from the standpoint that you are forcing me to compromise my values, but I will never sacrifice
That's
a life.
What I thought it was, the whole play, where Lex's whole thing is, he's going to die. If Superman agrees to it, then he's agreeing to pretty much Lex dying. That's against everything he's about. So, I made you a killer. You killed me. That makes me win. And he's so happy about it. So, again, at this point, they're arguing about it. You do see Superman still twiddling with wires.
Yeah, he does a quick tweak or something.
Yeah, and it almost feels like Lex would see this, but it almost feels like, okay, green and red and green, boom. But he was also saying that he kind of realized stuff before. So when this is going on, Superman is duping Lex. The machine is not set up to do that, but you can't tell Lex at this point, or Lex won't do it. So the idea, again, then it reverses the idea of then will Lex, and it's kind of a funny play, like Superman, I'm not going to do this, but at one point Lex says, listen, one life for billions, 8 billion, like even Superman has to go with those deal, and Superman says, I will never be able to get past this. You will ruin me. You will destroy me. Now, in the meantime, this story kind of ends in a way where everybody kind of is right and wrong by the end, because this whole thing will end Superman, but the idea, and Lex. And so, but it's crazy how it ends up, but they do end up, and he says, okay.
Yeah, well, Lex has an amazing line in this that I think is like a really good counter to Superman's argument about this sort of situation where he has to sacrifice something to save more people. And that is, unlike overprivileged Kryptonians, the rest of us have to make certain sacrifices in life. And this one is yours. And I think that that's actually like a really good point to be made that Superman has to confront. Now, we know that Superman knows he's going to get around this, but...
And again, that plays off the idea. He's almost like he's so superpowered. It's one of the things that people complain about, especially back in the day, where like they just added power after power. But what sacrifice? He knows that most of the time he's not going to die. He's not, but people make these sacrifices all the time. In the meantime, he also says, and I love where he tries to pump Superman up, and Superman's still welding, he's still doing things, and he says, be what you were clearly born to be. Be the hero the world needs. And it almost like you're letting everybody down now if you don't do this. Like, and it's me. He actually says at one point, the world wants me dead. Like, they would be so happy. Not only are they being saved, but I'll be dead and everybody will be happy. It just is sad that behind the scenes, Lex is doing this stuff to save everyone. And legit, nobody probably will ever know. But you end up where you even have him say that privilege deal. And Cal says, I know. And they put their hands in, ba-boom, and they are next to each other. And if you want to make it so that the art looks like Lex is completely dead, holy moly.
Oh, yeah, he
looks
pale.
dead. He's pale. His eyes are wide open. Clark gets up and again, when he gets up and looks at what we think is a dead Lex, he looks pissed. He looks pissed like, you made me do this, you son of a bitch. And that's the thing. Superman knows he has to do it. He just doesn't want to. It almost feels like if somehow Lex could say, ha, and do these things without Superman being involved. Like Superman's like, no, almost like Willy Wonka. No, stop, whatever. That would make him feel better. It would be like, well, Lex did it, whatever. But Lex legit at this point, you got to put your arm in. We're going to do this together. And he picks up Lex and then walks him outside, lays him down because he knows that Lex isn't dead. And the sun comes in, and it's really cool because you think at this point, things are switched and there's Superman charging up, ready for the battle. He has Lex laying there. He looks up at the sun. All of a sudden, Lex like moans and he's like, what happened? And there was the last second adjustment. He did it. And he said, it didn't remove solar processing from your genetic code. Instead, it rewrote your entire cellular structure to match mine. He made Lex into a Superman.
Yeah.
So again, it's
at
like
the sacrifice of his own powers.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. He's done now. And again, you're waiting for wonky things by the end, but it is the idea where Lex goes, you're kidding me. And then just completely heat visions out the deal. It looks like one eye even at the one point, but it's like out of control. And he goes, oh, you're not kidding. Now you like, what is Lex going to do? Like, I didn't see the twist here of now Lex has powers. He can do whatever he wants.
Well, and this is perfect because now we're about halfway through the issue. And now I have no idea how this is going to work out with Lex.
Changed it up, right?
Yeah.
And now Lex could just go, screw all of you. And then you might even have Superman, well, I kind of did do that. But no, he's like, and now he's yelling at Clark. Again, he's yelling at Superman like, you did this. And you would think the idea of Lex having Superman's powers would be the greatest thing. Like Lex would be like, holy crap. But it's not. Lex doesn't ever want to be Superman. And so he's mad. He says, you made me you. Like, this is the worst. I'm appalled. Like, this is bullcrap because I hate you. I never wanted to be you. I'm not jealous of you because I want to be you. I'm jealous because I think you're nonsense. And starts yelling. And Superman has to say, listen, we got to go. Stop. Right?
Yeah, this isn't about you. This has nothing to do with you. This is about saving the world.
To do. We got to stop them. And they do go off, and it's kind of fun where you end up having, Lex flying. And again, in this, people always get upset, like Lois has powers recently. And they're like, oh, man, whatever. But this is pretty cool. And you see Lex, but you're waiting for Lex to just go completely evil. But he still wants revenge on Brainiac. So at least that's going to, that will happen. But you're waiting for, oh, no, now he's going to like say, ha, and you'll never stop me. And then it'll be maybe continued with a question mark. But it doesn't go there because you end up, he even says, are you coming with me? And you do have Mark Waid trying to explain things because he has the Legionnaire's ring. He has the flight ring. And he says, oh, if we go into space, will that protect you? Superman says, yes. Okay. And Lex,
they don't bring up going like very close to the sun to board Brainiac.
No. That's crazy. But again, it's like, hey, can you do this? And like, okay, well, let's go up and away. And they go in to space to go and really confront the main mothership and to confront Brainiac. And that's where Lex is like, I'm going to go and I'm just going to go after this jerk off while you fight some of these drones. Again, Superman, still a very tough guy and a big dude, but he's getting the crap kicked out of him.
Yeah, I mean, he's just doing his best.
He's Rocky now. Yeah. He's just getting destroyed. And that's where you end up where Lex goes to Brainiac. And one of the big things about this whole play is that Brainiac didn't seem to think that they would ever team up. And that's like one of the big things is like all the calculations I had. This is not what I expected, especially Superman to pretty much give up all of his powers to you. I didn't see that coming and actually like commends them. Listen, I didn't see this coming. And, my percentage chance of defeat has now risen a bit. I wish he gave a thing because he's like, not by much. I wish it was like it went from 0.01 to like 0.1. Like it's like nothing,
your chances of success doubled, but that only means you have a 0.00.
Yeah, that means nothing. And he kind of says that and he's kind of laughing. And they end up where, again, you end up having all these things going on because while they were working as well, one of the big things is they did start talking about when they were kids. And there was a good moment in it where he's like, man, you should have told me your secret. And then Superman's like, I know, like, maybe. And then Lex, would have made a difference, whatever.
Mhm.
And they both realized that they were both alone
Mhm.
without that. And they kind of come to like, almost like they look at each other and like, oh my God, we're best friends again.
Mhm.
And that's where Lex gets mad and Superman says, we didn't talk again that whole afternoon.
Right.
Like they just started doing stuff and going. And Lex is legit pissed off at Brainiac, said, you almost made us become friends again. And I will never forgive that. And it's like,
Right.
you wish that they were, though. Like, in this, it's so big of like, man, I kind of wish that they could just come to an agreement that things got wonky, but they could be friends. But no. And he says, he says, the thing that I hate worst of all is you very nearly made the two of us friends again. And
Well,
I
and I
think,
mean,
what were you going to say?
I think that's a great character development for Lex, because so much of Lex's, I mean, especially with this sort of background, is he's still just a kid who is angry that he's alone and he can't connect with people, so he believes that everyone's below him, and then he finally finds this slight connection in Smallville with Clark, and now he's dealing with the cognitive dissonance of this person that I've vilified my entire life. We are somehow still friends.
Yeah, and him saying you very nearly meant it shows that he was going to be friends. Like he's
Yeah.
like he had
Yeah.
to push away. But again, I think that at this point, you may have Superman. If they are you friends with Lex, and he's like, listen, it's a shame if everything went down, but I wish we could be. I think
Mhm.
that he would want to. Like this is probably something that he actually liked have
Mhm.
happen. Also, you go with, especially in this story, you have Clark who. Kal-El comes a baby from space. He should be the one who's like shunned, but
Right.
he found a
Right.
family found him. The Kents found him and they're so loving. While Lex is smart and his dad's yelling, they're going to treat him like a freak. Nobody's going to like him and is jealous and all that. And it just Lex, it's not all his fault. It's how he was raised, but he couldn't get past that.
Mhm.
And he's all upset about it as Superman just seems to be just getting squished with all these Brainiac.
Yeah.
They're like just pressing up against him. But that's where Brainiac says, well, I didn't take into account that you were going to be Superman or Superman's powers, but I guess you don't really know about him because take this red solar radiation. And it
Always
makes
the red
Lex
solar
up. Yeah.
radiation.
And Lex kind of gets knocked down, all this happening. And that's where Superman says, I am desperate now. I'm going to give it this one last deal. I'm going to blow up this place.
Yeah.
And he uses what little is left. And he heat visions out and blows up the side of the ship.
And that throws off Brainiac and gives Lex just, like a little bit of a chance to recover. And he welds some, I'm assuming, lead or something
he's doing
around
crazy
Brainiac.
stuff around Brainiac. And he says, I'm shielding you. I'm doing this. They go into the sun.
Well, yeah.
And now they're in the sun. And then Lex is talking to Brainiac in the sun saying, listen, in the sun, you would think that you would never use heat vision in the sun because why would you? What are you going to heat vision? More heat? More sun? And he says, the problem is I'm so overpowered right now that it's gamma radiation. Now I can cut through you like a paper bag and boom, he ends up just, he basically decapitates.
It is actually a really interesting thing to have Lex get Superman's powers because he can use these like scientific tricks to do things that Superman does his handful of very cool things with his powers, but now to have someone with the super genius of Lex using them.
Yeah, and somebody,
Awesome.
and actually that's what Brainiac says the calculations went because now you have a ruthless guy who will not stop at
Yeah.
anything. And so he's like, oh, yeah, but it didn't change much.
Yeah.
But Lex was too smart. And he ended up being able to take him down and they rocket to Earth. At first, I thought they landed on the moon.
I did too.
The way that it was played. But they go and they land on Earth, but it's just Brainiac's head. You end up and you have the classic end scene. He has Brainiac's head up.
Yeah.
And you even have Superman's like, get rid of that head, drop that.
Yeah, it's dangerous.
yeah. And also, I think at this point now he's like, now you got to worry what Lex is going to do.
Right.
Now. And so he has all these powers. He's not going to die. He has these powers now. And you end up where they're talking about like, what he could do. And he's like, I could be the king of the world, emperor of the galaxy, lord of space and time. The possibilities are infinite, aren't they? And then Superman says, I sincerely hope they're not. Like, hopefully you're not going to do that stuff. In the meantime, Brainiac's head starts talking and says, why don't you join with me? We could be pretty good. Then I'm thinking that would be crazy. But then Brainiac says, I thought what they were going to do, I didn't see the idea of the self-destruct, which makes sense. What I thought was Brainiac was going to say, oh, you're going to kill me now as a head, and all my consciousness then goes and uploads. I have this backdoor fail-safe deal. And I thought they were going to say, nah, we're just going to leave your head here. And leave, laughing that he's just going to be a head that can't do anything and will yell and scream for whatever. But then I'm like, then somebody's going to find him, whatever. But the body's going to self-destruct. And they look at it like, oh, God, like more of this bullshit.
And this is just after Lex says, because Brainiac offers him, a place by his side to conquer the universe. And Lex says, no, thanks. I belong here. So it feels like all of a sudden Lex has realized, maybe not the error of his ways, but is at least developing some sort of a good side.
Yeah. And maybe the idea is at this point, now he does have Superman's powers. Maybe it is the idea, I'm going to be this is what Superman kind of did when Superman lost his powers at the end of the New 52, and, that whole play. And Lex was Super Lex that first time, and he had that big armor. Like, maybe he'd be like, yeah, I want people to worship me. Like, he loves that.
Yeah.
Like, maybe I'll do that. Like, whatever he would do. But he's like, yeah, I'm not going with Brainiac. And he throws the head down. He's like, I beat you. You're nothing. Throws the head. And I thought that was it. I thought, oh, that's great. Well, as they fly away, Brainiac's yelling like, get back here. I'm still yelling at you or something. They're laughing, but the body's going to self-destruct. He says, my consciousness uploads. I have a fail-safe safety mechanism that if my body gets completely destroyed, my consciousness uploads, and then I end up just continuing in another body. That's how I defeat you. Haha. And you're now going to die. And they look at it, like I said, like, what the, but like, why can't anything go right? And there's a huge explosion. And you do then get this, epilogue type deal, this aftermath of it. They do kind of hand wave of Amazonian science ended up getting the heroes out of those tubes. I just wonder if on the side of there, this bottled city of what's it called, of Candor's like, please, Amazonians, get us out of these tubes. Like, we've been stuck in this bottle forever. Yeah, they're like, yeah, that's a Superman thing. And you end up where they're going and all the heroes, and there's a lot of them there. They're all saving everybody. You get the Martian Manhunter. You get some lucky kid who has Power Girl there picking him up. But Wonder Woman's going, grabbing some kids, holding hands and whatnot. And I like the one kid's like playing with Wonder Woman's hair. You have old school Firestorm. It's a really cool page. And in the meantime, Clark survived.
Right.
Somehow he survived, and they don't know why. Yeah.
This narration is Clark writing a story for the Daily Planet right now, and we find out that he survived. He doesn't have any of his powers.
Powers are gone, and they say they're gone. It's no coming back. They're gone forever. But he was able to get outside the blast radius. But Lex died. And the thing is, in Brainiac, he's, the whole deal, but they're repairing all the thing. Now you're thinking like, okay, well, maybe Lex survived, and he's like, we're going to see at the end of like, oh, they haven't seen the last of me or whatever. But there's Clark. He's just there in this bed, and he does dress up as Superman for one last time. And he ends up having a speech which looks very much like the classic, but it really, to me, reminded me of what we had this last time. In my mind, 2 times, and I hated both of them, was in Heroes in Crisis, when Superman went in front of everybody. Yes, we have problems, but that's okay. But never says, yeah, my damn wife released all of these personal files with all the troubles of people. But we also had it with the identity. When Bendis, that's the one that's more recent, when he came up, hey, everybody, I'm Clark Kent. I've been, duping you this whole time. I've been here, and I've been kind of hiding in, in plain sight with this deal. And that caused, the 1,000 stories that Bendis said you'd have, which we got one of. But you end up where he says, and that's it. He announces it. Everybody looks sad, but he says, there's a lot of heroes. They can take care of things. And again, I do not see the Batman. So it's like one of those, right?
Well, there is a Batman.
Is he there? I didn't see him.
He's just to the left of Superman.
Oh, he is. Look, he looks pissed.
He looks pissed. Very interestingly, also in this panel is female Dr. Fate, Inza, who was Dr. Fate for like 4 years in the 90s. So it's kind of a weird...
And again, I thought you could even play the idea, but that might put a time frame on things as well. But you have everybody there. I mean, there's a ton of crazy characters there. And I'm looking now. Now I want to look and see if Aquaman has 2 hands,
They very purposefully put one hand out of view.
And I think when he was in the test tube, he was trying to hit the test tube with two hands.
Okay, yeah.
I do think we saw that, but it's kind of cool.
Yeah.
If they would have had that. I'm looking now to see the test tube because he was behind. Be funny if now I look. Yeah, you see us too. I was hoping that you didn't see the other one again. That would have been a really cool play.
We did have Wally West in his old yellow Flash.
Yep. And one of the ones that I think sticks out the most of old school is Firestorm.
It's
such a cool old costume when he's there with that, and he's present there. But everybody's there. You got Blue Beetle. It's pretty cool. I love pages like this.
I do too.
And see Booster and stuff like this. So you could play that this is somewhere in the 90s. Maybe he's come back from being dead. And then this happened, whatever it would be. But it's supposed to play that ambiguous deal, but it's fun. I'm sure there's somebody who's like really nailed down the idea. Like, this happened in 1998, in the second year of this, and you see it from that costume. But that's always cool, and I like when people do that as well. But one of the cool things at the end, because Superman or Clark's writing the story, and he goes to grab his coffee, and like me, he spills it all over himself. I did it during this podcast.
Okay.
I completely 24-ounce coffee. All of it. I didn't even get a sip. It all spilled on me, hot as hell. And I was talking with Simon. I'm like, and then the thing was, I tried to make a joke about it, and then I'm like, no, you don't understand. This is bad. And it was like all over. I had to throw my mouse pad. I have to throw. You'll hear it later.
What book were you doing?
I think we might have just been doing the outro at that point.
Okay.
We were doing Power Girl, but I think it was during the outro. And what happened? It was behind my mic, so I didn't see it.
Yeah.
Which I usually put it there because I'm not going to move my hands there. But I went to type something. So I had to reach over and it tipped it. Like right now, like an idiot, I have a Sona right there as well. And I'll move that. But that at least has a cap on it. But he spills it and it burns his hand a little. And again, you can almost go with the idea like, listen, why would he? It's Mr. Tough Guy here. But he's never felt something like that.
Right.
So even a little burn, it like shocks him. He's like, oh.
And he's all alone in the office. So this is not performative for anybody. This is him burning himself.
And then he kind of, as he's writing it, he kind of puts his thumb kind of in his thing, almost like, this kind of sucks, but this is what he is. And you do see that he's back on the farm, which is nice. And then he says, he took no further questions when he was at the podium. And the play of it is some of the questions would be, do you know what happened to Lex? Do you know?
Right.
And he knows what happened. And the thing is, the greatest thing is that at the end, first off, Lex dies. Lex saves Superman. He uses his powers to get out of the blast radius, throws Superman. But as you see, he just gets completely obliterated.
He just gets
bones.
He just gets caught by the tail of the explosion. And there's no ambiguity.
He's dead. And you could say like, Superman is right there, but you play with the deal. Now that would be, there you go. Lex saved Superman. That's a big play, but it's also that Lex says, don't tell anyone. And the weird thing is that that Clark wants to, not in a bad way. I think Clark wants to tell everybody, listen, Lex was a hero at the end. He saved me. He saved all of you. But he's a guy who keeps his word. It's the worst because when Lex says that, he knows that Superman won't tell anybody.
Yeah.
Clark won't tell anybody. Whether or not he doesn't want that or whatnot, it's weird. But he doesn't want anybody to know. And Clark doesn't tell him.
Yeah.
And you can see that when Clark is doing this, it like, as he's sitting there, I swear to God, when it says, and he's looking at that story and all that, I think he wants to maybe tell that, but he remembers that was the promise.
Well, he respects his friendship with Lex so much that, and he remember, and the last page is him setting up the telescope. Just like, I don't remember if it was issue 1 or 2.
I think it was just one. Yeah,
where Clark and young Lex take a telescope out and look at the stars, and they both, have this nice, connective friendship moment where they both feel alone in Smallville and they connect, and it ends with Superman looking up at the stars through the telescope, remembering that memory.
Yeah, and kind of having a nice memory. He takes it out and puts it in. He has no powers anymore. All this stuff going, and it's a really good ending. And you do have at one point, he said it, but I kind of wish that Lex used that McDonald at the very end. Like, hey, McDonald, don't tell anybody. Because he does use it like one time in
the lab or something.
Yeah, he's mad at him at that point.
Yeah.
He's like, listen, McDonald, I think it is like, listen, McDonald, I don't have to explain things to you. Like, you're the worst. And why are you doing this? But at the end, and even then, Clark's like, Lex, what are you doing? And he says, tell no one. And then puts him down and then just gets done. You see, he's taking the brunt of it on his back even then and just dies. And again, you could play this all sorts of levels. That Lex is a pretty depressed guy. Like he comes off as all this bravado and things, but you see why he's doing all this stuff. And I think that at some point he just wants to be, I want to rest. I want to like that whole, but also who knows? Lex might actually think, I can't trust myself. I have these powers now.
Right.
I don't want to do that. Like it's all crazy.
There's a couple levels to how you can
it's
interpret
really good
what
at
he
the
did.
end. And then there's fucking, I'm telling you, you get the hokey deal if some hack was doing this, you'd have the end. And then the next page, you'd have a page and you'd see Lex waving in space to Clark through the telescope. I'm still alive, buddy. But no, it was really good. It was really, really good. It ended great. I thought this issue was great. I mean,
too.
I really, really liked it. Now going through it again, talking about it, it's even better. I mean, it's really, really good. That second issue took a little bit of a weird turn for us just because it was a while since we had read it. But it's very much Superman. Superman's great. And it felt like, okay, you didn't really need this. But again, it gives you that idea of how many people love Superman and how mad Lex was getting mad. Like he even thought at one point that, what are you trying to show me how great you are? Like this is bull crap. But then you end up having that twist. And you're right. When Lex gets the powers, never thought that. It makes like the book almost like start again.
It does.
And it feels so fresh. Like, oh my God, it doesn't limp to an end. Like now the things that you had in mind before all get wiped out. And now you have even crazier things that you think might happen. And it's really, really good. But what would you give this?
I think Brian Hitch's art is amazing. And I think Mark Waid is, I don't know. I'm sure this must be a purposeful homage to Alan Moore's Whatever Happened to the Man of Tomorrow. But I think he nails it. It's a great Superman story. It's a great Lex Luthor story. And I think I'd give it a 9.5.
I'm giving it a 9.5. And I'm giving overall after this, I'll probably give it a 9 overall.
Yeah.
And I think, again, it's a shame. Mark Waid isn't the nicest guy. And a lot of people have made the stance of, I'm not going to read anything from Mark Waid. And it kind of is sad that if you're going to stick with that forever, you won't get to read this because it's really, really good. One of the things, too, Mark Waid likes to say things. He likes to, he is a guy who likes to make grand statements and he does want attention. You can tell all that. Again, I'd say the idea of how I do this, whether or not I like a guy or don't like a guy, this is kind of what I would consider, our job. Me and you are reviewing this. So if I'm working with a guy who I don't like, I'm not going to quit my job because I don't like the guy. I'm just going to deal with him at work. And then that's it. I'm not going to hang out with him later. I'm not going to tell it. But so I go that way. But I'm glad I read this. But in the meantime, he did end up after the last election. He said, I don't know that I'll be able to write superheroes. He had this whole thing of now that I'm down on humanity, and this was him just. He was grandstanding, whether or not you agree or not. But the idea is if that was true, well, I don't know when you wrote this one, pal, because this one is 100% the deal. Like this is one of the best, showing what a superhero really is story. And maybe all the stuff that happened that he saw, maybe that made him think more about what it would be to be a superhero. I don't know but I think when he says those things in tweets and things, it's just him saying it. He's trying to trigger some people. He's trying to say this, whatever. And he's mad in the moment. That's fine. But he's a damn good writer.
I haven't, some of his stuff at DC since he's come back, I think everyone was loving it when it happened just because of how bad DC was at the time. And it was a breath of fresh air. But his stuff was kind of starting to peter out for me. But between this and Batman and Robin Year One, I think he's kind of hitting his stride again. I
agree.
This is making me quite excited for Action Comics coming up.
Isn't it funny that, the things that he's hitting his stride seem to be, though, things that you go back to the past and play out of continuity into continuity. And the beginning of his World's Finest was great. It was fun. I think that book just went on too long. I think at this point. But I'll tell you, the beginnings of his We Are Tomorrow, I think it's kind of the event that's going on, the crossover between, they're pretty good. Now they still have the kind of problems that a lot of the DC books have each month, where things seem a little rushed and how they kind of go with the thing. But even in that story, me and Zach are talking about it. We talked about Justice League earlier. It's more of a Grodd story, and I didn't see that coming. I thought it was just going to be standard Lex again. With the Legion of Doom, but it's really going through Grodd, which I think is cool. And there's some cool things with it. So I'm actually, but like you're right. Lazarus Reign and Lazarus Planet was a Mark Waid story, and that wasn't very good. Absolute Power, it wasn't great. Like some of these big...
His Phantom Zone stuff was...
Yeah. That went on way too long, and it didn't really do anything. So I agree. Some of the things haven't hit, but some have. The Beginning of the World's Finest, I thought was really good. Shazam was a little wonky. And
Shazam was wonky.
Again, he wanted to be like a Silver Age, let's have fun, but it just wasn't working very well, and then he had to leave it. But the Justice League book's picking up a bit with this event. But boy, Batman and Robin Year One and this are really good. Yeah. They're really good. So if he was a guy who from then on said, yeah, I'm just going to do these side things. I'm going to do these things like this, a black label thing, whatever. I'd be all for it because it's really good because this is great. Again, if people are upset and eventually you get over it, maybe you will, maybe you won't. But I would read this right away. I think it's really, really good. And Brian Hitch's art is great. It really isn't. Brian Hitch hates my guts.
Oh, really?
When that Justice League book of his got canceled, legit, I got an exclusive because he messaged me cursing me out. And he was one of the best. I think I wrote, man, you're the best. Like, and he actually at the end, it was almost like a joking. He messaged me and I got this weird message from Brian because at one, he didn't block me, but he wasn't following me. And he followed me suddenly, and I followed him back because I do. And I'm like, oh, crazy. And the first thing he sends me a message, he goes, your dreams have come true, asshole. Something like that. I don't think he said asshole, but he's like, hey, jerk, your dreams came true. And I'm like, really? Like what? And he's like, no, the Justice League book it got canceled. So there you go. And then I was like, oh, you son of a bitch.
That was such a weird book.
And it was all over the place. And then we messaged back a couple times about just whatever. And then I said, I don't know you or whatever. And then I think I even said, because all I knew is like he's British, something like that. And I was like, hey, we should get along. My mom's from Bournemouth. And he's like, oh, that. And then he put like, that explains it, something like that. And I said, LOL, never talk to him again. But it was like that day that he ended up. And then he even tweeted then something at me when the official announcement. Yeah. It's like, well, at least at Weird Science DC will be happy. And I'm like, I'm not happy. I'm like, I got a hoot out of that thing. But it was a different thing. Rob Williams, who was doing the Suicide Squad book at one point, when that got canceled, he attacked Reggie.
Really?
Online. Like I saw the other day, I actually have 2 songs that I did to yell at him about attacking Reggie because of the idea of Reggie just did not like that Suicide Squad. So he's
I really can't remember anything from that Suicide Squad.
I remember, I think it was, which one was it? I'm telling you, I could barely remember it too. It was nonsense. But I was trying to think of it was the one with the giant Zod that was coming out of like the Phantom Zone in a weird way. It was a weird book, but it wasn't great. Yeah. And Reggie's a nice guy. He's not one who's like going to give low scores. Yeah. Because he's, got a vendetta or anything like other people on this podcast. But so all that. But Brian Hitch's art's great. And again, if you're not reading Red Coat or the other the like Geiger, Red Coat, and Rook Exodus, go and check those out as well. But thanks for joining me, Tom, as always.
Absolutely.
And we're going to get back to something. I don't know what, but I think we're ending the podcast. I think we'll be going to Simon and me talking Power Girl, which the fun continues.
Good luck.
So we'll do that. But thanks. And we'll get on to that right about now. And we're finally back to you, Simon. Back to you.
I'm back.
And you're here to do Power Girl, a book that we're going to be so sad to say goodbye to.
Yes. Unfortunately, it is the final issue of Power Girl.
It is. And you have, joined me, and we've talked about a bunch of these issues. And are you glad? Do you think your life is more fulfilled?
Better off having read the last 3 or 4 issues of Power Girl?
You are, right? You have really...
Yeah, it's been an experience.
It has.
Yeah.
Now, the one thing that you dealt with were those crazy kids and their cosmic mother. We do get to see them in one of the pages. I'm like, there they are up in the sky.
We get a double-page victory lap right at the end, where it's just like, here's a snapshot from the last 20 issues.
Moly. It is bad. It's really bad. The best thing of this book, because you jumped in when you ended up, and we kind of went with that. I kind of explained it, but I couldn't explain much. But even this week, I did talk to a couple people who read this issue, only this issue,
Why would you read only this
just because
issue?
it was ending, and they're like, hey, I want to
Okay.
see what I think they might have read the first, but they have not read the 19 in between or whatever. So when they did, they're like, they didn't even know the characters, who they were, what was going on, and just gave up. So there you go. But
Wow.
again, it's a
Much
tough,
like
it's a
Leia
tough
Williams
call.
just gave up.
Yeah, it's a tough call to jump into that last one. But I think that what they were doing was jumping on to see how they reset. Oh, what is the status quo going forward? The status quo is, I don't know. I have no clue what is going on in this. And really, there's one thing and one thing only. Well, there's more, but the big thing is Karen Starr, Paige. You have Paige Stetler. So the idea would be the reset would be, and kind of hinting because Karen Starr shows up, would be the idea either, hey, you're a doppelganger, not me, or here we're both together. None of that happens.
The doppelganger could have forced her to reclaim that public identity because otherwise bad things could happen. Like, that's the easy way to reset the whole Page thing.
A couple people did comment and talk to me too because they're like, oh, is this Power Girl's last issue? And I said, lo and behold, it is. And they said, how the hell did this last 20 issues? So I have to give Leah Williams some credit, but I think the credit isn't the idea that she succeeded. Is that DC just
failed very, very slowly.
Yeah, very slowly. And also, I think that at one point they just, whatever, like, we need books out there. It's there. But there's two people that I end up talking to as well that are big Power Girl fans. One of them being Ange, who is the guy I always go with, the Supergirl comic bucks commentary. It's a weird name, a mouthful of a name, but he really knows his stuff about Power Girl and Supergirl. And I will tell you that he is very, very lenient when it comes to characters. He loved the Steve Orlando Supergirl. And me and him, the guy, and the reason why I really like him.
That Rebirth run,
Yeah, and the one that I was like, it drove me insane. And so we would argue about it. And I should go back because it would get heated. Like, I'd be like, you're just, and I would accuse him at points of, you're just saying this because you're a fan and you don't want the book to be canceled. And then he would come back with, kind of, and I'm like, okay.
Well, at least he admitted it. Yeah.
He admitted the idea that he loves the characters. And so any form of it, and his whole play is, if they act like themselves a little and are caring, that he doesn't have a lot of like real stringent rules. You just have to make sure that you
he's
treat
not
the
married to
character right.
like a one true version of the character, and any deviancy from it is wrong. As long as you get like the core tenet right, then you can play around the edges.
If you show that you like the character and respect, he's very lenient. Like, one of the things that he hated in the New 52 was the red daughter of Krypton. He hated when she became a Red Lantern, saying that. I thought it was interesting. Again, me and him fought about it.
A lot of people really enjoyed that.
Yeah, because it was different. But he said, no, it didn't make sense, and it's not the... Again, these are the things. But Steve Orlando, he really liked. So when this came out, a couple issues went, I didn't see him reviewing it. And I was like, that's weird. Like, he always reviews things. So I messaged him, and he said, actually, like, he tried to review like the first issue and he couldn't. And then he was getting mad. And then finally he said, I'm going to review it. I'm going to have a big deal. Oh, he hated it. He hated this book so much. And this is a guy who loves the character and really is leaning again and didn't like it. So that was when I realized, like, who is this for? Who is this book for? And I think the answer is nobody. At the end, it was really for nobody. I just spilled coffee all over myself. I'm having problems. But yeah, you end up where this book is garbage. It really is. I don't hate to say it, but it is really bad. And this ending, what is it? It does nothing.
Yeah.
But we'll get into this. I'm going to give the credits. I did. I legit just spilled a like 20-ounce coffee all over myself.
Oh no!
I am, and my mouse pen. My goodness. I hope I can get through this. Time to fly. It is. It's Power Girl number 20.
Just like your coffee.
Yeah, really, like my stupid... And I set it up where I couldn't see it behind my mic because I didn't want to hit it with my hands at the other end, and then I hit it. So there
How many years have you been doing this podcast,
This
Jim?
is like 10 years.
How many coffees have you spilled over yourself?
A million.
Yeah.
And I go through keyboards out there because it's spilled on that too. Now I'm upset. Written by Leah Williams, art by David Baldion, colors by Ramal Fardo Jr., and letters by Becca Carey. Senior editor, or assistant editor, Julian Grant. Senior editor, Brittany Holzer. And that is the name that is much to the chagrin of Yaya It is true. Anytime her name comes up, it's usually on a pretty crappy book. Group editor Paul Kaminsky. So this is what I get in my mind. And I did hear, I think Rocky said that, his man Jace was going to talk to Leah Williams about Power Girl, but it was like the day or a couple days that the book had been
Just as it
canceled.
was
Nobody knew. And she was really not in the mood for anything. And I do think that she was really
She
pissed.
had just got on the news that it was cancelled, so yeah.
And again, sometimes you'd say, well, anybody would be upset. That's the book they're doing. But I do think that she really thinks, especially with this issue, she thinks she's doing the Lord's work here on this book and that it should never change.
Yeah, her complete refusal to put the toys back in the basket is quite stunning.
That is things that every writer does. And obviously, the bigger the character, you usually have to do it. Batman, you've done this or whatever. But really, it is for respect for the next writer to end up picking up.
There's usually a couple of little things that you can keep out there. Like, I wouldn't have been surprised if, like, the new page name stuck around. That seems like the kind of thing that DC could work with.
Yeah, I think that would be the deal. But
some of these new characters that she's introduced, they'll stick around as well, but they won't necessarily. I can't imagine the fucking giant tower still being there and the social media company.
No. And here's one of the other things that you have to point out that isn't in the book at all. She still has power punching portals and does have what she doesn't use a lot of anymore, but still should have that mind reading that she.
She's got a bunch of new powers, doesn't she?
Powers from Lazarus Reign, and not putting them in the final issue to me means they're still there instead of saying
that's the kind of thing
happened.
that the next writer can just ignore and nobody will care.
You know what else they'll ignore? Everything.
Yeah. The easiest way of retconning anything is to just never reference it again. You don't have to write it out, just don't talk about it.
So Paige, the thing is, if you remember, she was all upset about everything. She's like, I want to start new. And that's where John Kent's like, well, you're like a blank page. Paige, that's a neat idea. And that's where she went with it. I'm like, all right, like that works and that doesn't. So
where
it's
did she
kind
get
of
the
weird.
surname from then?
Yeah, I forget. And she's also on the books of being like a scientist. It just, none of it makes sense. But in this, when you read this issue, you really think, in my mind, that there is Leah Williams who's like, damn them. This book shouldn't have been canceled. It's great. And everything I've done is perfect. And I don't want it to change, including at one point, the character Mariposa, who says something like, man, I do this, this, and this. And then you have a character, I think it was Omen, might have been Power Girl, say, if anybody changes you, I will kill them. And I'm like, is she saying that to the other writers later? Because they're making it like, oh man, you're so cool, don't ever change. But the way she phrased it, I'm like, holy crap. And then there's boob jokes. There's so many weird things in this, and it does nothing because the big play was, oh my God, Karen Starr, who can't be Karen or Kenneth or how they're playing it, all of a sudden announces, I'm going to do this app, has a big thing, has her company. And that was what seemingly was what we were going to talk about. That's barely a blip in this issue. And it is the weirdest way. Like, she's trying to tie things up.
It's so obvious that Leah Williams had this whole huge multi-issue arc planned for the Karen Starr thing, and rather than just ditching the whole thing immediately when she found out that the book was getting cancelled, she still insisted on pushing forward.
Yep, she pushed forward in one issue. So you start off, and
not even one issue, like it's like 6 pages inside this one issue.
And then it ends up like she's like, well, let's get 5 birds with one stone because we're just going to get rid of Ejecta. And it makes no sense. It makes no sense. It starts, though, with Axel, this boyfriend that never was developed. That, again, nobody cares. This is the weird thing about this book. You can sit there and say, oh, my God, they have to do this. She should have done that. Really, like you said, when we're going to get another Power Girl book, it could be years from now. And I think most of this, besides the name Paige,
just be
I think Paige will remain the name. I agree with you there, but everything else is gone. They're not even good. So she doesn't have to put away anything because nobody's going to play anyway. But the idea that usually you do that to tie things up and end up saying, okay, here's where we're going to go. She ends up, Axel and her kissing. And again, he's Asgardian. He's there because he's an artifact guy. This kind of tied into the very beginning of the series, but didn't. He popped up later and it was just odd. She thought he was a secret agent. None of it made sense, but there they are, and they're on like a I don't know
They're on
what
a
is this, asteroid?
floating rock somewhere, staring at the scars, and Paige is trauma dumping on her boyfriend. Yeah, like some big hoity speech about how space isn't empty and dead; it's teeming with life, and blah,
but it
blah,
also
blah,
has
blah, blah.
death. It's weird.
Yeah,
It's like goes back and
forth. A big
forth.
chunk of this run has been trying to psychologically explore Power Girl.
Yeah, and Power Girl, and a lot of the things was the symbiote ship. That was the idea of. It's played though, where again, somebody who would love Power Girl, she's past this. Like she's past the idea of feeling like an outsider. This is something that has already happened and whatever. But then she's doubling up on it. But then with these new powers, and then the symbiote ship coming back, because that was the thing from the past, but it ends up being a lion. And then it's a bald guy, then it's back to being a lion, then it made a pocket dimension fantasy world that also got this girl ejected, that convinced her that she's a princess. I mean, it is wacky.
Yeah.
I don't know how you could tie up things, but one of the big things is the symbiote ship. He's not even in here. He's not even in. It's more ejected, but you end up even there where this talk at the beginning is that like Leah Williams trying to be like a Cy Spurrier? Like, I'm going to get really deep and whatnot. And I'm like, oh, it's not that deep. It's like nothing. And then they make out of it. And then they're like, oh, man, I love you, too. And don't say you love me. And it just felt weird. It like, this isn't right away. It's not really putting anything back in the toy box. It's kind of doubling down on what you did, thinking that it has to go forward that way, in my mind, right? I mean, that's what it feels like.
This is, I mean, he even says go take your victory lap, but it's such a weird way to go about this book, because there's so much filler in a final issue that should be a victory lap. It should be a reinstatement of what it was you were trying to do for the last 19 issues. It should be your big final grand statement of, this is what I think of the character, this is what I've tried to do, this is what I want it to be going forward, even if I'm not here. And it's just like, it's pages upon pages of piffle.
Yeah, drivel. You go to the next scene, and there's Omen.
There's just Omen cooking dinner,
but using telepathy, like weird. And then all of a sudden, Karen Starr shows up, or who we think is for no reason. And it's not even like the idea where we see Power Girl.
She doesn't come to the place to pretend to be Paige or Karen Starr.
Yeah, exactly.
To try and screw with people, to try and damage the rival company, to do anything smart or interesting. She just wanders straight into the kitchen and fires a giant gun.
And makes an arm gun that right away tells you, yeah, something's wrong here. It's not really. But even then, it's not even like all you get is, oh, hey, Peach, thought you were out with Axel tonight. You hungry? Well, you're not, Paige. And then attack. And I'm like, you didn't even give him a chance. If you end up where we just see the idea, hey, Axel, I love you. Hey, take a victory lap. She's dressed as Power Girl. And then in the next deal, Power Girl shows up as if we think the date's over. Like, even in this, you don't think anything. You see, and you really see a half a panel, and then all of a sudden, gun. So you never even say, like, oh my God, what's going on?
There's no plan, there's no plot, there's no setup. It's just like, okay, like, we've got to bring the clone over so that we can throw a couple of punches, and that's it.
And so when that goes off, there's a big explosion. You do see that Omen makes like a bubble, so she's not hurt, you guess. But then you have Mariposa in her animal onesie, sitting there with that crazy alert thing that Streaky's playing with, listening to music as if she's not going to be able to hear anything, but she does. So, like, why? Why are you setting it up in this way that you could have had the play where the whole Star building, it's falling apart around Mariposa and she's bebopping to Taylor Swift or something, might have been kind of funny. And then afterwards, because she isn't powered, she's like, oh, what did I miss?
We go in the entire opposite direction instead, where Mariposa is the one to quote-unquote save the day.
Yeah, because Natasha was training, she gears up, she comes flying in, and then out of nowhere, punches this, what not even mentioning Karen Starr. You haven't even gone to the deal of, I'm Karen Starr and I'm here to take back what's nothing. And so Natasha comes and wallops this Karen Starr.
And then,
while Mariposa's in the elevator looking like a sad. It's so weird, the visuals. And then you have out of nowhere, you have Omen say, oh no, I can't tell who is the one who's the real one or not. But that doesn't play out.
Karen Starr then immediately turns into a copy of Natasha. And then you have your whole, like, shoot her, no, shoot her. And it's like, well, I can't tell who's real and who isn't. So
here's what I want to ask you here.
Why doesn't Natasha just take her helmet off?
So with that, worse. Here's what she says. Natasha, you know I can't read your mind when you're armored up. You literally designed it that way. So she's trying to read the mind of the one entity, can't even get anything because helmet and gets that. Seemingly a different way to then say, and I can't read the fake one's mind because she's made of machinery. You just designated which is which.
you already know just one said, of them, yeah.
I mean, I guess that it's like a blank slate, but I think it's a different thing of not being able to read anything to machinery, but you pretty much pointed out. Then Mariposa comes in her
and
onesie.
Punches one of them.
And wallops one of them that legitimately looks like she's bleeding, which means not full machinery. And when we find out who it is, it's not really full machine. It's actually it's Ejecta, who is kind of like a combo thing. It makes no sense. And yeah, she wallops him. And then it's the idea of, man, how did you do that? You don't have powers. Well, I wanted to get him the F out of the building. I'm like, yeah, that's
There's also like, there's no cute thing where she's like, well, I knew it wasn't Natasha because X. Like, it's the perfect opportunity to show why Mariposa and Natasha are a thing.
Actually, and Mariposa wanting to be a thing and very obsessed, so she would know something different.
But she just comes in, seemingly picks one at random and gets lucky.
Or Or you could play the idea of, there's always that play of like, hey, good thing those were robots when you killed them. Oh, they were robots? Like, it's kind of that joke like that. Like, oh man, how did you know Mariposa? And Mariposa has the craziest thing like, well, everybody knows that Natasha has this, and Natasha's like, I never had that. And she's like, oh, well, like, I got lucky then. But it's just random. She comes in, plus it's Mariposa.
They focus more on the idea of why did you get involved in the fight when you don't have powers? It was dangerous, and not on how did you get the right one.
Yeah, how did you do this? And then what happens? Because then you end up where this deal just like skedaddles. And then with that, bust out, just says, oh, get back here. You have Mariposa because it looks like this whole thing is like, oh, I knocked her out.
The bad guy takes one punch from the weakest person in the building and then leaves.
And then you have them yell. I think it is Omen who yells, get back here, you dumb tart. And then she rockets out, smashes through the window. Power Girl comes back, and do they go after them? No, they go...
No. They're just immediately into dinner. Yeah.
The worst is like it's dinner time. Weird. And then I'm telling you, right at that point, Omen looks like the Joker. She has the Joker deal.
And lipstick line on Omen's mouth.
Oh my God. I thought something was wrong because they say, what about that? Oh, we'll deal with that tomorrow morning. Not even after dinner. It's like, we're going to have to sleep on this and figure this out. While Mariposa says, oh my God, my hand hurts. That really hurt. And they're like, okay, dinner time. Like, this is how this book has always been. Nothing makes sense in a way that there's any sort of weight to anything, because then they sit down and just start yapping about, hey, even that Power Girl has to like fix the wall with
just
freeze
ice breath the hole in the wall. Yeah.
And they're eating. And then the big thing is, oh man, Slugger, why'd you do that? What were you thinking? I was thinking, get the F out of my house. And they're like, what? Mariposa? Because again, the joke is she cursed. And then Mariposa's like, what? I thought I lived here. Like, these are the jokes. Like, why aren't you going? This person came in disguised as Karen Starr, made a shot. I mean, this thing was humongous arm cannon, tried to kill Omen, tried to destroy everything. And now you're like, yeah, we're going to sleep on this one and we'll deal with it. I think they would say after breakfast the next day. You can't skip a meal. Oh, my goodness. So then you get to the next morning.
And then they don't even deal with it the next morning. The next morning, they're too wrapped up in their stupid fucking
nonsense,
social media announcement.
And so when they did this, I got confused at first thinking, oh, well, they're hungry because it's breakfast. And no, they were making dinner. They went to bed, got up the next morning, and they're like, hey, what's going on? So next morning, you do see that hole in the side of the deal. But for some reason, right away, I thought this was Karen Starr, the fake, because suddenly everybody's dressed different and
everyone's
in
like
completely
power
different.
suits with like Yeah.
Mariposa looks completely different than anything we've ever seen her as. And then suddenly Natasha walks in her smart business suit. Mariposa runs and goes, morning. She jumps in the air. Natasha catches her and goes, balls. And then says, you're playing ragdoll. Then they're asking what ragdoll is. I'm like, why are we doing this? This is such a weird ending. Like you said, she's not dealing with anything of ending.
No.
She's doing like random just stuff like it's nobody's business. Like it's like, oh, what?
The number of pages she's devoted to random shit instead of dealing with the Karen Starr story that she set up is just incredible.
She does have some balls on her. I'm telling you,
every panel she spends on ragdolls and Mariposa and all of this doesn't contain any explanation for the Karen Starr stuff.
They actually take 2 pages where ragdoll and then explain ragdoll. Ragdoll. It's basically the trust exercise where you fall and you catch them, but we don't need that. That has nothing to do with anything. It's supposed to, again, it's the setting up of Mariposa with Natasha that you also probably piss off a lot of people because Natasha has a girlfriend that then at the end, oh yeah, I got a hold of Tracy and, thought it was her or whatever, trying to play that game. It was very odd. But then we go to this big announcement and everything, like nothing has been set up. They ended up buying a building. They've building got
banging on about this stupid social media thing, and I don't know whether Leo Williams is serious with this social media thing, whether she's like, I've got a solution to the problems of social media, or if it's a parody.
I think she's serious.
You can't assume it's a parody because it's her protagonist putting this idea forward. So it can't be stupid. It has to be
it's not
serious
the idea
and right.
of what ends up being Ejecta as Karen Starr. Would make a difference and say, what do they do? What is she doing? This is bullshit, whatever. No, this is their thing.
Babbling around like, oh, it's a social media app with a human algorithm built on community and trust and doing the right thing. It's like, oh, shut up.
And then they're like, hey, even that, you have Lois Lane acting like a moron. Woo, woo, hey, woo, she's yelling. Thanks a lot, Lois Lane. It's like, it's so ridiculous. And I'm in the crowd. I'm like, yeah. And they're like, oh, the guy in the hoodie and the hat there. What do you, I just want to ask, are going to be any fucking dinosaurs flying around this building in this episode? Because I don't like them. I get scared shitless. And what was up with that? Like, I see you're doing this app and whatever.
To your living exhibition of dinosaurs?
Yeah, what happened with this time-traveling dinosaur bullshit that we had, and it looked like the end of the world? Because that's what I want to know
and
about.
Last issue, Lois was annoyed at Power Girl for the whole Jesus.
The whole thing with Karen Starr. She was like,
Karen Starr announced an AI thing, and Lois was like, why didn't you tell me about this?
Play up the thing even more. First off, the Star was the competing newspaper at one point. Yeah. That was where even Clark started working at first. But the idea where she gets it. Also, I wanted I have a question. Oh, the guy in the hoodie again. Well, what do you want? Yeah. What sort of fucking black magic did you do to make this fucking building in 2 days? This thing is humongous. Plus, did you get permits for this shit?
Yeah. Do you have permits for any of this?
And also, he has another follow-up. Why do you need a building this big for 4 people? This is fucking ridiculous.
You have no employees.
This is nonsense.
And it's a social media company.
Yeah, so they're there and like doing this crazy app thing. And this was never anything. Also, again, Lois would be pissed because Mariposa was an intern at the Daily Planet, then became the CEO. This is the trajectory of Mariposa. She was an intern. She then had to write stories because actually taking the place, it seemed, of Paige, because Paige couldn't keep up with the stories, so Mariposa was going to. Then, when Lois ends up going and has to do Superwoman things, suddenly she promotes Mariposa from intern to editor-in-chief, and then she suddenly showed up in this book, and now she's part of it. It makes no sense, these characters. And then you have where there's Power Girl Paige, and she's like, I'm Dr. Paige Stetler. I want somebody to do some research. Like, there is no, Paige Stetler, whatever, and says, I'm going to introduce you to this Mariposa Lujan. She's going to talk about this. And then she goes, I'll be right back. I have to check on something. But she's not checking on something. She's going to go off and just sit in the Star building waiting for Karen Starr that we don't know anything about because it's just made up.
So much. because she goes over to the Star Building to confront the doppelganger, and instead of just having a vaguely coherent like confrontation that we can follow, it's overlaid with audio coming through from Mariposa's social media announcement. So every other text box is interrupted with just babble about a social media platform, and you can't.
No, you can't settle on anything. Nope. So she goes off. Me and you were talking about this before we recorded. She goes off to Star Enterprises Incorporated again. The play of this book has been that instead of being Karen Starr, Paige, Power Girls decided to be Paige Stetler, has another identity at the point where legit she ended up building the building that they're in, because she said, oh, well, I'm rich. I still am kind of Karen Starr. I got my Karen Starr money. So they made the building, whatnot. So that's the play of she just didn't want to be Karen Starr. What is going on with Star Enterprises? Where it looks like what has happened. Me and you were talking, was this the long con of 10 years where Ejecta has been impersonating Karen Starr to run Star Enterprise? There's people working there.
Yeah. They've got an entire business plan. They've got an AI app startup going on.
Yeah, they have things going on
She's
as well.
got employees. She would have had to hire those people.
Exactly. She has payroll. There's probably HR. Like
she's paying taxes.
All this is Ejecta saying, I'm going to get back at her and pretend I'm Karen. And you would think that the play would be, I'm going to pretend I'm Karen Starr, just show up places and do wacky shit to make just it look like Power Girls image.
Yeah.
Yep. Even though she could say, well, I'm Paige now, whatever. So it doesn't make sense, whatever. But could be, or could just say, you're not going to be Karen Starr. I'm going to come back to man that I was lost on, and like make up some story. But instead, it feels like Leah Williams still is just going with the idea that all along, this whole time, Ejecta has been impersonating Karen Starr and has been making this, like the stocks are rising. She's doing great. And it doesn't make any sense. So Power Girl's like, you think you're slick. And basically the way that she says to Ejecta, who is doppelganging Karen Starr, who's not anybody without that, says, yeah, you think you're going to get Karen Starr money? Well, get this. I spent it already.
This whole confrontation, you obviously didn't spend it already because she's running the business. And secondly, it's like Leah Williams' complete anticlimax. It's like, oh, I wonder who you could be. And then she just immediately drops this disguise.
Doesn't make sense.
And it's just like, oh, yeah, okay,
and
right.
So
let's
she's
just
been
not
running
bother.
this. And then you get to the point I was telling you, and we were both laughing, the idea of American Dad, where Roger will go through these personas and he would legit run a company for 15 years. It'll be the top company in its thing. And it'll just burn it to the ground at the end saying, yeah, I'm bored with this. And it would have all been a dupe to do one little thing. That's what it feels like. It's that
the most tiniest of slights to get back at.
Just to get back. Somebody looked at
be this close
wrong.
to the finishing line and go, you know what, actually can't be bothered.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It would be that close to the finish line. So what it reminds me of is Paige. Paige Power Girl comes, and what this feels like to me is that, oh, you're a guy and your wife says, I'm divorcing you. I'm going to get half the money. Fuck you. I'm spending it all right now, and just goes and runs through and buys cars, boats, or whatever, just so that the other person couldn't get the money. That's what but that doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. It's the idea like running a business. I wish that Ejecta would have said, yeah, that money, that's like a day.
Well, Ejecta doesn't say
here.
anything the entire time. Like, Paige is sat there in the chair. She's doing the evil villain monologue after spinning around in her chair and stroking her cat. And she's doing, haha, I expected you, Mr. Bond, and all of that stuff. And then Ejecta does nothing. Like, she just drops the disguise, and Paige goes, oh, okay, then you weren't one of the two people I was thinking of.
And you know what else is great? That Paige ends up saying, okay, like, she doesn't say, hey, Ejecta, I'm going to say, no, she says, go on with your app and we'll see what the free market. Like, you're actually letting her continue the business as Karen Starr to compete with her with the app.
Well, their apps also don't appear to be in direct competition anyway. So, like, it's not like they've got rival sandwich stalls on the corner. I
don't even understand it, because Ejecta also, she lives in a fantasy pocket dimension where you end up doing this, but now it's just pretending to be Karen Starr to get back. And pretty much I think that Leah Williams thinks the gotcha is, I don't really care.
It's not my problem anymore. I'm out. Yeah.
And then I'm telling you, this would have been hilarious if Ejecta said, because she just doesn't even move. if she's like, okay, goes to the wall, presses the self-destruct button, gets the hell out, and 1 million people are dead. Like, all these people are running for their lives. The whole thing's burned down. Like, it's so dumb. It does not put anything, reset anything. It doesn't put a toy. She's making up toys to not put in the toy box.
Yeah.
That's the weird part of like, what? And so at the end, Karen Starr, I guess, continues as Ejecta if we see her.
She's going to continue running a successful software business, I guess.
Would you love it? There's at the end an epilogue and ends up where Star Enterprise, they won. Their app is better because she legitimately is kind of a robot cyborg type deal. She knows AI.
We get one of those like rolling credit scenes where it's like 6 months from now, Stargrace goes under because nobody wanted their social media.
Just imagine they have it like classic, like Animal House, and then at the one point, Mariposa, nobody's ever seen her since. Like that sort of thing. I'd laugh so much.
Has not been seen since business went bankrupt. Might be on the run.
Also says the big thing that happened with the Star Enterprise's AI is that I ended up making dirty songs with it. I love it. I'm there. All right. Thank you. There, Ejecta.
Natasha Irons had to move back in with her father and new mother-in-law.
She is very upset about this. But yeah, that stuff. But we go from there. Now they're clinking glass.
Yeah, now they're just
I want to stay with Ejecta. I want to see when this all goes, and then somebody comes in, hey, boss, there's a board meeting. She's like, all right. And she goes in and just starts going with it. And like, fucking, I'll just go with this now. I'll just go with you. It's so weird. So then you get this whole play of glasses, and now you have to kind of tie things up where Mariposa just comes over to Natasha and says, yeah, I kind of like you, and I've been upset. They're really an odd play, too. Listen, and if this was a guy with a girl, it really wouldn't play out well. I've been so obsessed with you since middle school, and I ended up where I'm a stalker, and I like you. But it's like, oh, really? Well, let's go out to dinner. And then, how'd you know that I sent you flowers? Well, I asked Tracy, my girlfriend. She said she didn't, so I figured it was you. Bada bing, bada boom. And then you end up where, out of nowhere, you have to remind people where Paige has to then commence home and like, hey, I hear Ziggy, he's not feeling well because you haven't been talking to him, and he wants to sex you up. And then you just see Ziggy like waiting, and then they maybe get sexed up. I don't know. Like even that, what does that do? You do get a spread. This is the best because please, anybody who read this and wants to say, "Oh man, it was awesome," you get a full page spread of everything that happened in the story. You get a double
page spread of the last 20 issues, and it's
all bullshit. It's like. You end up having things where you don't even remember what half the things are. One of them is Clark Kent, like looking suave. You end up having Fantasy World Lady, because one of the stories you missed out was when they went to a fantasy D&D world that the teens and people were being from an app. It's always an app. They're getting it. That made no sense. You get Ziggy. You get those crazy, what's it called? The siblings and the mom. You get
is that Crush. Everyone was just like, why isn't this Amethyst fucking Gemworld nonsense? Like it would have been so easy to just make it Amethyst Gemworld.
Yeah, and instead it was this app that sucked the life out of you, but didn't. Then you get Crush and the dog, Lobo's dog. That was from the what's it called? I think it was from Absolute Power. Was it that, or it was maybe I don't even know what that. No, that was Beast World, I think, because you had weird things. I can't remember. It was all shit.
There was so much nonsense.
That was a tie-in deal.
So much nonsense.
And then you end up like there's Lois and none of it. It's all ridiculous. It's all ridiculous. It means nothing. It's all just ridiculous nonsense. So then you have a little bit with Supergirl.
Considering this is like 19, 20 issues worth of stuff, and I've read 3 of them.
Yeah, and you got a lot of the
like maybe a third of that I can point out, and then another third of it is just Lois and Clark. And it's like, well, you don't need to include those. I don't think they're people that you added in this run.
Yeah, they're kind of the thing. So
and then one of them just appears to be. Who is that passed out with what I assume is Crypto?
Oh, then that's Supergirl. Yeah, it's Supergirl. With the Batman shirt. Because you want to confuse everybody.
Passed out on the couch with Crypto.
Because she came over and it was the idea of them getting along. Because that was, legit, the big play was, they already have Supergirl. I'm redundant. What's going on? Why nobody likes me? Which was bullshit. She was wrong. But you end up having all this stuff. And I'm like, yeah, that lady from the, oh my God. It's like some of these things I'm like, I don't even recognize. I read every one. Then you have Ejecta and the symbiote ship. that ended up. Here's the thing, too. The symbiote ship ended up at one point commandeering Kalex. Never did anything with that. Instead, it was the Kryptonian lion that was in the menagerie that came out, got that, and then somehow, in the meantime, went and made a pocket fantasy dimension and then grabbed Ejecta, who might have killed her mom, but then had bad luck, but we didn't see that in that ticking clock. None of this made sense. I mean, you talked about that, and none of it ever amounted to nothing, not a hill of beans. And then you go back, and I'm telling you, in this last page, Karen, our page, starts looking crazed out. She's got crazy eyes. She's telling, this is the part with Omen, you should go and talk to Ziggy, who just happens to be on the side there. He comes over, and she's like, and the big play of this is, oh, you don't want to go with Ziggy because everybody always gets hurt who's around you. Never really dealt with that at all in this series, pretty much. And she goes over and says, just promise me you won't die. The guy's a ghost. He was in Valhalla. And then he gets it wrong by saying, I die every day because I'm immortal. Now they do. This is the problem. I know what she's going with, but it doesn't work the way he's saying it because he does. They fight in Valhalla every day. It's the whole play. They have the battle. They die, they wake up in the hall and be merry and whatever. But without explaining it, it makes no sense, the idea, because that's heaven. Like, she's like, don't die on me. He's like, bitch, I'm always in heaven. Like, I can't. But even then, she knows this.
He only dies every day if he goes and, when he's down
that's
here.
That's a Valhalla thing. When he's down here, he's just him.
When
he's just
when
doing
he's
it.
visiting the building for its opening weekend and being convinced to play Tixit or whatever, he's not. I mean, he might die of boredom whilst playing Tixit.
I am too. But yeah, so she's playing the fun play of like, oh, in Valhalla we have the battles. That's what Valhalla is. All the warriors go, they fight it out, and then at night they all get resurrected and they have their meal and drink a lot and do whatever and start it up the next day. It's a continuous battle deal. But the way of her saying this, and then that would make her feel good. She should know. It's Leah Williams trying to be funny or clever, and it's not. And then at the end, we're at the end now. And nothing's happened. It's made it more confusing. And she says, I used to equate love with loss. I used to fear caring about anyone because I was braced for the devastation of losing everyone. I don't know if this is like Leah Williams just writing in her diary. I reverse engineered my understanding of love from being loved. And this belief system is what truly makes me invincible. I believe in the power of our community. I believe in us. Who the fuck is she talking to? What have you done in this book that this makes any sense? It's the idea of just, I don't know, a hero speech to nobody and then says, and I believe in you. Oh, thank you. That's really all I have left to say. Boom, the end. And then you get this weird never the end. I'm like, no, that's the end. And then I love this user comments that in my mind, I mean, maybe it's but it's her.
I'm assuming these are various Twitter DMs or something she's had people send her.
I hope it was, but you end up where I'd like to look, because if it's not, she's just making up shit to say that her book was great and it shouldn't go away. But I'm hoping it is. And really, if you had that, I wish that it did have. These are actual comments, and you had and you had the real deal. But
because for these user comments to be on their company website also makes no sense at all.
Exactly, you will believe a super
from
is
Symbiote to the Star. I've enjoyed every second. The Peach Crew forever. Why would that be on the Stargraves website?
Yeah, why would you have? You will believe a super is Fly.
What an honor to be a part of this all.
Yeah, and then that felt like it was like part of the staff.
Yeah,
it's weird, right? From Symbiote to the Star.
Forever grateful for the girls and the big naturals. Why is that?
I don't get it.
Why is this on a company website? Of all of the places you could have put these weird little comments.
Could not wish for a better welcome to Metropolis. But that's Citizen Candor.
Thanks for the ride, you guys. Until our next adventures.
And if
it's also got that horrible broken grammar internet comments.
Definitely
they managed to nail that.
And I love it. They get the broken grammar in a way that it's like whatever this app or whatever that you would be using was only allows 20 characters, because it's really short. But I want it at the bottom F you forever, Karen Starr. That'd be pretty good. Ejecta. Oh, it was bad. It was really, really so bad. It was so bad. But what would you give this issue?
This would have been better if it was literally 24 blank pages of anything
I might
else.
agree.
2 out of 10.
Yeah, I think Yeah, I haven't got. It's been quite some time, and I will say it was Ann Nocenti and Catwoman that was back in the day. Either that or her Katana. She had the very big honor of getting a lot of 1s to 2s from me. But the past couple of weeks, we've had a couple of these, but this is a 2.
Yeah,
it doesn't do anything to put the character like. Actually, when we say usually you'll get a victory lap. Joshua Williamson did it with his Flash, and you'd have and Ben Percy did it with the Green
victory
Arrow.
lap issue, your classic putting stuff away issue. It just doesn't do any of that. It's just weirdly like pouty and like I don't really want to finish writing this, so I'm gonna half-assedly not finish a bunch of storylines.
And again, she wasn't told the day before it came out. She had to have been given some opportunity. They will give you that 3 months or whatever. And you see it was set. So when you do this, you set it up to have something ending something. But she just wants to, like, it's almost like they're ripping the book out of her cold, dead hands. And she's not going to go down.
And nonsensical the entire time. Nobody does anything for any reason that is either apparent or makes sense.
No, so what you end up doing in a final issue is set up romances that you're like throwing in here as if it really feels like she's the president and she's throwing in pardons at the last second, but it's these things like, oh man, I gotta do this.
You get to
I
get
gotta get them
laid,
together.
and
You gotta
get to
go
get laid, and you get to get laid.
Thinking that this is now canon and it's set in stone. But something like this, there's no way. There's no way that, you're going to be able to just do that. And nothing solves it. And I still, again, she left it open. We'll see whose app works. So at this point, Ejecta is actually Karen Starr running Star Enterprises. It's so wacky to end that way and not end. And then say, again, never the end. Well, it isn't, but it is for you. And the next book that Leah Williams is doing is the Gotham City Sirens, which is a sequel to one of the worst
that came
books.
to your house and fired a gun. You went to their office and went, well,
what
carry
did she
on
do?
then.
She said, I spent the money, but it was kind of mine, but I spent it so you can't have it. But go with your app and we'll see who wins.
Yeah.
Like, okay.
She didn't come to your house and fire a gun because she was looking for money, Paige.
No, she was there to kill people. She wanted to kill you all, and it wasn't anything to do with that.
Well, maybe she wasn't there to kill anybody because we don't know. We don't know why she went there to do any of those things dressed as Karen and not just show up as Ejecta instead.
And what I want is at the end, again, I usually use some weird Simpsons references, but it was when they ended up, when they had in The Simpsons, the casino. And Bart tries to get in, and then he's like, I'm going to start my own casino. I'm like, yeah, I'd like to see you do that. And when are you? And then he does, and the kid who was there who said that is like, oh, the joke's on me. Like, I want this to have an epilogue as well, where you see that Ejecta wins.
We'll have an annual issue
Karen's
next
just
month.
like, yeah, and Karen's like, or Karen Page is like, oh man, I shouldn't have went that route. Like, I guess the joke's on me. She wins. And it's just so bad. It's so bad. I like the human algorithm at the end, like, there was this thing, and the first thing a computer sang was Daisy Bell, and that was a love song, and it did this. I'm like, yeah, well, now it's singing dirty songs. Take that, AI. But yeah, I'm a 2 as well. It was just really, really bad. But overall, some big books. There was some pretty good books this week, but there was also some pretty bad ones. But Simon, I'm going to tell you what we're going to be talking about next week, because next week, and lo and behold, me and you didn't say it at the beginning. Hopefully I did.
Let's say it now.
Addendum.
And everybody's still listening now.
Oh, they have to be, because they were waiting with bated breath for us to finish the Power Girl ending.
They were all desperate to find out how Power Girl ended.
I love that one guy, and I still do it now. And if somebody does say, hey, can you put a timestamp of when you get done the last book, do the book of the week and whatever, because he's like, usually the last books are bullshit that I don't read. So I'm like, okay, your honesty is getting me, and I will do that. So
we'll do that, yeah.
So the books that we're going to be talking about next week, it is an annuals week. And these will be on a Patreon-only show. This is a show that we do every time there is an annuals week. It's the 5th week of comics at DC, and that is a Patreon-only show. No limitations. It's one of the things to get people excited to go over to the Patreon. If you want to listen to it, easy, just go over, and you can even subscribe for as little as $1 to get that show if that's what you want. But you go each level, you get more and more. And there is free trials for 7 days. If you haven't taken advantage of that yet, you can do that as well. And then you can, see how everything is, including that show. as it seems like the whole house is coming down around me and it's driving me completely insane. So there's no like two of these books to be on the spotlight. It's all Patreon only, but we have annuals. And I don't know. Sometimes annuals can be pretty big.
Sometimes they can be fun. Sometimes they can be meaningful. We could get or they'll just be nonsense and garbage.
And so what you get here in the first one, Detective Comics 2025 Annual number 1, really the pull here is that it's Al Ewing doing Batman. So Al Ewing, who was doing Metamorpho that we talked about this week on the Patreon Spotlight.
So it's not going to tie into Tom Taylor's ongoing story.
No, it'll be something separate. So sometimes that's kind of cool as well. If you're not enjoying something or you go, and Tom Taylor just ended that arc, so it's kind of a little in between. But if you're an Al Ewing fan and want to see what he's got, and there's some other writers as well, but I'll read this. Mystery even Batman can't solve. What, saving Gotham? That's the mystery he can't solve. Batman has found himself mired in a haunting case that he can't seem to solve. Now the Dark Knight must work his way through some of his most maniacal foes to gather enough evidence to attempt to crack his case. Same case. His very life or the life of someone dear to him may depend on it. Tom Taylor joined us. So Tom Taylor's there as well. Joined by an all-star roster of collaborators. Crafts a mystery that will boggle the mind or even the world's greatest detective. And you do end up having Al Ewing on it. You end up, I'm looking to see who else they have. Joshua Hal Falkoff, who I think is kind of decent. And in all that, not once in the credits does it mention Tom Taylor. So I'm looking on the cover, no mention of Tom Taylor. So I don't know what they're talking about. I guess it's like, hey, Tom Taylor's letting them join in by doing it. Like he's not there, but his run.
This is Tom Taylor's world, and
I think that's what it is. You're just a guest in it. But I actually have the issue. I haven't read it. The guy gives me things ahead of time,
like
right?
Joshua Hale Falkoff's writing.
I do too. Yeah. And I think it was Joshua Hale Falkoff that was going to go on and do the Green Lantern Corps book. I think it was him back in the day, but he refused
he
to
was
kill
the one
John
that
Stewart.
refused to do it because they wanted him to kill John Stewart.
Yeah, they wanted him to kill John Stewart, and he said, screw it, and never did it. So, the guy sticks by his morals or whatever, what he thinks. But, yeah, I think he's pretty decent. And Al Ewing, I'm not a huge fan, but he's a bigger writer, so we'll see what he has for the Batman. But we'll continue on. When I'm done, there's going to be fists flying upstairs with this bang. It's now 9:20. Like, this should have stopped even just because of the timing. You can hear it, right? It's so damn loud. It's driving me nuts. Batman Superman World's Finest 2025 Annual number 1. This is actually one of those where they play. It's a crossover event, and it is part 3 of We Are Yesterday. The secret origin of the single most unholy union in DCU history is at last revealed. The Legion of Doom has set in motion a scheme to lay waste to not only the world's finest team, but to the present-day Justice League Unlimited. How is this possible? Well, we know it's time travel. We saw will be revealed. And I hate when you end up having these things that you have these solicits and you don't want to spoil it.
You can think of.
Yeah, you're like, we saw it already, and it was so obvious. Oh, this will be revealed. This special World's Finest Annual by Mark Waid, Christopher Cantwell, and Dan McDade. There you go. We have Christopher Cantwell from his challengers. Maybe this is. They said we're going to see him all over the place.
Rocky and his Iron Giant.
We might. I think we might. I'm telling you, I'm not going to say we're not. I'm looking now to see if it shows that. Has to be, right? Has to be the deal.
No.
Also, you also have Morgan Hampton, who's doing the Green Lantern
if it was
Corps.
going to be that soon, then they would have put a note at the end of challenges.
I don't know. I'm telling you.
Rather than just, it takes place everywhere.
I'm looking at the cover, and lo and behold, I do not see Rocky.
You don't see Rocky.
And what was it called? Ultravac, yeah, with the whole deal. So, but I think that has to be. There's maybe not. Maybe. Oh, wait a minute. I actually saw there's more. It says, plus meet John Stewart, the newest ring slinger of Sector 2814, in this definitive world's finest telling of John Stewart's Lantern origins. That's why Morgan Hampton's on there. So we'll have to see. But I'm telling you, we're going to see a little Rocky. And we're going to see a little Ultravac. We'll have to see what the deal is. And it looks like Morgan Hampton is on with Clayton Henry to do the John Stewart. And that will be, in this World's Finest deal. And remember that you have Mark Waid later on in the summer. He's going to be doing that like timeline book to try to fix things and put things in order. So we'll see how that is. But then that sounds pretty cool. And I'm liking so far the We Are yesterday. As we're doing this ending, it's weird, but I haven't read this week's Justice League yet, so that might change things. But I didn't mind that first World's Finest deal and having things go through Grodd. I thought that was kind of interesting. We have some other weird books as well, because those, are the annuals, but then sometimes you end up just having regular series. We have Batman The Long Halloween, The Last Halloween 7. And really what it is in my mind is give them a little opportunity for maybe to check out, but it's issue 7. This is something me and Gray are reading and doing, but it says the hunt rages on. Batman, Robin, the GCPD's hunt for the mysterious killer savaging Gotham's underworld heats up. So it's kind of a generic deal. Jeff Loeb and Dave Johnson doing that one. I'm enjoying it. I actually like it. It's not the greatest thing, but I think it is one that I'm surprised more people don't seem to be reading, but that's that. And then as we go, I think we got the question all along the Watchtower number 6. This is a book that this is the ending, I guess, of this. And boy, I don't know who's reading this one. Don't miss the epic finale with the Watchtower collapsing around her. The question and an unexpected ally must rally her team to take on the mastermind behind the downfall of Justice League Unlimited's home base.
Do you reckon that's the same explosion that we saw in Challengers, or is it a separate explosion because that Watchtower is made of paper mache?
That Watchtower is made of nothing. It's made of trouble.
It's paper mache and the least guarded lever that makes the whole thing explode.
It's made on a foundation of shame, is what it is. Like, anybody involved should put their head down and walk away, because that thing from the get-go was just disaster central. Can Renee not only survive, but also maintain her new place in the DC universe? Find out in the epic conclusion of the question. Oh, and Watchtower, that book. I really go with the idea of which is worse, this or the Atom Project. And the Atom Project seems like it should be more important, but this question book is so bad. It's so
all
bad.
All of these books that have spun out of Absolute Power seem to have absolutely stunk.
Yeah,
up
they're
the
absolutely nonsense. And another book is a number 1, The Power Company Recharge, number 1. This is written by Brian Hill, Kerry Randolph on art. A new super team debuts, spinning out of the events of Black Lightning and DC Power Rise of the Power Company. Josiah Power and Jefferson Pierce lead the newest iteration of the Power Company with a new purpose of rebuilding humanity's faith in heroes and fighting back against the rising anti-metahuman movement. This is the stuff that was promised that Eric was all excited about in the Black Lightning book. Never did it. Now it has to go into this one.
Now it's in a separate book entirely.
Yeah, like really, for their first mission, the company dispatches Jace Fox Batman. Why is he even still hanging around? They're all there. And at one point it said, like, almost picking him out. Jace Fox Batman, The Signal, and Vixen investigate a serial killer that's been hunting metas in the streets of Atlanta, Georgia. Batman and the Outsiders writer Brian Edward Hill, who I do like, makes his return to DC alongside artist Kerry Randolph and Aletha Martinez in an oversized special issue that revitalizes the titular street-level team for a new generation. I don't think this is going to work. It's weird. First
I
off,
don't think there's very many people that could even tell you that was a team that hadn't just been invented out of whole cloth by Brian Hill then.
Exactly. And when you get a team, I mean, I get what the connection, but you have people like The Signal. You don't get them a lot, but in this book, and then Jace Fox, where it does feel at this point of, if I'm going to go with Mean Girls, Fetch is not working.
Yeah.
Me and Eric liked it enough, but then it just wasn't doing anything, and it kind of ended up boom and go.
It's the same question that's always landed. It's just like, why isn't this Batwing? Like,
yeah, it should be, and that's his brother, and could have played it.
It should always have been Batwing. Like, it never made any sense.
Yeah, now the weird play is that I Am Batman book, it ends. Who knows what was going on? And then Jace is the one continuing, not his brother, not Batwing, who's a really, really cool character. But we'll see how it is. I think I'll be doing that. I'll have to get a hold of Rocky, because not Rocky and Ultravac, but Rocky. Me and him did the end of Black Lightning, and I said by the time that was ending, he did have me fired up a bit for this Power Company. I'm not so fired up now, but we'll see. Maybe it'll be kind of a cool play, but that's a hard sell. Here's the thing with all the books that you even said out of Absolute Power: The Question, The Atom Project, Black Lightning, and then now this, and even things like that Metamorpho. You need to get things going, right? But why are so many of these books hard sells? Why are you doing that?
Why isn't there a genuine, big name amongst them that you can be excited about? Like, they've all got like mission statements as well. Like they announce with a clear idea of what they're supposed to be and what they're supposed to be talking about and exploring, but then they all seem to get like really muddied and lost along the way.
Yeah, I mean, I'll just off the top of my head, Justice League Dark would sell better. That's just off the top of my head. An Animal Man book. It's not a huge seller. I think it sells better than these. And, some things like that, maybe even, I don't know. There's so many characters. And in this, even in this week where you did have, say, a Green Lantern, that really threw in crazy character. Have you read that yet as we're recording the Green Lantern? Because I think you get a kick out of it. Some of these characters in there, I'm like, I never saw that. I'll tell you when we're done. I was like, I never saw that coming. Like the idea of these things and like, holy crap, that's pretty cool. And almost felt like an event. But it shows you like some characters that aren't huge, they're better as side characters in a book, a guest star, whatever. But there are a lot of characters out there that kind of deserve books right now and could sell. And yet you're almost like you don't want the easy money. You want to make it hard on yourself. We want to struggle with this. We want to, do this, and it's not working in the way is why. And people ask, why are they getting Grant Morrison? It's because these aren't selling, and you need to get something that is like a slam dunk or possible with that. So we'll see. And now I'm so angry at this banging. Going to get out of here. I do apologize to everybody. I know that, again, I talked about it earlier. It's very, I guess I'm professional. I can't help it. They don't listen to me. I told them, I gave them a schedule. They don't ask, and away they go. So that's that. But thank you for joining me, Simon, for all the other segments. And each week, now, you'll join me again at a point, but we'll shuffle through. It's almost like I'm forcing everybody. You want to talk about this book? So, well, now you're going to be talking with me here. But I do like the idea, and actually was thinking that without Eric doing the beginning and the stuff like that, there is something missing, because I do like, talking with somebody, not just kind of, I don't know what you'd call it, just monologuing into the void. And why I could never ask, just myself of, hey, Jim, well, what have you been cooking lately? Because Simon hasn't sent you any recipes because he's dissing you and ditching you. But again, I don't have any way to cook them. I end up a couple of things. Me and you cooked together.
Made a very nice Tuscan chicken the other week. Yeah.
Is that made of elephant? Is that why they call that Tuscan there? No. Is it a Tuscan Raider? It's actually a Sam person. That would be disgusting. I would like that.
Yeah, lovely chicken in like a cream cheese sauce. Yeah.
See, there you go. I ended up making
I'll send you that recipe.
Chicken fingers because you haven't sent me shit. I did, though. You got me into I ate so much curry in about a 3-week span that in the meantime, the last time, it's been a while since we both made the curry and stuff like that. I still have like a pot with it. Like I couldn't finish it. I was like, I got to the point of, I think I'm done with curry for a month or so. And it just sat there. Then I tried to make like a pulled pork deal, and that kind of came out real funky. So I ended up with that. So I got to clean these. But I've talked to people about this legit when I end up having to, do some dishes. There's no sink. There's no running water. So what I have to do is I have to go outside in our garden right off of our porch and use the spigot there and clean the dishes, right? So what I end up doing, I do that late at night. Like the idea of me in the middle of the day doing
around
dishes,
in the dark, scrubbing pots.
So 2 days ago, I think it was, I had to clean what I guess it was. What? Oh, it was actually the air fryer, because that's one of the one things I have. So I go out there, and I don't have shoes on. I have shorts and a hoodie. It's 1:32 a.m. and I'm scrubbing this thing, and I look up and there's a lady walking her dog, and I'm like, God, so I'm thinking like, what should I do? Should I say hello? Should I go? She came and she stopped and she goes, hello? Like it was almost like, can I help you type deal.
Yeah, because you're a crazy man scrubbing pots at 2 a.m. in the morning.
I think she thought I was a homeless guy cleaning pots and pans in somebody's garden, because I was there doing it. And I'm like, oh, this is my house. We don't have running water right now. Things are being repaired. And she goes, oh, okay. And then walked in. I had the dog, Mia, our dog, was out with me. I had her on the thing, but that also kind of looked like I was from somewhere else. And I walked up here with the dog. So what I said to Mia, we're going inside now because I think that lady's going to call the police. And we went in, and luckily, I guess she didn't. But I think there was probably an APB out for a homeless guy with a dog cleaning pots and pans in people's random gardens. And I should feel like, as a thing in the show notes, I should send the picture of the text then that I sent to my wife of like, this is bullshit. I'm washing dishes at 1:30. I think this lady thought I was a homeless guy. I was so angry. So angry. That's the way it is.
You could just fill a bucket with water and bring it back inside the house.
Yeah,
Jim.
that would be something. Maybe I could do that. I have to find a bucket. In the meantime, we also have our bathroom. We have a toilet back. We don't have our porta-john, but there's no walls in the house. So you go to the bathroom, and you're doing it in full view of anybody in the house. And I ended up this morning, I get up, I go down, and my son and his wife are there. And I said, hey, I'm going to go to the bathroom. I have to go to the bathroom. And they're like, oh, yeah, we don't mind. I'm like, no, I kind of do. It's me. So I ended up with a blanket over. I put a blanket over me. Well,
Jim,
I'm like, what is this like?
Either they enjoy the show or they put some walls up pretty quickly, don't they?
Yeah, well, that's what I thought. Then I was thinking, like, maybe put, like, plastic or something around these things. I've seen that in place. Like, I've seen, like, Die Hard, right, when they're fighting and going through the sheets. Yeah, like that, Dexter. You do that. But I'm like, yeah, I'm just taking a dump here. And everybody's just, like, right down there. They're walking up and down the stairs like it's nobody's business. I'm just there. So I ended up, like, I ran and got a blanket. And I was like an old lady on the porch on like a rocking horse, and I put a rocking chair, and I put a blanket over. I'm like, what is my life? I actually, then again, everything is me sending a text to my wife, like, I don't know what's going on. Like, this is the craziest thing. And then I get yelled at that I'm being like, oh, you're being so unreasonable. I'm like, I'm taking a dump with a blanket over me. I'm cleaning dishes at 1:30 a.m. in the garden.
No one's forcing you to get a blanket or clean dishes in the garden.
That's true. I guess I could just do nothing, but I want to cook. I wanted to cook some things, and I did. I've been using the air fryer for everything, so it was like
pretty grim at this point.
No, it was bad. That's why I usually wouldn't care as much. But when I pulled it out to get these chicken fingers out of it, but I've been cooking burgers in it and also chicken breast. When I pulled it, I actually saw like the sludge underneath the gray. I'm like, yeah, I got to get rid of this shit. I got to do something. But I've been making a lot of chicken, though. I've talked about the idea that I'm very allergic to, and not allergic, I just have a weird sensitivity to garlic. So I decided to make lemon garlic chicken the other day. I marinated it and realized that I was just going like boom, boom, boom. And I put too much garlic in. I made myself sick one night. But the other one, I marinated a bunch of chicken breasts in pickle juice, which is really good. It ends up really making a tender chicken breast. It's really good. I'm really good now at making chicken breast in the air fryer. I know the exact deal. I get it going. I'm good to go. But I'm kind of sick of that
shit. After you've marinated it in the pickle juice, what do you do with it then?
Then I put it in the air fryer. Usually what I do...
you just straight up air fryer.
Usually what I do is I take it out and I'll make a sandwich and I'll bread it, but then put it back in the pickle juice and then re-bread it. Double breading and then go, and it's awesome. It's actually... do you have Chick-fil-A? Is there a Chick-fil-A in London at all?
There might be one somewhere. They tried to open one in my hometown, and then it got ran out of town. We have a lot of like weird American restaurants open up in my town. Like we've got like a Popeyes and a Wendy's.
Okay, well Popeyes is very similar, but if you do it, what their big thing is marinate it in pickle juice, and it does break down the chicken really well. It gives it like a tang to it, and then if you do bread it, it's really, really good. So I do like that, but I even like it with just regular. At the moment doing this, I just end up just throwing it in there and eating it as is, but it's really good. Now you got me wanting to bread it and do it, but I'd have to do, when you do that in an air fryer, you have to like really oil it up on the outside so that actually, or you'll get like this white, like chalky, but again, I don't have an oven to use, nothing. I don't have that. But yeah, there you go. There you go. Our little talk. But yeah, there's a tip. Also, I will say, with me and you have talked a lot about AI, and you actually have given me a lot of tips on and this is talking about like, getting, recipes or something like that through AI. It is really good when you want to just like, hey, I want to do this in an air fryer, and you just say boom, 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 and it'll give you some pretty good recipes and tips and things like that. It's good for that. I know people are against AI in certain ways, but sometimes it's pretty good. I actually had it make out a 7-day workout plan and diet. Did pretty good. You put in all the info. You can tweak it. That's the one thing that you did teach me, the idea where when you ask something with AI, I always assume, well, that's all they got. But you can tweak shit. Or you could just say, that's bullshit. Give me more, give me
just
better.
Just tell it
deal.
to do it again. Yeah. Like AI is dumb as shit.
Yeah, it is weird. You say, do it again, but give me better results. And it will. Like, they gave you shitty results at first. It's like, well, I guess this guy knows what he's talking about. And go, yeah, I actually use it for recipes now a lot and things like that, especially if I want to just know how to cook something in the air fryer because that's all I got. I'm so angry about this whole thing. I ended up where I was going to get a frozen pizza and I like, when am I going to have to chop it into bits and put it in an air fryer? I was so mad. So pissed off.
Snap it in half.
Yeah, it's like, this is bullshit. But they took the oven. They took everything from me. So and they took my dignity. But that is it. That is it for me and you, Simon. That is the end. That's what you get when you ask for me and Simon to have these segments together. You get crazy talking. It's always going to lead to food because we do talk a lot about food. But thanks for joining me, Simon. Thanks, everybody who joined me this week on the show. There was a plethora of people, and please check the show notes for everybody's, thing that they're doing online. It's me and Simon. Simon goes and drinks and lives his life. That's what he does. There's nothing to really check out. Just, give a little shout out to Simon, to the deal. I almost made it like you were dead. I was going to say, like, pour one out for Simon.
Raise your glass.
Raise your glass to Simon and remember him in the better days. But yeah, that is that. So thanks, Simon. I know it's late, so we're going to get going. But thanks, everybody, and we'll talk to you later. Again, it'll be in a couple weeks unless you go on the Patreon. So go to the Patreon, patreon.com/Weird Science for the Patreon-only show next week. But we'll talk to you whenever.
Every other show sucks. That's why you're listening to us. Every other show sucks. We're the only one that isn't us. So thank you for being smart. From the bottom of our heart, thank you for being smart. 'Cause everything that us just thinks like a fart. They stink like a fart. Things like a fart, like a fart. They stink like a fart. Let's go! 2, 3, 4, 5. Has read comics, most of his like 9, 8, 7, 6. Jim can really act like a shut your mouth.